60-year-old flash marriage to a rich family. Their whole village is jealous to the point of madness. Bai Yuwan is 60 years old and accidentally discovered that her husband had been cheating for 10 years. It all started with a package that showed and tea have been opened. Every New Year's Eve, her husband, Zhenwei, claimed he was working overtime, but in reality, he was enjoying a candlelit dinner with his first love to celebrate the new year. He even bought a house for his first love. As for her, she had spent her life diligently managing the household, raising her eldest son's children, taking care of her second son's children, endless grandchildren, and never-ending housework. She thought to herself, what have I gained in this life? What's so great about this old man? After the divorce, she traveled around the country and ended up accidentally getting married in a flash to a 60-year-old CEO. Chapter 1: The Old Photo. It was an ordinary afternoon. Bai Yuwan had just left the clinic when she saw a message from her husband. The most important piece of information in the message was, please pick up the parcel from the village express at the village entrance. Bai Yuwan was 60 years old. She rode her small electric scooter slowly to the village entrance and picked up the parcel for both of them. She hadn't bought anything, it was mostly daily necessities her daughter had sent for the family. When she got home, she parked her scooter and opened all the packages. The daily necessities were neatly placed, and she organized them. Finally, there was only one parcel left, her husband's. She felt puzzled. There was nothing written on the parcel. It seemed like something sent by someone, not purchased from an online store. Bai Yuwan thought for a moment but decided not to open it. After a while, she received another message from her husband, Zhenwei. Don't open my parcel. If he hadn't reminded her, Bai Yuwan wouldn't have thought to open it, but now, she was curious. In the past several years, she had rarely heard him say such things. Men, after all, are often lazy. Usually, it was her who opened the parcels at home, then neatly folded the boxes and placed them in the corner of the backyard to sell when there were too many. The more he insisted, the more curious she became. Who had sent this parcel, and what was inside? She thought to herself, I won't peek, but... After hesitating for a moment, she opened it. Inside the black parcel was a white foam box, tightly wrapped in tape. After removing the tape, she found a small black metal box inside. The metal box was very old. It looked like something from the 1960s or 70s, clearly full of history. Bai Yuwan carefully took the box out, cleaned up the parcel, and then went to prepare dinner. When she returned to the small table, she noticed the black metal box was sitting there, almost like Pandora's box, drawing her in. She cautiously opened the box, and when it creaked open, a bunch of yellowed old photos spilled out. Along with the photos came a flood of old memories. When Bai Yuwan saw the people in the photos, she froze for a moment. Wasn't that her husband, Zhenwei, when he was young? But who was the woman next to him? Bai Yuwan didn't recognize the woman beside her husband but certainly recognized him. She began flipping through the photos. There weren't many, just about 20 old photos in total. Bai Yuwan remembered some old stories. Her mother-in-law had once said that, in the mid-1980s, about 40 years ago, Zhenwei had a first love, Han Baoqin. They had been together since they were 18, and after 4 years, when they reached marriageable age, the woman's parents had refused to allow the union, dismissing Zhenwei because his father had passed away early and his family was poor, with only elementary education. Bai Yuwan looked at the photo of her young husband. Could this be him with that first love, the one he never married? But who had sent these photos? Was it Han Baoqin? If not, who else could have these old pictures? Bai Yuwan was confused. She thought about calling her husband to ask but held herself back. She felt guilty, as if she were doing something wrong. She gathered all the photos back into the box, then placed the foam box back, taping it shut as if it had never been opened. That evening, when her husband, Zhenwei, returned home and saw the parcel packaging had been opened, he jumped in surprise. Did you open my parcel? He exclaimed. I didn't open it. Bai Yuwan pointed at the foam box, appearing completely unbothered. Seeing Bai Yuwan's calm demeanor, Zhenwei didn't suspect anything. He took the foam box and went to the backyard to open it. On the small table, his half-eaten bowl of rice sat, with steam rising from it. His phone was on the table, the screen still lit up. Had he forgotten to turn off his phone in his rush to get the parcel? Bai Yuwan and Zhenwei had been married for many years, and neither of them had ever checked each other's phones. But today, Bai Yuwan felt an odd impulse to look. She picked up his phone and searched through his messages. What she found shocked her. 5 minutes ago, there was a message from a contact with the profile picture of a fresh lotus flower after rain. Their name read, Lotus Leaf Sweet. The message said, "Did you get the parcel?" Her husband hadn't he replied. Could this be the message he saw just now that made him remember the parcel? Bai Yuwan opened the contact's moments and quickly scrolled through. The posts were sparse, with only a few from the past 6 months. Among them was a video of someone dancing square dance and, notably, photos of candlelit dinners every New Year's Eve. She seemed like a woman who enjoyed life. Bai Yuwan clicked on the square dance video and immediately recognized the woman at the front, Han Baoqin. But in the video, Han Baoqin had aged considerably, though traces of her youthful grace were still visible. Could it really be Han Baoqin? Had her husband reconnected with his first love? When did they reconnect? What was their current situation? Bai Yuwan felt a buzzing in her head, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She had always thought her marriage was a rather ordinary one, just like many others. She ran a small clinic in the village, always busy, while her husband had worked as a contractor for decades, benefiting from the boom of the times and making some money. Her clinic had decent business. They had 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter, and now the children were all married. The couple had worked hard and, over 10 years ago, bought houses for their children in the city. They had gotten used to rural life, so they continued to live in the village. Bai Yuwan had never imagined she would face the possibility of her husband cheating. Though they had argued and he had been abusive at times, she always felt their life hadn't reached a breaking point. Wait a minute. Bai Yuwan pinched her thigh. Maybe he wasn't cheating. Maybe it was just a simple reunion with an old friend. Yes, it must be that. Zhenwei had always had a bad temper, easily angered and hard to calm down. Maybe he just sent some old photos as a gesture of nostalgia, and she shouldn't jump to conclusions and immediately accuse him of cheating. She tried to calm herself down, but her brain was already in turmoil. She frantically scrolled through Han Baoqin's sparse moments, hoping to find some clues. The candlelit dinner photos. Why were they always taken at the Fulin Hotel in a city? Was it every New Year's Eve at Fulin Hotel? Her husband had been so kind to her. Bai Yuwan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She had worked hard all these years, keeping the clinic open, as it couldn't just close at will. Sometimes, she spent New Year's Eve at the clinic. She had worked hard to help her children get married and buy homes, without ever enjoying much herself. Suddenly, she heard footsteps from the backyard. Bai Yuwan quickly put the phone back where it was, acting nonchalantly as she began to eat her dinner. Zhenwei didn't notice anything unusual. He happily entered the room, holding the small metal box. When he came out, Bai Yuwan casually asked, "What did you buy?" "Can't I know? It's just some things I need," Zhenwei said casually after he came out. He picked up his bowl and continued eating. Bai Yuwan lowered her head and didn't ask any more questions. He seemed to be thinking of something pleasant, with a smile on his face throughout the meal. After dinner, he put his bowl down on the table and said he was going out to play mahjong. Bai Yuwan didn't say anything. She quietly cleaned the table, then tidied up the kitchen. In the countryside, these were tasks typically done by women. She was no exception. She often heard the younger generation say they didn't know how to wash dishes or cook. Sometimes she couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. Times really had changed. After finishing with the kitchen, Bai Yuwan returned to the small clinic in the village to continue seeing patients. There were a few who came in for common colds or fevers, so she just prescribed some medicine. When she had a moment of free time, she sat at her desk, sipping some hot tea. Suddenly, the thought struck her Han Baoqin's moments. Every year, there were photos of her celebrating New Year's Eve, always at the Fulin Hotel. Zhenwei had started going out every New Year's Eve 10 years ago, saying he had an old friends gathering. She was always busy, so she didn't question him much. He would always return home on the morning of the first day of the new year. Could it be? Was Zhenwei going to celebrate New Year's Eve with his first love, Han Baoqin? Chapter 2, The Graveyard. As soon as Bai Yuwan thought about the situation, her hands began to tremble slightly again. She clenched her fists, trying not to think too much about it. Could her husband really be cheating? No, it couldn't be. Bai Yuwan tried to convince herself that she was overthinking it. After all, they had been together for so many years. How could Sun Zhenwei, her husband, really betray her? Although he had a first love, Han Baoqin, from many years ago, that was all in the past. Now they had been married for many years. She couldn't bring herself to believe it. A few more patients came into the clinic, and Bai Yuwan prescribed some medicine for them. After closing the clinic door, she didn't go home immediately. She had planned to talk to her best friend, Yang Xiamen, but if word got out that her husband had cheated, it would disgrace the Sun family. She couldn't bear that, and she certainly didn't want to lose face. After some thought, she decided to go see her daughter instead. Bai Yuwan and Sun Zhenwei had 3 children, which was quite normal in their time. They didn't have to pay a fine for the first 2 children, but for the third, they did have to pay a small penalty. Although the government had pushed for family planning policies early on, Bai Yuwan had always thought it was better to have more children, especially since their first 2 were boys, and she really wanted a daughter. So, they had their third child. Their eldest son, Sun Pingzhong, was 35 and ran a small business in the city's building materials market. He had 2 children, a daughter and a son. Their second son, Sun Pingzhi, was 33 and had married young. He had a 9-year-old son, Sun Pan, and a 7-year-old daughter, Sun Shui. Over the past few years, Sun Pingzhi had been working on engineering projects in the West Xinjiang region, building bridges and the like. Their youngest daughter, Sun Mingzhu, was 30 and had been married for 4 years. She had a 3-year-old child. She lived with her husband in City A and ran a small shop near the sports stadium, which, according to reports, was doing quite well. With the arrival of autumn, the weather turned cooler. Times had improved, and the government had money now. A few years ago, they built a small square at the village entrance. The villagers liked to go there in the early morning and evening to exercise. Some of the elderly men played basketball, while the women enjoyed dancing in the square. Bai Yuwan, who was always busy at the clinic, rarely visited the village square. But today, since the clinic closed early, she decided to take a walk alone along the country road, lost in thought. The moonlight grew stronger as she walked, and finally, she dialed her daughter Sun Mingzhu's number. The call was quickly connected. "Mom! Why are you calling? Is something wrong at home?" In her daughter's mind, it seemed that she only called when there was something wrong. Couldn't it just be because she missed her? Although Bai Yuwan did have something to discuss, she couldn't exactly argue with her daughter. She whispered into the phone. "I actually have something to tell you. Is there anyone around you?" When Sun Mingzhu heard this question, she became nervous. "Mom, wait a second." There was a long pause. Finally, Bai Yuwan heard her daughter's anxious voice. "Mom, go ahead. I'm listening." Bai Yuwan had always discussed these kinds of matters with her daughter, so she was very straightforward and said, "Well, Mingzhu, can you analyze this for me? I'm afraid I'm overthinking it." When these words came out, Sun Mingzhu became even more anxious. "Mom, what's going on? Is it about Dad's health, or are you?" "No, neither." Bai Yuwan quickly reassured her. Since neither of those things was true, Sun Mingzhu was now even more confused. If it wasn't about her parents' health, then why was her mom so urgent? Her tone seemed strange. Bai Yuwan spoke seriously. "I think your dad might be having an affair." "What?" Sun Mingzhu nearly jumped out of her seat on the other end of the line. Bai Yuwan then went on to explain in great detail everything that had happened that afternoon, from receiving the package for her husband, to finding the old photos, to checking his phone and seeing the location at the Fulin Hotel and the candlelight dinner. She didn't leave out a single detail. Bai Yuwan expected her daughter to agree with her analysis. But instead, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. Sun Mingzhu replied, "Mom, what's going on? Are you sure you're okay? Is it the menopause acting up? Do you want to come to the city? I can take you to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, and we can find a good expert to help you get better. What do you think?" Was she calling her crazy? Is it just menopause getting worse? Bai Yuan's voice faltered as she said, "Mingzhu, you don't believe me either." Sun Mingzhu, confused, replied, "It's not that I don't believe you, Mom. Maybe Dad is just catching up with Aunt Han, they've been old friends for years. Do you really think Dad, at his age, would have anything going on with Aunt Han? You're just overthinking this." But Bai Yuwan wanted to say more. But Sun Mingzhu cut her off. "Mom, you're a doctor in the village, so right now, you need to close the clinic for a few days and come to the city for a checkup. If you don't want to go to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, we can go to a top-tier hospital and see a psychiatrist to get you some counseling. Bai Yuwan, hearing this, ended the call. Sun Mingzhu stared at the hung-up phone, pondering for a moment. Then she heard the sound of a door opening, and her mother-in-law walked out, asking, "Mingzhu, what's going on with your mom's phone call?" Sun Mingzhu smiled, shaking her head, "Oh, it's nothing. Mom's just going through menopause." Her mother-in-law responded with a simple "oh," then added, "I'll introduce her to a good Chinese medicine doctor to help her get her health back in order." After thanking her mother-in-law, she heard her say, almost confused, "How could menopause still be a thing at this age?" Sun Mingzhu sighed, thinking about her own mother, Bai Yuwan, who was already 60. She sighed, maybe menopause just came late. Her mother-in-law seemed to understand, nodding. "Well, everyone is different." Bai Yuan felt a little lost after her daughter's dismissive response. Could it really be menopause? Was she imagining things? Maybe she was just overthinking, and there was nothing going on. Perhaps it was just her mind playing tricks. She took a deep breath, looked up at the bright moon, and then turned back to open the clinic door again, flipping the sign to open. She stayed at the clinic until 10:30 p.m., then closed it and headed home. When she got home, the house was eerily quiet. Many years ago, she had taken care of her eldest and second son's children. Now, since Sun Mingzhu got married, her mother-in-law had been helping with the grandchildren, and Bai Yuan enjoyed the peace. But the house without the noise of the children, it felt too empty and desolate. Zhenwei was probably out playing cards again. Bai Yuan didn't want to call and disturb him. After taking a shower, she went to bed early, and Zhenwei didn't return until 2 a.m. after playing mahjong. She half-slept, hearing someone lie down next to her, then went back to sleep. The two of them lay in the same bed, each covered with their own blanket, back to back. The next morning, after washing up, Bai Yuan rode her electric bike to the nearby industrial park. A few years ago, the city started developing, and Gaoyuan County, where Bai Yuan lived, became one of the districts. They also planned the industrial park. The industrial park was right next to Jinko village, covering a large area. The villagers had thought that with the industrial park, the village would be developed faster, and the demolition would follow soon. But the financial situation had slowed things down, and the demolition was temporarily halted. The residents, however, found it much more convenient to get in and out of the village now. There were wide 8-lane roads all around. Small snack shops lined the streets near the industrial park, and the villagers liked to buy breakfast from there. On days when she didn't feel like making breakfast, Bai Yuan also liked to stop by and grab something from a shop near the industrial park. When Bai Yuan returned with breakfast, she saw that Zhenwei had left his phone on the small table to charge. He had come back late last night and forgot to plug it in. He was probably over at the neighbor's gossiping again. Ding dong. The phone beeped. Bai Yuan's body tensed at the sound. Her heart skipped a beat as she couldn't resist looking at Zhenwei's phone screen. A new message had come in. "Dear Mr. Zhenwei, the two-person cemetery plot you purchased has been reserved for you. Please feel free to contact us for further details. Phone, XXXXXXXX. Two-person cemetery plot. What was this? Had this man, at his age, really thought about something so romantic? Had he already purchased a double grave plot for the two of them? And he hadn't even told her about it? Was he planning to surprise her? In a daze, Bai Yuan quickly recorded the phone number from the message. Not long after, Zhenwei came back. Bai Yuan pretended nothing had happened. She almost asked him about the two-person cemetery plot, but then thought better of it. If he wanted to surprise her, she would let him. After breakfast, Zhenwei put down his bowl and went out for a bike ride. At his age, he was still into fitness, buying a bike for 3,000 yuan and cycling along the wide riverside road. After washing the dishes, Bai Yuan thought for a moment and decided to call the number from the message. The call was picked up. "Hello, I'd like to inquire about the two-person cemetery plot purchased by Zhenwei." The sweet voice on the other end replied. "Are you Mr. Zhenwei's wife, Han Baoqin? Your husband loves you very much." Chapter 3, Persuasion. Lover, Han Baoqin. Once again, Bai Yuan felt a wave of dizziness. Even without high blood pressure, she felt lightheaded. She rubbed her forehead and took deep breaths to calm herself. Once she had calmed down, the voice on the other end of the phone asked, "Are you still there?" Bai Yuwan cleared her throat and tried to stay composed, saying, "He probably wants to give me a surprise. Don't tell him I called. I want to hear it from him myself. I'd like to keep this surprise." "Okay," their voice on the other end sounded delighted. Bai Yuwan calmly hung up the phone. Her mind was racing with thoughts of their double grave and her husband, Sun Zhenwei, with his lover, Han Baoqin. What was this? Hadn't Sun Zhenwei been with Han Baoqin decades ago? Now, even though they weren't together back then, they were going to be buried together after death. And her daughter, Sun Mingzhu, had said she was overthinking and that it was just menopause. Should she tell Sun Mingzhu about this? Bai Yuan thought for a moment, but then decided against it. There was no point. A lifetime had passed, and she never imagined that this marriage, which seemed so decent to outsiders, would fall apart in her later years. Divorce. If she divorced now, people would definitely gossip about it. How could a couple in their 60s divorce? So, should she just continue to live like this? Bai Yuan felt lost, sitting at home for the first time in years without going to the clinic. She quietly sat in the backyard, staring at the small vegetable garden where she grew Shanghai green. She had been lost in thought for a long time before she silently began pulling weeds. After clearing the weeds, her phone rang. It was someone from the clinic, asking why it wasn't open today and what time it would open. Bai Yuan apologized and said she wasn't feeling well and would open the next day. A few more calls followed, all from patients. If she didn't open, they would go to the small clinic near the industrial park. After finishing with the weeds, Bai Yuan began tidying up the house, wiping down the windowsill and the bedside table, cleaning every surface, and putting away her summer clothes. She even changed the bed linens and pillowcases. She completed all their household chores. In the afternoon, Sun Zhenwei returned from his walk and asked why she hadn't made dinner. Bai Yuan looked at him and asked quietly, "How long has it been?" Sun Zhenwei, confused, asked, "How long has what been?" "Your relationship with her." "Her?" "Han Baoqin." Sun Zhenwei seemed flustered, not daring to look into her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he mumbled, "What are you talking about?" "Han Baoqin. That S from decades ago. Why bring it up now? You've bought a double grave, and you're still hiding it from me." Bai Yuan's voice was calm. She thought she would confront him hysterically, but maybe after a lifetime together, she had passed the age of shouting and accusing. "You checked my phone." Sun Zhenwei suddenly snapped. His eyes burned with anger, and he shouted, "Bai Yuan, how old are you? You're still checking my phone." Then he proceeded to scold her for being shameless, saying that at their age, it was absurd for her to be checking her husband's phone. He insulted her, saying she had no dignity for doing such a thing. Bai Yuan? Fine then. It was her who had no dignity. "After you're done cursing, don't you think you should explain the double grave situation?" she asked. Sun Zhenwei was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize the severity of the situation. He scratched the back of his head, clearly uncomfortable. After a long pause, he reluctantly said, "It's just a grave. Why do you care so much about it?" "Yes, why care?" Bai Yuan had been married to Sun Zhenwei for so many years, and she understood what he meant. He didn't even try to argue. This was almost like an admission. His point was, "I'm still yours while I'm alive, but after death, it's my choice who I'm buried with." Bai Yuan knew that after years of marriage, both of them understood each other's limits and temperaments. Sun Zhenwei knew she wouldn't do anything about it. At most, she would throw a tantrum, yell a few words, then go back to doing the housework. Because they were both already 60 years old. They had 3 children, the youngest of whom was already in his 30s. Their bond was so deep, divorce wasn't even an option. He knew her too well. He understood everything about her. She was like a soft bun. At most, she would say a few words. "Do you celebrate New Year's Eve with her every year?" She was still upset, as this situation was such a huge blow to her otherwise peaceful life. Sun Zhenwei didn't know when Bai Yuan had figured it out. But since she asked so directly, it was clear she knew quite a bit. He reluctantly muttered, "Her husband passed away. She's been alone all these years. I didn't do anything wrong. I just felt sorry for her. We just spent New Year's Eve together. Don't overthink it. She's pitiful. Bai Yuan almost couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her husband, who had loved her first, now pitied his former lover. Sun Zhenwei spoke with an air of superiority, saying, "Isn't she pitiful? Her husband died over 10 years ago. She's all alone, raising 3 kids by herself. It's not easy. Don't make trouble. I'm making trouble." Bai Yuan didn't want to get angry, but the anger rose up uncontrollably. She felt suffocated in her chest. She kept reminding herself, "Don't get angry, don't get angry. Life is like a play. Getting angry only leads to health problems." Sun Zhenwei sensed he had upset her and quickly softened his tone. "Yuan, we've been married for so many years. I don't want to argue over these small things." Bai Yuan stared at her familiar husband but felt strangely distant. She thought to herself, is it because the children are all grown and have families of their own? And now that he has retired, maybe he has too much free time, so he is reaching back to his old flame. Sun Zhenwei said, "I don't keep in touch with her. We don't have anything going on. I'm always at home, you know that. You don't suspect I'm cheating, do you?" Bai Yuan. Seeing the hurt look in her eyes, Sun Zhenwei shouted, "I'm not saying it's your fault, but for heaven's sake, don't go looking for trouble." Bai Yuan again held back her rising anger and replied, "Delete her contact info and cancel the double grave. I'll pretend nothing happened. How about that?" Bai Yuan? Sun Zhenwei suddenly stood up, slamming the table with his hand. His eyes were wide with fury, as though he could hardly contain his rage. If looks could kill, Bai Yuan would probably have been dead several hundred times over. The two parted ways angrily. Half an hour later, Bai Yuan received a call from her eldest son, Sun Pingzhong. "Mom. Dad said you forced him to delete a female friend." "Yes," Bai Yuan answered calmly. Sun Pingzhong sounded surprised. "Mom, you're both so old, and yet you're still pulling these tricks? Dad adding a female friend isn't a big deal, right? Are you suspecting Dad is having an affair? That's ridiculous." "I'm not suspecting," Bai Yuan muttered under her breath. After that, her eldest son said some more things, but Bai Yuan couldn't remember them. She just found it all so ridiculous. Sun Zhenwei hadn't dared to tell his son what had really happened. He just asked Pingzhong to persuade her to stop making a fuss. Was she making a fuss? After hanging up with her son, she soon received a call from her daughter, Sun Mingzhu, who said she was on her way back. An hour later, Sun Mingzhu arrived in the village. She was weary from her long drive, tossed her coat aside, and realized Sun Zhenwei wasn't home. Only Bai Yuan was sitting in the backyard, lost in thought. Sun Mingzhu brought a small stool over and sat beside her mother, patting her shoulder gently. "Mom, brother told me you and Dad had a fight." Bai Yuan, remembering her daughter's earlier words, felt frustrated. "Mingzhu, just don't worry about it." Sun Mingzhu knew the situation was serious, but she believed that for older people, it was better to avoid unnecessary conflict. She tried to calm her mother down. "Mom, it's just a few old photos, and even if they had a meal together on New Year's Eve, so what? It's normal for old friends to reconnect on New Year's Eve." Bai Yuan, in a fit of anger, replied, "They bought a double grave. After they die, they want to be buried together." She thought this would get her daughter's sympathy and perhaps a few choice words directed at Sun Zhenwei. However, Sun Mingzhu simply asked, "So? What?" Bai Yuan was stunned. She thought she had misunderstood. "Mom, forget it." Sun Mingzhu sighed, speaking seriously. "Forget it." Bai Yuan could hardly believe her ears. Her daughter, a modern woman, was advising her to forget it rather than encouraging her to divorce. Sun Mingzhu, with a clear mind, said, "At this age, even if Dad bought a double grave with her, do you really want to divorce? If you do, she'll have every right to enter the family. You should understand this better than I do." Bai Yuan fell silent completely. Chapter 4, Buying a House. Sun Mingzhu spoke again. "You're 60 now. If you divorce, do you plan to remarry? Or move back to your parents' house? Grandma has been dead for 15 years. You can't go back to your parents' home." Bai Yuan was left speechless. Sun Mingzhu lowered her head, watching a group of ants crawl up the cement steps from the ground, and quietly said, "Actually, after Dad told me about it yesterday, I knew he was wrong. But I also know that you have no choice now. A 60-year-old woman getting divorced, people in the village would laugh themselves to death. As for Dad, he won't be laughed at. People would just think an old man is still popular. Bai Yuwan was silent, not knowing what to say. After a pause, she shared what son Zhenwei had said with her daughter. Sun Mingzhu looked up, and with a woman's intuition, she gave a sly laugh and said, "I can guarantee that this woman, having lost her husband, purposely sent those old photos to you so that you'd find them and get angry. If you get so mad that you decide to divorce, then she'll have achieved her goal, right? In my opinion, Dad buying the double grave in advance was also meant to get you to discover it. When you find out, you'll get angry, start a scene, and want a divorce, so she can take her place. If you hadn't discovered it, you and Dad would have just kept living like this. Think about it, doesn't that make sense? So, forget about it. Just live like this. Even if you don't like Dad, don't divorce him. As long as you're alive, that Han Baoqin will remain an inconspicuous mistress." Bai Yuwan listened to her daughter's words. As an older woman, she had to admit that her daughter's point was somewhat valid. Sun Mingzhu saw her mother's eyes drop slightly, which meant she had taken her advice to heart. Sun Mingzhu added, "So as your daughter, I suggest you think twice. Let us not divorce and don't give that mistress a chance." After advising her mother, Sun Mingzhu had to rush back to the city to pick up her child. She didn't stay in the village long. Once she left, Bai Yuwan was left alone in the backyard, sitting quietly for a long time. She admitted that her daughter had a point. Now, if she divorced, all three of her children would likely oppose it. Sun Mingzhu would certainly scold her for being foolish, for making space for someone else. But Bai Yuwan also thought about the fact that she had kept this family and this man for her whole life. Now, her husband had an affair and was planning to be buried with his first love, even after death. Bai Yuwan reflected on her life. She had run her clinic, earning more than Sun Zhenwei. But when he drank too much in his youth, he would hit people. Back then, she chose to endure. Because in that era, if a woman got divorced, she would be ridiculed and seen as losing face. Everyone was the same. Men drinking and hitting people wasn't a big deal. As long as they came home, it was considered all right. So for all these years, when she returned from the clinic, she still had to do their housework, washing clothes and cooking. After Sun Mingzhu grew up, she often said, "Mom, you're a very capable woman in this rural area, and you earn more than Dad. You have a skill, and in modern times, a doctor like you shouldn't have to cook and wash clothes when you come home." Every time she heard this, Bai Yuwan would just laugh it off. Sun Mingzhu had once asked her, "Mom, you were a doctor and went to school, how did you end up marrying Dad?" Bai Yuwan remembered the past. She was born in the 1960s, and when she was in high school, the college entrance exams were reinstated. She took the exam and got into university. Luckily, her family encouraged her to study something useful, so she chose to study medicine. In the 1980s, after graduating from university, she originally wanted to stay in a big city and work in a hospital. But her parents, worried about her forgetting them, persuaded her to come home and marry. Bai Yuwan couldn't resist, so after finishing university, she returned to her hometown. Following her parents' introduction, she married Sun Zhenwei, who was considered handsome at the time. Sun's family had a small shop in the county's foreign trade market, and their business was doing decently. Later, Sun Zhenwei married her, and during their wedding, her family gave her a butterfly brand sewing machine and some quilts. Sun Zhenwei didn't have the business skills. After taking over his parents' shop, it didn't last long and was eventually sold due to poor earnings. Later, Sun Zhenwei tried his hand at construction, becoming a contractor. As for her, because of her education, she was highly valued at the county hospital and worked closely with the director for about 15 years. Afterward, she retired from the county hospital. At that point, with the children growing up, she knew the salary from the county hospital wouldn't be enough to support their future, so she retired early and opened a clinic in the village. Coincidentally, the old village doctor had passed away, and no one was willing to take over the position. She became the village doctor, and for more than 10 years, she had managed the clinic decently, with a good income. Bai Yuwan had always believed that life should be simple and unassuming. She didn't want to attract too much attention. She also thought her daughter had a point. Maybe staying married was the right thing to do. The following days passed as usual. She went to the clinic every day, just like before. Sun Zhenwei, now 62, acted like a retired old man, spending his days playing cards, taking walks, or cycling. Life was quiet. Bai Yuwan tried to ignore the unpleasantness from that day. On the day of the first frost, she cleaned out her wardrobe, took out her winter coats and down jackets to air them out, and dusted off her lighter sweaters. It was then, while handling her husband's coat, that Bai Yuwan unexpectedly discovered a manila envelope. It looked like a regular, plain paper envelope with nothing written on it. Why would he leave an envelope here? All important documents at home were kept in an iron box they bought when they got married, which was shaped like a showbox. Why was this envelope hidden here? What was it? Bai Yuwan didn't sneak a peek. Instead, she opened the envelope with composure and took a look inside. Her eyes went wide in shock. It was a property purchase contract. Bai Yuwan stared at it, dumbfounded. She pulled out the contract and looked at it closely. The date March of last year. Baya, Hanbaochin. Why was the Baya Hanbaochin, but the contract was in Sun Zhenwei's hands? Bai Yuwan had a bad feeling. Her right eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably. She quickly jotted down the address of the property on a piece of paper. Then, without showing any reaction, she returned the contract to the envelope and placed it back inside her husband's coat. She didn't touch the coat otherwise. She had been airing out her husband's down jacket, but after a brief moment of silence, she hung all his clothes back in the wardrobe. She knew that she couldn't make this decision on her own. She had to talk to her children and be clear with them. Theoretically, she and her husband were supposed to live with their second son, Sun Pingzhi, in the future. But since Sun Pingzhi was far away in western Xinjiang, Bai Yuwan had to call her eldest son, Sun Pingzhong. She didn't explain anything, just asked him to come back in the afternoon. Sun Pingzhong said he was busy that day. Bai Yuwan responded, "Make time to come back." "All right," he agreed. The next morning, Sun Pingzhong drove back to the village. By the time he arrived, it was already after 9 a.m. Bai Yuwan had yet to go to the clinic, and Sun Zhenwei hadn't gone out either. When Sun Pingzhong arrived home, Sun Zhenwei nearly dropped his breakfast in surprise. "Pingzhong, why are you back?" "Mom asked me to come back." Sun Pingzhong noticed his father's confused look and wondered if his dad was up to something again. After breakfast, Sun Zhenwei looked at Bai Yuwan and asked, "Yuwan, why did you ask Pingzhong to come back?" "Just need to talk." "You go on with your business," Bai Yuwan said with a smile. Sun Zhenwei didn't think anything was amiss. After eating, he left to visit neighbors. Sun Pingzhong sat down, drank some porridge, and ate some pickles with bread while asking, "Mom, what's going on? You didn't explain anything yesterday, and now you're rushing me back. I want to show you something." Bai Yuwan didn't say much. She directly went into the room and brought out the envelope, placing it on the table. Sun Pingzhong was puzzled. A file. He finished his food, wiped his hands, and opened the envelope. He froze when he saw the purchase contract inside. "Mom, did you buy another house?" he wondered. "For whom?" But when he saw the buyer's name, Sun Pingzhong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be Hanbaochin? He looked at Bai Yuwan and asked, "Did Dad buy this?" Chapter 5, Interrogation. Bai Yuwan remained calm, simply wanting to see her son's opinion on Sun Zhenwei spending money to buy a house for Hanbaochin. "I don't know. That's why I asked you to come back. You analyze it and tell me what you think of this property contract." Sun Pingzhong frowned, took a pack of white sand cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, put it in his mouth, and lit it with a lighter. Soon, he was exhaling smoke in clouds. He said, "I do know a bit about my dad's relationship with Hanbaochin." "You know?" Bai Yuwan's voice shot up in pitch by 8 degrees. She never expected that her eldest son knew about his father's affair and had been hiding it from her. This revelation was deeply hurtful for her. Seeing his mother's angry and resentful gaze, Sun Pingzhong suddenly felt ashamed. "Mom, don't be angry," he said, lowering his voice. "It's just that when Dad was younger, he often mentioned Aunt Han. After I went to middle school, he stopped talking about her. I'm not an idiot. I know he still has feelings for her. I just didn't expect." Bai Yuwan fell silent. In the past, Sun Pingzhong had heard countless times about his father's constant talk of Hanbaochin. But he had brushed it off as just sentimental talk. Even a few years ago, when he secretly discovered his dad was still in contact with Hanbaochin, he thought, old man, still holding onto old feelings. So sentimental. I can't believe it. He never told his mother about it, just didn't he want to complicate things further? He never imagined that his father would do something this outrageous. So, when he saw the purchase contract today, it really struck a nerve. If this purchase contract is real and Dad actually paid for it, then he has gone too far, Sun Ping-jong said, fuming. Sun Zhenwei buying a house for his first love meant he had forgotten about his two sons. The house Han Baoqin got her hands on directly impacted Sun Ping-jong and his younger brother, Sun Ping-zhe. Sun Ping-jong took another drag on his cigarette and dialed his father's number. Dad, you need to come back immediately, he barked. His harsh tone made Sun Zhenwei uneasy, and he quickly returned from the neighbor's house. What is the emergency that you're calling me back for? Sun Zhenwei asked as soon as he walked in. Sun Ping-jong threw the property contract onto the table in front of him, looking furious. Explain this property contract. What is going on? Sun Zhenwei, puzzled, picked up the contract. When he saw the name of the buyer, his face suddenly froze as he recalled some events from last year. His expression changed, and he immediately glanced at Bai Yuwan. Bai Yuwan kept her head lowered, unable to meet his gaze, afraid he might lash out at her. That was exactly why she had called her eldest son back today. If she confronted Sun Zhenwei alone, demanding answers, she might risk getting physically hurt. But now that it involved her son's interests, it wasn't he just her that needed to act, it was them. She wanted to see how the father and son would resolve it before she reacted. Sun Zhenwei gritted his teeth and quickly tried to explain. This is Han Baoqin's house purchase contract. She just asked me to hold it for her, he stammered. Why is Aunt Han's purchase contract in your hands? Sun Ping-jong crossed his arms, glaring at his father with intense resentment. Sun Zhenwei was fearless in most situations, but he was terrified of his sons being angry with him. In the eyes of this rural man, in his old age, he was supposed to rely on his sons. If they were upset with him, it would spell disaster. If they ever stopped taking care of him, it would be a huge problem. In the past, he could rely on his authority as the head of the house, but now that was no longer the case. Even at home, he had to watch his sons' faces before acting. Sun Zhenwei stammered, she just left the contract with me. I didn't buy the house for her. Don't misunderstand. Don't lie, Dad. Sun Ping-jong snapped, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Aunt Han's husband died years ago, and she raised two daughters by herself. How could she have the money to buy a house? Are you seriously trying to lie about this? Bai Yuwan, who had been silent up to this point, couldn't hold back any longer. Do you even know how many children she has? Sun Ping-jong turned to her, his anger focused on Sun Zhenwei. Dad told me. He said Aunt Han had two daughters and had lived a hard life for years. He then went to the room, grabbed the household register and Sun Zhenwei's ID card, and dragged his father outside, saying, "Let us go. We're going to the bank. I want to find out how much you spent on this house." I'm not going. I'm not going. Sun Zhenwei protested, trying to resist. But Sun Ping-jong continued to pull him along. Do you really want me to call Xiaoer and have him come back so we can all sit down and talk about this? Sun Ping-jong threatened. As soon as Sun Zhenwei heard that his second son might be involved, he panicked. He knew the older son, although angry, was unlikely to do anything extreme. But his younger son's temper was explosive, and he couldn't be sure what would happen if he found out. Last year, when he did this, Sun Zhenwei was sure it was all under wraps, but now the truth was coming to light. He had reason to be worried. Desperately, he tried to calm Sun Ping-jong down. Ping-jong, Aunt Han has had a tough life. I was just helping her out. Don't think too much about it. Helping her out. Sun Ping-jong scoffed. If you really want to help, why don't you donate to the Hope Project? Without waiting for a response, he shoved Sun Zhenwei into the car. The car sped off, leaving Bai Yuwan standing alone in the house, lost in thought. After the commotion, she finally found a sense of calm. Her marriage, which had appeared harmonious for so many years, now seemed to be a pile of broken pieces. Her husband had been sympathetic to his first love, spending years traveling with her, sharing romantic dinners, and secretly using family money to buy a house for her. They had even reserved a joint burial plot for when they died. All the romance had been used up on his white moonlight, and what about her? Bai Yuwan was just the mother of his children, a part of the household income. She and her husband were probably even less than friends. Suddenly, she didn't want to deal with this family anymore. She felt that after all the years of washing clothes and cooking, running the clinic, and doing everything a housewife was supposed to do, there was no return, no recognition. It was as if he didn't see it. Or maybe he did see it but felt that just not divorcing her was enough of a favor. An hour later, Sun Mingju called. Mom. The eldest just called me. He said Dad bought a house for his mistress. Chapter 6 Bombardment. Sun Mingju on the other end of the phone was furious, and it felt like she was going to blow the roof off their house. Bai Yuwan was much calmer. She thought she was the most angry, but now it seems that the most angry are the children. Reason. Zhenwei cheated on his wife, but the problem was buying a house for his mistress. What did her daughter persuade her before? Let her bear it. She did. Sun Mingju bombarded on the phone for a while, and finally said, Mom, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Sun Mingju didn't come back yet, but Sun Pingzhong and Sun Zhenwei came back first. After Sun Zhenwei returned home, an old man, like a child who had done something wrong, didn't dare to breathe at home. Sun Pingzhong had already called the second child, and Sun Pingzhe called Sun Zhenwei and scolded his father, saying that he would be home tomorrow. Let the eldest brother control Sun Zhenwei first and stop him from going crazy. Sun Zhenwei was so angry that he said he just felt a little sorry for Han Baoqin. He didn't really want to spend the family's money on other women. Sun Pingzhong said nothing. Sun Zhenwei looked at Bai Yuwan with angry eyes, which were full of blame and anger, but he didn't know he was wrong. An hour later, Sun Mingju and her son-in-law Li Jiahang drove home. As soon as Sun Mingju entered the door, she wanted to say something, but seeing the atmosphere at home and her eldest brother smoking non-stop, she knew that her father had been scolded. She wanted to scold him, but she had always been suppressed by her two brothers at home, so she didn't dare to speak in this situation. She could only sit aside with Li Jiahang and sigh in silence. Sun Mingju pulled Bai Yuwan to the backyard and said angrily, Mom. He really bought a house for Aunt Han. He spent 450,000. He also spent 120,000 on decoration. This was the WeChat message sent to her by her eldest brother Sun Pingzhong when he was in the bank. Sun Mingju held her forehead and said, I really can't believe that my father would be such a person. As a woman, Sun Mingju actually wanted to take advantage of Sun Zhenwei's misfortune, but she has always been the kind of person who maximizes her interests. She knew that if she continued to talk about this, it would undoubtedly be a stab in the heart of her mother Bai Yuwan, so she didn't say anything more. She just kept saying, Mom, you have to calm down and don't panic. No matter what Dad did, you have to think about the future. Bai Yuwan was very confused. Her children and son-in-law were back. She always felt that she had done something wrong. Shouldn't she have broken the window paper? Now it's like this. How will this matter end? No one made lunch in the afternoon. Sun Pingzhong drove out to buy a few fried noodles, and everyone ate them. That afternoon, the war started again. Sun Pingzhong was arguing at home, Dad, go find Han Baoqin and transfer the house back. At worst, sell the house and get the money back. Sun Zhenwei's face changed when he heard it. He said, absolutely impossible. How can you take back something you gave to someone? That chauvinistic face almost made the moderate Sun Pingzhong take action. Sun Pingzhong smiled and said nothing. That night, neither Sun Pingzhong nor Sun Mingju went home. Sun Mingju asked her husband Li Jiahang to go back first. After all, the child was too young and had to sleep with them at night. As a son-in-law, Li Jiahang knew his wife's family, and he was afraid that things would change. Many things were not something he could get involved in. He nodded wisely and only told her to send me a WeChat message anytime if she had anything. He drove back first. That night, Bai Yuwan didn't sleep in the same bed with Sun Zhenwei. She slept in the small room with her daughter Sun Mingju. Lying on the bed, thinking about the changes at home, Sun Mingju couldn't sleep, so she asked, Mom, are you asleep? Bai Yuwan shook her head. Sun Mingju didn't turn on the light, and the two of them had a sleepover in the dark. Mom, when the second brother comes back tomorrow, the eldest brother and the second brother will unite. What if Dad doesn't want to do it? Sun Mingju knew that this matter would probably be very uncomfortable for her mother, but she had to consider the whole situation. Mingju. Bai Yuwan said. Mom, you say. Sun Mingju said. If it were you, what would you do? Bai Yuan's eyes were sleepy, but her mind was extremely clear, and she had no sleepiness. It was obviously 10 o'clock in the evening. Bai Yuan's voice was slightly hoarse. Let me ask you another way. If it were you young people, what would you do if you encountered such a thing? Sun Mingzhu said without saying anything, in our era, we would definitely get divorced. Speaking of it, she was a little indignant. Sun Mingzhu said indignantly. My husband cheated on Bai Yuwan, not to mention that he also spent money to buy a house for Bai Yuwan. Isn't this a brain problem? I will not only divorce, I will also sue for property division. I want the mistress to spit out everything she has eaten. Yes. This is the choice that contemporary young people will make. When they are in love, they can break up if they make a mistake. No one will tolerate it. It's not like them in the past, parents' orders and matchmakers' words. She didn't even struggle, and obeyed the fate, whether it was coming back from the big city or getting married. She lived this life. Bai Yuwan felt that time seemed to have passed, but also seemed to have not passed. After getting married in her 20s, she had a baby. Time seemed to have frozen. She was already 60 years old. But she felt that the past 30 years were like a dream. She was pushed along by fate in a daze. She didn't even have any thoughts or opinions. How could she be 60 in the blink of an eye? Where did the time go? Sun Mingzhu saw that her mother didn't say anything and said, Mom, you are different from us. What's the difference? Bai Yuwan asked. Sun Mingzhu hesitated and said, You are so old, I think divorce is not good. What's wrong? Bai Yuwan asked. If you divorce, what will you do in your later years? Sun Mingzhu said worriedly. Bai Yuwan was silent for a while and said, I am 60 years old now. If I can live to 80, I still have 20 years to live. There are still 20 years left. If you don't divorce, it will be very long and difficult. Sun Mingzhu thought. Bai Yuwan sighed and said, I'm too tired of this marriage. Mom, I know. Sun Mingzhu turned around in the quilt and slept facing Bai Yuwan. In the dark, she felt that she saw tears flowing from the corners of her mother's eyes. With the dim light, she saw the tears flashing in the dark. Sun Mingzhu gently grabbed her mother's hand. I feel sorry for you too. I support your divorce, but your two brothers will definitely not support your divorce. If you divorce now, Han Baoqin will definitely enter the house. Where will I go back to my mother's house in the future? My mother is gone, what's the point of going back to my mother's house? Do I have to come back to see my father and the mistress? Sun Mingzhu felt anxious when she thought of this future. Bai Yuwan? Sun Mingzhu knew that her mother was very wronged, but she still didn't want the family to break up. Mom, listen to my advice. Let's not act impulsively. If Dad can turn over a new leaf and get the money back, we can pretend that this never happened. In the dark night, Bai Yuwan sighed deeply. No more words. Sun Mingzhu said something later, but Bai Yuwan couldn't hear it. She just felt that the children had grown up and had their own ideas. Everyone is an independent individual and considers their own interests. For example, her daughter was thinking about who she would look for after returning to her parents' home. She never asked how she would survive the next 20 years if she could live another 20 years. It was unknown how long it took. Bai Yuwan really fell asleep. Before she went to bed, she was thinking about all sorts of things. If she could also fall asleep and never wake up again, it might be more comfortable. Chapter 7 Phone Call. Early the next morning. After washing up, Bai Yuwan left home. She went to the clinic very early today. Because she felt depressed staying at home. Sun Pingzhong drove out to buy breakfast, and Sun Mingzhu also got in the car to buy breakfast. After buying breakfast, Sun Mingzhu sat in the passenger seat and asked her eldest brother. What do you think Mom will do? We are so old, are we going to get a divorce? Sun Pingzhong couldn't help wanting to smoke again, but looking at his sister in the passenger seat, he thought about it and gave up. But this grievance? Sun Mingzhu said. Sun Pingzhong didn't rush back. He lowered the car window and lit a cigarette. He took a deep puff and said, Who can guarantee that they haven't made mistakes in their lifetime? Don't say anything in front of Mom. If she has any worries, you should persuade her. Is this a mistake? Sun Mingzhu rolled her eyes and couldn't help raising her voice by 8 degrees. Sun Pingzhong was choked to death. He laughed and said, Even if there are many mistakes, now that things have happened, if we want to ensure that parents are still there, it is best to persuade them. Can they really get divorced? What the eldest brother said makes sense. Sun Mingzhu. Sun Pingzhong also knew that mom had suffered a lot of grievances up to now, but she was already this old. Sun Pingzhong said, if they really get divorced, who will my parents live with will be a big problem. Sun Mingzhu was stunned and said, Li Jiahang is an only child, you know. I don't have an aunt. I still have my parents-in-law to take care of in their old age. Sun Mingzhu likes her mother, but there are 2 sons in the family. No matter what, it will not be her turn. She can't get a penny of the old house and property in the family. If her parents are divided into her alone, that would be too much. So she directly stated the current situation of her family. Sun Pingzhong took another deep puff of his cigarette. If it really comes to a divorce, I will support our mom and let dad live with the second son. The second son supports our dad. I'm afraid the second brother won't agree. Her second brother has a hot temper, much hotter than the eldest brother, the kind that can get into trouble at any minute. Father is just more afraid of the second son. Sun Mingzhu thought to herself. Sun Pingzhong couldn't help laughing when he thought of the second son's bad temper. The second son has a bad temper, and our father is afraid of him. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to deal with our father's temper. Sun Mingzhu thought for a while and said. You obviously considered that the 2 elders divorced, but you didn't suggest divorce. Considering that, it was just a precaution, not really wanting them to divorce. Sun Pingzhong thought his sister was really stupid, and he said speechlessly. If divorced, our father will be old. It's very troublesome, who will live with? Sun Mingzhu subconsciously connected. If divorced, dad will definitely marry Aunt Han, and then live with Aunt Han. You don't need to take care of him when he's old, what are you afraid of? Sun Pingzhong immediately scolded, are you stupid? Sun Mingzhu was sprayed with a confused face. Did she say anything wrong? It seems that nothing is wrong. If his parents divorced, according to his father's current situation of being obsessed with Han Baoqin, he would definitely marry her. Besides, Han Baoqin's husband has been dead for more than 10 years, but she has not remarried. Now that she is old, she is probably waiting for her parents to divorce so that she can take advantage of the situation. Sun Pingzhong glanced at his sister and sighed in his heart, how stupid. Her IQ is so low. Then he talked about it. The industrial city is right next to us. It has been rumored to be demolished for several years. Don't you think about it? If our father and mother divorced, and Han Baoqin came into the family, what if they encountered demolition in 2 years? When dividing the house, our father and Aunt Han were mixed together. The area is also the same, 55 square meters for 1 person and 110 square meters for 2 people. It is exactly 1 house. If dad dies first, how to divide the house? Sell it and share the money with Han Baoqin, or let Han Baoqin live alone until she dies. If she lives alone until she dies, her daughter will definitely come to sue her. It's another troublesome thing. Sun Mingzhu was stunned for a long time. She didn't even think about this. She couldn't help but immediately said. Brother has considered it well. So you should try to stabilize mom first. I know she must be sad and disappointed, but this matter is not just her own business. Sun Pingzhong quickly coordinated with his sister to ensure that Sun Mingzhu would not exaggerate and talk nonsense to mom. Stabilizing mom is stabilizing the overall situation. I know. After Sun Mingzhu understood the interests of the matter, she also knew that she couldn't talk nonsense for the time being. She suddenly had a new view on marriage. Once 2 people get married, love is nothing. The most important thing is interests. 2 people form a community of interests. If it involves divorce, it will become a chain reaction. After breakfast, Sun Pingzhong drove to the airport. The second child is coming back. Sun Mingzhu came to the small clinic and saw her mother busy prescribing medicine for patients as soon as she came in. There were 2 patients on drip. Sun Mingzhu put breakfast on the table for her mother. After Bai Yuwan finished her work, she sat aside and started to eat. Several patients laughed and said, Dr. Bai, you are so busy that you can only eat breakfast. You have worked hard. Bai Yuwan smiled. Bai Yuwan ate absent-mindedly. During the meal, her mobile phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. She runs a clinic, and it is normal for strangers to call. So Bai Yuwan rarely refuses to answer. As soon as the call was connected, she called him gently. There was silence on the other end of the line for a while before she said, "Sister, this is Han Baoqin." Bai Yuan's hand trembled slightly, and then she held the phone tightly without saying a word. Because she didn't know what to say. She didn't know what Han Baoqin wanted to do on the phone. "Sister, son Zhenwei and I are the same age, I hope you don't mind calling me sister. This morning, Wai told me that your family had a big fight because of me. I'm so sorry, it's like this. I don't want to. How about this, I'll come over to apologize to you, what do you think? I'll go to your clinic." The other end of the phone talked to himself the whole time, and didn't give Bai Yuwan a chance to speak at all. Bai Yuwan wanted to refuse, but after so many years, she was also curious about the woman who could make her husband Sun Zhenwei miss her all the time. Even if she wanted to divorce, she should meet her husband's first love before the divorce. But it is definitely not appropriate to meet in the clinic. So, she thought about it and said, "In 1 hour, Cheng Shui Pen Lam, next to the industrial city, my Hua private room." Then she hung up the phone. Across the reception desk, Sun Mingzhu looked at her mother in confusion. "Who called just now? Who did you ask to meet later?" Han Baoqin called. As soon as Bai Yuwan finished speaking, Sun Mingzhu stood up. "What did she ask you to do?" "She said she wanted to apologize." Bai Yuwan said with a smile. "Mom. At this time, she is definitely not apologizing. Besides, what kind of apology is there? What she should do is return the house." Sun Mingzhu has read too many novels and TV shows, and knows what routines these mistresses are. As for the apology, maybe Han Baoqin has been waiting to meet the original wife. It is to hurt her mother's heart. "Mom, don't go. I told you the time and place, how can you not go?" Bai Yuwan said in surprise. Sun Mingzhu gritted her teeth, if she had to go. No, she had to follow. Chapter 8 Conversation. Bai Yuwan called the Pao restaurant to book a private room and said, "I'll be there in an hour." 40 minutes later, the clinic was still open. She told a few patients who were receiving for drips that she would go out for a while. She would be back in about an hour. The patients all asked the doctor to be busy first. Bai Yuwan got on Sun Mingzhu's car and headed to the entrance of the industrial city. The industrial city near the village was built along the local main road. A large part of the land used in the industrial city was the land of Jinko village that was requisitioned that year. So the villagers of Jinko village had no land in the third and fourth groups. Many people in the village also went to the industrial city to make a living, find some easy jobs, and earn 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. There are many restaurants at the entrance of the industrial city. The larger ones are mutton pao restaurants, noodle restaurants and fish restaurants. There are no high-end restaurants and food houses here. So the mutton pao restaurant that Bai Yuwan invited Han Baoqin to was already the most luxurious restaurant here. After Bai Yuwan entered the room, she told the waiter about the reserved private room. The waiter smiled and said, "Another guest has just arrived." Bai Yuwan was stunned. Sun Mingzhu wanted to follow her in, but Bai Yuwan shook her head. Sun Mingzhu said, "Then I'll sit in the lobby and wait. Call me if you need anything." "Yes." Bai Yuwan nodded. Bai Yuwan followed the waiter into the private room. The moment the door opened, Bai Yuwan saw a woman in a red velvet dress. Her hair was dyed black, but because of her old age, her hair was a little dry and dull. She was wearing a gold bracelet on her hand, a thin gold necklace around her neck, gold earrings on her ears, and a lot of wrinkles on her face, but she was old and she even put on a little light lipstick. Bai Yuwan could tell from her appearance that she was also powdered, and she was wearing a pair of black shallow high heels on her feet. This dress, according to Bai Yuwan, who has seen many patients, is well prepared. She looked down at her clothes, a thin beige suit jacket that had been washed a little bleached, striped pants on her legs, and a pair of old sneakers given by her daughter on her feet. Her hair was not deliberately permed or dyed, just ordinary black and white. Bai Yuwan was not at all embarrassed, because now that things had come to this, she suddenly understood why her husband liked her. She was a woman, and she was at most an old man. Or, a person. Bai Yuwan smiled, walked forward, and sat opposite. A round table, 2 people chose to sit opposite each other, as if there was a sea in the middle. Bai Yuwan asked leisurely, "You order the dishes?" "No, it's better for you to order." This was the first time Han Baoqin met Bai Yuwan in so many years. Since she contacted Sun Zhenwei more than 10 years ago, she was very curious about what kind of woman her first love married. She heard Sun Zhenwei talk about Bai Yuwan's profession. She was jealous to death at that time. She never thought that Bai Yuwan was actually a doctor. She had worked in the county hospital for many years. Compared to her, Han Baoqin was very inferior. She was just an ordinary person. After graduating from junior high school, she followed her parents to farm. When she was a little older, she worked as a waitress in the county guesthouse for a while. It was also during that experience that she met Sun Zhenwei, whose family opened a shop in the foreign trade market. After her relationship with Sun Zhenwei failed, she went to a big city to work as a waitress for a few years, and then found a man to marry. The man was a businessman, selling some roasted nuts and dried fruits at the market. As a result, more than 10 years ago, the man drank too much and died in a car accident. A year after her husband died, Han Baoqin accidentally heard someone talking about Jinko village. She casually asked Sun Zhenwei and learned that her first love was much better than the one she married later. Sun Zhenwei married a village doctor. The two had 3 children, 2 sons and 1 daughter, and the sons all bought houses in the city. At that time, Han Baoqin regretted it to death. If she had married Sun Zhenwei, she would have given birth to a son. She was the one who had a good life, so why did she only have 2 daughters? Han Baoqin was unwilling to give up, so she went around looking for someone and got the contact information of Sun Zhenwei in Jinko village. Then the two began to communicate secretly. Han Baoqin had indeed dressed up specially for this trip today. The moment she opened the door of the private room, she thought Bai Yuwan must have dressed up and came to compete with her in appearance. Who would have thought that the woman who came in was such a woman? Her hair was short, black and white, and she wore a simple suit jacket and striped trousers. She also wore a white jade bracelet made of Heqian jade on her wrist. It didn't look expensive, but it made her temperament very gentle. She didn't hang any ornaments on her ears and neck, and her face was not painted, but her skin was very white and delicate, and even her hands looked clean. Bai Yuwan just stood there, and she had a kind of romantic and free temperament that made Han Baoqin jealous. The most important thing is that compared to her height of only 1.56 meters, Bai Yuwan is really tall. She looks about 1.7 meters tall, a head taller than her. Why does the other party look elegant and calm even though she is not dressed up? This made Han Baoqin feel a little jealous. Bai Yuwan was not polite either. The main reason was that she kept refusing. She didn't have so much time to waste. After she finished the talk, she had to go back to the clinic to see patients. So she asked the other party if he had any dietary taboos. Han Baoqin shook her head and said no. Bai Yuwan then quickly ordered 2 mutton soup buns and a few signature dishes. While waiting for the dishes to be served, neither of them spoke. Bai Yuwan supported her face with one hand, and stared at the tissue box on the table with bored eyes. Han Baoqin kept staring at Bai Yuwan, wishing she could see any other emotions on Bai Yuwan's face. 10 minutes later, the mutton soup steamed buns came up, and Han Baoqin woke up belatedly, and quickly picked up a paper bag from her side and handed it to her. "Sister, if I have caused you any trouble, I, as your sister, will apologize to you here." Bai Yuwan did not reach out to take it, but just looked at her with a gentle smile. She has been a doctor for so many years, and her emotions have long been stable. She thought she would be shocked when she saw Han Baoqin, and then like the heroine in a TV series, she would start to curse and ask for justice, or confront angrily. But none of the imagination happened. She was just like facing all kinds of patients at ordinary times. Her attitude was very calm. The other party interfered with her family, but said that if he caused you any trouble, he was sorry. It seemed that this sentence could calm all the disputes. Their husband's first love never mentioned the fact that Sun Zhenwei bought her a house, which made Bai Yuwan curious. How should she say this? Or should she think that they had a relationship 40 years ago, so Sun Zhenwei should pay for their past relationship now? Han Baoqin didn't expect Bai Yuwan not to respond. This made her a little embarrassed. She put the gift on the chair next to Bai Yuwan, and then sat opposite her with an embarrassed and apologetic smile on her face. Said, "My affair with a Y has brought trouble to your family. I'm really sorry. But I think you know how loving a Y and I were back then. We were in love, but his mother didn't agree, so we broke up. After many years, we met again. I think this is the fate given to us by God. You know, a person's life is fleeting. Neither he nor I want to regret it until we die. But I didn't want to hurt your family, so we didn't tell anyone that we were together. You and him, you know, were introduced by a matchmaker back then. You have no feelings for each other, but you have lived together for decades by chance. Now that things have become like this, sister, what do you want to do, tell me? Bai Yuwan was stunned by the other party's words. How can people be so shameless? They interfered with other people's families and said it so refreshingly. She and he are in true love, am I the only one who was surprised? Bai Yuwan wanted to scold this shameless woman, for example, you are really good at pretending. Is this the white lotus that people on the internet talk about now? I really want to spit on your face. Shameless thing. But when the words came to her lips, Bai Yuwan couldn't say them. As a doctor for so many years, she was always a decent person, and she would not do such a thing. She felt that she had lived a stable, ordinary, and conscientious life in her life. She didn't want her life in her old age to become a complete compromise. Bai Yuwan didn't say a word, and buried her head in eating. She had to eat the food she ordered. If she didn't eat it, she would have to go out to buy food at noon, so she had to eat it. Han Baoqin saw that Bai Yuwan didn't say anything. She didn't know what she was thinking, so she could only remain silent. She thought about Bai Yuwan scolding her, and she even rehearsed her lines in her mind in advance. How should she fight back? How should she express her love story with a Y, who depended on each other for life and death? But when Bai Yuwan arrived, she just mentioned some dishes and didn't say a word from beginning to end. Could it be that she was moved by their tragic love? So she didn't say anything because she was embarrassed. It must be. She must know that if she continued to stop her, she would only be a stumbling block in other people's love. Han Baoqin also lowered her eyes and ate silently. After a while, Bai Yuwan finished her meal and said, I'm leaving first. Without saying anything, she turned around and walked out of the private room. Then she went to the counter at the door to pay the bill and called Sun Mingzhu out. Sun Mingzhu was confused by her mother's attitude. Mom, what happened? What do you look like? What did you say? Did you fight? Did you spit at each other? Did you pull each other's hair? When the question came out, Sun Mingzhu also found it very funny. This scene of pulling hair in TV dramas seemed unlikely to happen to her mother. After all, her biological mother was a gentle and polite doctor, and she was always a decent person in the eyes of others. In the private room, Han Baoqin tried to clench her fists to make her hands tremble less. Tremblingly, she opened her mobile phone and called Sun Zhenwei. Oh why, she's gone. It was Sun Zhenwei who called her in the morning and said that the affair had been exposed. Han Baoqin was prepared for this, so she said, let me talk to her. Sun Zhenwei wanted to say no, but thinking that he would soon face the trial of his two sons, he accepted Han Baoqin's idea and asked her to talk to Bai Yuwan first. As long as Bai Yuwan didn't make trouble, the two sons would have no way to deal with him. Didn't she say anything? She just asked me to order, and then she didn't say anything. Sun Zhenwei didn't expect that Bai Yuwan didn't say anything. She is a doctor, and she has always been a decent person. Sun Zhenwei thought that she must have compromised and would not do anything radical. After all, Bai Yuwan is a doctor, and a village doctor. She will definitely not divorce. At most, she will face the reality after returning and continue to live like this. Chapter 9 Showdown. Although Sun Mingzhu was curious, she didn't rush to the private room to really see what Han Baoqin looked like. She followed her mother out and got in the car on the side of the road. Along the way, Sun Mingzhu wanted to ask something several times, but she didn't ask anything. Mother didn't want to say it, and it was useless to ask. In fact, Bai Yuwan knew that her daughter wanted to ask, and she wanted to say it, but she didn't know what to say. She said that Han Baoqin was dressed up and looked like a blind date. If she was a man, it was a blind date meeting just now. Saying that Han Baoqin had given her a head start, she kept talking about how she and Sun Zhenwei were true love, and that she was an accident as a wife. Forget it, what's the point of saying all this? Back at the clinic, Bai Yuwan continued to see patients. Sun Mingzhu received a call and said, my second brother is home, I need to go home first. Mom, after you finish seeing these patients, close the door and come back. Yeah. Bai Yuwan nodded. She missed her second son quite a lot. It had been another 3 months since she last saw him. Since he was getting busier and busier at work, they had seen each other less and less. As soon as Sun Mingzhu got home, she saw that the Third World War was unfolding at home. Sun Pingzhi was pressing his biological father Sun Zhenwei to the ground and beating him. The kind of punching and kicking. Of the three children in the Sun family, Sun Pingzhong looked like his father, average, with an ordinary appearance. But his IQ was like his mother Bai Yuwan, who graduated from college. He was also successful in his studies. Business administration was popular at the time, but because there was no company at home, who could he manage? So he started a small business right after he came out. Sun Mingzhu has both the advantages and disadvantages of her parents. She is not very pretty, but she is not ugly either. She has a graceful temperament and is a beautiful girl from a small family. She has a college diploma. Only Sun Pingzhu looks like Bai Yuwan. He is 1.85 meters tall and has inherited the advantages of his parents. He has fair skin and his hair is not the kind of short labor reform style hair. Instead, it is a standard handsome guy with short hair, thick eyebrows and big eyes. In Sun Mingzhu's words, her brother looks like a star, so he is naughty and popular in school. However, he is not good at studying. He also has his father's emotional intelligence and his temper will explode easily. Like a firecracker. Second brother, stop it. If you keep fighting, someone will die. Sun Mingzhu saw that his eldest brother was standing aside and had no intention of persuading him, so he hurried forward to persuade him to stop fighting. Sun Pingzhu pushed Sun Mingzhu aside and said, "Leave it to yourself." After he said that, he rushed up and punched and kicked Sun Zhenwei again. When Sun Pingzhu was in school, he was a famous street scoundrel. He was famous for it. He was always involved in group fights, and he had a group of younger brothers behind him. He was handsome and fierce in fights. Even though he looked like a second-rate guy, he was always admired by girls. He was so handsome. Such a violent guy, after getting married, turned over a new leaf and treated his wife the best. His wife was his first love, childhood sweethearts. Sun Mingzhu knew that no one could persuade Sun Pingzhu, only his second sister-in-law could. She quickly called her second sister-in-law Li Yanran. Second sister-in-law. Come and help. My eldest brother just called. I'm on the way and will be there soon. The sweet voice of the second sister-in-law came from the other end of the phone. It's you cheated again. You bought a house for your mistress again. You are awesome, Sun Zhenwei. Our Sun family has made a lot of money, but you are such a bastard. Are you worthy of my mother? You cheated for more than 10 years, and you even bought a double grave. Why don't you go and bury you two alive now? I feel ashamed to have a father like you. My mother has been running a clinic to make money, but you retired early, so you have too much free time all day, right? So you cheated like others. Do your brothers know that you are so shameless? My mother not only makes money all day, but also washes clothes and cooks for you. Why do you do that? You are so shameless even when you are old. I really want to vomit. Sun Pingzhu beat and scolded Sun Zhenwei, and his face was already bruised and purple. Sun Mingzhu wanted to rush up to dissuade him, but was stopped by Sun Pingzhong. He was already lenient with Dad. If he had really tried to kill him, Dad's nose would have been broken long ago. Sun Pingzhong reminded. Sun Mingzhu stopped. After a while, a woman wearing a black wool skirt and a white denim jacket came in. As soon as she entered the door, she rushed over and grabbed Sun Pingzhu's arm. Stop hitting me. If you keep hitting me, you will have to spend money to treat him if he gets hurt. This sentence made Sun Pingzhu turn around. Li Yanran patted Sun Pingzhu's back from behind, and then helped him calm down like a child. Okay, don't be angry. If you keep hitting me, you have to solve the problem. Where's your mother? Did she agree to you hitting me like this? I'm your father after all. Sun Zhenwei, who was beaten with a swollen nose and face, stood up, covered his nose, and cursed Sun Pingzhu. Sun Pingzhu panted heavily, holding back his anger, and said nothing. Li Yanran kept calming him down. Sun Pingzhong asked Sun Mingzhu to take his father to get bandaged first. Sun Mingzhu sighed, helped Sun Zhenwei up, and then helped him out the door and walked to his mother's clinic. As soon as the two of them went out, they attracted the attention of many people in the village. Some neighbors asked curiously. What happened? Who did you fight with? Sun Zhenwei just smiled and didn't say anything. Sun Mingzhu said, I fell down. Although others were curious, they didn't ask more. Bai Yuwan was sitting in the clinic prescribing cold medicine for a patient. Just after she finished, she saw Sun Mingzhu helping her husband Sun Zhenwei in. Sun Zhenwei had a swollen nose and face, and it was obvious that he had suffered an inhuman treatment. After Sun Zhenwei entered the door, he opened fire on Bai Yuwan. Bai Yuwan, your son beat me, and you don't know how to discipline that rebellious son. It's really outrageous. Bai Yuwan smiled, didn't say anything, just asked him to sit down, just like treating other patients. She chuckled, bandaged him and applied medicine, and asked kindly, "Where else does it hurt? If the ribs are broken, it's best to go to the county hospital for an X-ray before treatment." Other patients who were receiving intravenous drips in the clinic heard Sun Zhenwei's complaints. On the surface, they said nothing, but they were all in a state of panic. What's going on? The second son of the Sun family came back and beat up Sun Zhenwei, his father. This matter. What did Sun Zhenwei do that angered the heavens and the people? Because this was in the clinic, even if Sun Zhenwei had any grievances, he didn't dare to say much, so as not to be laughed at by the villagers. After the bandage was completed, Sun Mingzhu took his father Sun Zhenwei back first. Before leaving, Sun Zhenwei turned back every few steps and told Bai Yuwan to come back quickly after you were done. In Sun Zhenwei's heart, if Bai Yuwan was at home and his son dared to hit him, he would curse this dead woman for not taking good care of the child. She actually let his son do such a rebellious thing. But Bai Yuwan was not at home, he had no amulet. If he dared to scold that bastard, he was afraid that he would die one day, and he really dared to scatter his ashes for him. After arriving home, Sun Pingzhi and others also sat down. Seeing the second son coming back, Sun Pingzhong felt more confident. The second son's bad temper was comparable to his father's, but his father was old and could not beat the second son at all. This time, it was estimated that the money could be recovered. The TV was turned on loudly, but no one was watching TV. Sun Zhenwei sat on the sofa and said nothing. Sun Pingzhi was smoking a cigarette. Just after lighting it, Li Anran looked at him. Sun Pingzhi extinguished the cigarette viciously, and then Li Anran handed him a chewing gum. Sun Pingzhi opened the chewing gum, stuffed it into his mouth fiercely, and began to chew. This scene made Sun Pingzhong stunned. The second son quit smoking? This guy is so street slick, but he actually listened to his wife and quit smoking. It's really unimaginable. Is this what is called one thing conquers another in the world? Sun Pingzhi didn't notice his elder brother's shocked eyes. He casually crossed his legs on the sofa, chewing lazily. Go get the money back. No. Why not? Sun Pingzhi put his feet down, stood up, and looked down at Sun Zhenwei, who was sitting opposite. Sun Zhenwei said, "She is an orphan and a widow, without a husband. There is also a daughter who is not married. Her life is miserable. If I sell the house for money, she will have nowhere to go. She is an orphan and a widow. What does it have to do with you? You are her husband." Sun Pingzhi said sarcastically. "I am not her husband, but I think everyone has sympathy toward her." Sun Zhenwei stiffened his neck. He felt that he had done nothing wrong. Han Baoqin's husband died 13 years ago. Before his death, her husband He Jungwo owed a lot of gambling debts. The creditors came to her house. She sold the house to pay off the debts, and she and her daughter have been renting a house. Her husband also has a younger brother. After the divorce, the house belongs to his ex-wife and son. It is said that the younger brother was later deceived to work in Southeast Asia and never came back. Her mother-in-law is old and lives in an old house in the countryside. She died 10 years ago. They don't have any sympathy for such a miserable person. Really? Sun Zhenwei really thinks that his two sons are extremely cold-blooded. If our father insists on not taking back the money, otherwise, let's sue. This belongs to my parents' marital property. A lawsuit will get the house back. Li Anran suddenly said. What lawsuit? Why should we sue? Second daughter-in-law, don't talk nonsense. Sun Zhenwei didn't expect the second daughter-in-law to say such a thing, and his face changed immediately. Sun Pingzhong did not expect that the second son's wife could say such reasonable words. He agreed, and Ran's words make sense. If our father refuses to take back the money, we can only sue. Both said so. Sun Mingzhu agreed. Sun Pingzhi did not say anything, but turned to Sun Mingzhu and said, "Go and call mom back." Sun Mingzhu knew that the second brother was letting his mother make her own decision. If the lawsuit started, it would be very ugly in his father's heart. In the end, the family would fall apart. Sun Mingzhu hurried to the clinic and told Bai Yuwan about the current situation. There was no one hanging water in Bai Yuwan's clinic. She thought about it and said, "Let's go." Then, she closed the glass door and went home with Sun Mingzhu. As soon as the two got home, Bai Yuwan felt the tense atmosphere in the living room. Sun Pingzhi saw Bai Yuwan coming back, his eyes fell on her, and said directly, "Mom, if we get divorced, I will support you. Whoever wants to support this stupid old man can do so." Chapter 10 Family Meeting. What? Sun Pingzhi's words stunned everyone present. No one expected that Sun Pingzhi would directly say that his parents should divorce, and even more unexpectedly, he immediately arranged the distribution of support himself. He said that he would support his mother, so who would support his father? Sun Pingzhi thought, what about the two sons? Wouldn't I support my father? I don't want to, an old man who is now cheating on his wife to buy a house for his mistress. If I support him, he will spend all his money on Han Baoqin, who has no blood relationship with me. Han Baoqin is an old woman with no ability, and she will definitely secretly spend my father's money on her daughter. In the end, I will indirectly support Aunt Han's family. When thinking of this horrible future, Sun Pingzhi felt that his parents must not divorce. Who wants to divorce? Who told us that we want to divorce? Sun Zhenwei shouted unyieldingly. In Sun Zhenwei's heart, divorce is impossible. He and Bai Yuwan have been married for decades, and he is used to Bai Yuwan's existence. Divorce is definitely not going to happen. He felt that the two of them had quarreled too much. With Bai Yuwan's temper, she would just quarrel a few words at most. Could she really turn the tables? After all, Bai Yuwan was a decent person, and the most taboo thing for decent people was that their private lives were exposed to the gossips of the village gossips. Does Dad plan to enjoy the happiness of having two wives? Let my mother wash and cook for you during the day, and Aunt Han accompany you at night. Sun Pingzhi said sarcastically. What nonsense are you talking about? There is nothing wrong between me and your Aunt Han. We don't have the kind of relationship you said. Sun Zhenwei scolded. Sun Pingzhi didn't look at Sun Zhenwei, but his eyes fell on Bai Yuwan. The two looked at each other, and Sun Pingzhi said calmly, Mom, what do you mean? Me? What do I mean? Bai Yuwan stood there, feeling that everyone's eyes were on her. She is not an introvert, but not an extrovert either. Bai Yuwan has known herself clearly for so many years. She thinks she is a mediocre person. A typical ordinary person. She wants a harmonious family and a happy marriage. She wants to be a good mother, a good wife, a good grandmother, and a good neighbor in the eyes of others. But people are the way. It seems that it is impossible to be perfect. For example, now, she can't quarrel with Sun Zhenwei at home, yelling, "Why did you cheat, Tilda? Can't you forget her? You also bought her a house, you are so shameless. How could I marry a man like you? Oh my God, I am so unlucky." She can't say these words. Because after complaining, you still have to solve the problem. And the current situation, Sun Zhenwei obviously can't really separate from Han Baoqin. Sun Zhenwei's little calculation seems to be very simple, that is, as long as I don't divorce, he can enjoy the happiness of all the people, as his son said. Oh, Xiaozhi is right. He did plan that I would serve him like a nanny during the day, and after the matter was exposed, he would sleep with Han Baoqin at night. What about my existence? Bai Yuwan suddenly began to think. What role did she play in this family? She would spend her whole life with this man, washing clothes, cooking and doing housework. When she got old, she would still have to serve him and watch him buy flowers with other women. Bai Yuwan was suddenly full of doubts. What was she trying to achieve in her life? Just to save face. Sun Pingzhi saw that Bai Yuwan said nothing and her eyebrows drooped slightly, and he knew what his mother was thinking. His mother was a village doctor, and a peaceful doctor in everyone's eyes. She never liked quarrels, especially when her family was in such a mess because of this matter. But Sun Pingzhi knew that his mother had to pass this test. He said, Mom, it's time to stop trying to smooth things over. You have to say something. Do you want to live like this? Bai Yuwan? What did her son ask her to say? Does she have the final say on this matter? No matter what she said, Sun Zhenwei continued to associate with Han Baoqin, which meant that he was determined to take advantage of her and let her be his nanny in the future. Bai Yuwan couldn't swallow this. She didn't plan to swallow it. This matter forced her to express her position. Wait, didn't Xiaozhi want her to just say it, just let it go, and live like this? Does her son really want her to say the word divorce? She was thinking this. Sun Pingzhi said. Divorce is the end of the relationship. He walked over and stood next to Bai Yuwan. I'll support you, let Sun Zhenwei die. She had already stopped calling him dad. Sun Zhenwei's eyebrows jumped. He didn't expect the matter to turn out like this. The second son, the bastard, actually said he wouldn't support him anymore. Sun Pingzhi was even more nervous. In 3 days, the family was in turmoil and a world war broke out. It was almost a matter of life and death. With the second son's temper, he was determined not to support his father anymore after he said it so firmly, so his father would definitely fall on his head. Sun Pingzhi didn't want another stubborn old man in his family. Sun Pingzhi tried to smooth things over. Xiaozhi, calm down. After all, your parents are our parents. Sun Zhenwei knew that Sun Pingzhi didn't want him. He saw Sun Pingzhi talking, and the eldest brother was gentle, so he said, Zhanzi, I will live with you in the future. Sun Pingzhi didn't answer, but just sighed. What's the matter? It has come to the point of divorce. Sun Mingzhu was also confused by the changes in the family. She carefully stuck her head out and said, Are you really going to divorce? Everyone was silent. No word. Bai Yuwan was also thinking, is it really time to divorce? She has lived for 60 years. She knows that life cannot be smooth sailing. There are good times and bad times. It is normal to have peaks and troughs. As the saying goes, life has 3 ups and downs. Just like the economic cycle, there are peaks and there are times of decline and depression. Marriage is not entirely based on love. If there is no love, both parties are comrades in arms who work side by side. As long as they can live a good life, they can still be good teammates. The question now is, has the team reached its limit? Does this team have to be split up? Dad, as long as you say a few words, as long as you solve the matter of Aunt Han, Mom will forgive you. Sun Mingzhu was very nervous. She really didn't want her parents to divorce. She turned her head and looked at Bai Yuwan, isn't it, Mom? After a pause, she added, You will forgive Dad, right? Sun Zhenwei was a little angry. He didn't expect that when he was disliked by his son, Bai Yuwan didn't say anything at all. What's wrong? Are you laughing at me? Without you, Bai Yuwan, I, Sun Zhenwei, will still live a prosperous life in my later years. Sun Zhenwei looked at Sun Pingzhi. Zhang, don't you want your dad in the future? I am your dad, you have no conscience. I really don't want to support you. A stubborn and self-righteous old man. Not only does he have no pension, he also likes to act like a big shot at home. Sun Pingzhi said, Dad, it's not that I don't want to support you. It's that I don't want you and Mom to divorce. I just want our family to be well. Sun Zhenwei was silent. Sun Mingzhu quickly took over. I don't want you two to divorce either. If you really divorce, whose family will I go back to in the future? If you really divorce and marry Aunt Han will move into my house. How can I come back here? I will have no family at home at all. Dad. Think about it. Sun Zhenwei didn't say anything. He just turned back and glanced at Bai Yuwan. Sun Mingzhu looked at her mother pitifully, Mom, say something. Why are you forcing me to speak? Bai Yuwan felt a headache watching this scene. She rubbed her temples, let me know when you have discussed it. She turned around and went back to the clinic. Li Anran sat aside and didn't say a word. She was a daughter-in-law, as a bystander. She saw it clearly. The mother-in-law was a decent person. She was at the most difficult moment of her life and didn't want to make a decision easily. Sun Zhenwei also returned to the room angrily and closed the door. The 3 children looked at each other, then sighed and sat on the sofa in the living room. The sound of the TV was blaring behind them. Sun Pingzhi opened the curtain, walked to their backyard, and smoked beside the vegetable garden in the backyard. In the living room, there were only 3 people left for a while, and there was silence. What decision do you think Mom will make? Sun Mingzhu suddenly asked. Sun Pingzhi didn't speak. Li Anran said, What decision do you want Mom to make? Sun Mingzhu was speechless. Just now Zhe forced Mom to make a decision. Zhe, what decision do you want Mom to make? Divorce. Li Anran continued to ask. Sun Pingzhi didn't say a word. Li Anran sighed. The problem in this matter lies with Dad. It's useless to force Mom. Mom definitely wants a harmonious family. Don't you understand her temper? After Sun Pingjong came in, he said, "But Dad doesn't want to solve the problem at all. That's why I said, don't force Mom, just look at Dad. If he doesn't want to solve the matter with Aunt Han, then this matter. There is no solution," Li Anran thought. Sun Mingzhu's heart trembled. "You mean, if Dad doesn't solve it, there is no solution?" Li Anran laughed and asked, "Do you think Mom will hold back this time?" Sun Mingzhu lowered her head and sighed. Sun Pingzhu said angrily, "Dad bought a house for Han Baoqin. This is not something a human would do." Sun Mingzhu looked at Sun Pingjong. "Brother, what do you think?" Sun Pingjong said, "I don't want the two of them to divorce, but I think we have to prepare for the worst. Mom hasn't said anything yet. Once she speaks, it will be time to make the final conclusion. Do you think Mom will divorce?" Sun Mingzhu asked the second sister-in-law. Li Anran said, "I don't know. I only know that Mom has not spoken, but she is actually waiting for Dad. As long as Dad says that he will not have any contact with Han Baoqin in the future, I think, with Mom's tolerant personality, this matter will be over. But Dad keeps making a fuss, but refuses to solve the problem." Sun Pingzhu said with a face full of anger, "Then prepare for the worst." Sun Pingjong asked doubtfully, "Do you think Mom will not swallow her anger this time? Don't make dumplings anymore." Sun Pingzhu, a street urchin and rebel in the eyes of outsiders, ate the chewing gum stuffed by his wife, and suddenly said, "In the past, she was for the three of us. The child was not grown up, and she didn't want to make a fuss like that. Occasionally, Dad drank too much and beat her, and she endured it. Now, the children have started their own families and careers, and she is a doctor, what can she be tied to?" Sun Pingjong thought of some things her mother had told her in the past and laughed. "Come to think of it, I don't know what our mother likes about our father. Our mother, a top student who graduated from a medical university, married our father, a gangster who graduated from junior high school in that era. She was really blind. Sun Mingzhu is a girl, closer to her mother," she said. "I heard from my mother that it was her parents' order. She wanted to stay in the big city, but her grandparents were afraid that she would not come back, so they called her back from the city. I also know that she started as a doctor in the county hospital. She worked there for more than 10 years and did well. Dad asked her to come back, saying that the two sons were growing up and they had to get married and buy a house. It would cost a lot of money. It is impossible to buy a house for the eldest son and not for the second son. If we buy for both, the financial pressure will be great, and the hospital has less money. If we open a clinic, we have more freedom and more money. In order to buy a house for us, my mother quit her job. I chose a job with a pension in the future. I chose the current one. Apart from my father's filter, he is really not a good husband. If it were me, I would divorce him. This man has no pension and no ability, but he let his wife quit a good job. He also keeps poor his wife. He is not a man at all. So, this time, no matter what decision Mom makes, I support her." After listening to Sun Mingzhu's words, Sun Pingzhu said fiercely, "Divorce is a marriage." Bai Yuwan, who was in the clinic, suddenly sneezed. She just walked all the way to the clinic and thought a lot. She still didn't want to divorce, but she knew that this time, she had no choice. Chapter 11 Destruction. That night, several children were at home. There were enough rooms in the rural home. Bai Yuwan and Sun Mingzhu cleaned up a little, and several beds were neatly arranged. Bai Yuwan and Sun Mingzhu slept in her previous room as usual. Sun Pingjong had a room, and Sun Pingzhu and Li Anran slept in his previous room. Sun Zhenwei slept in a room by himself. Everyone had different thoughts. Sun Pingzhu felt that his mother should divorce. His mother went to college in that era and studied to be a doctor. He felt that marrying his father was a waste. Sun Pingjong was lying on the bed, struggling the most. If they really divorced, the second child didn't want his father, and his father insisted on following him. Then he and his wife would have a quarrel in the future. They were separated before marriage, and he also asked for a homestead in the village to build a house. Although he bought a house, if he needed to support an old man, he still wanted his mother. After all, his mother was smart and capable, and could wash clothes and cook, and she was also a doctor. His father could make money when he was young, but now he can only be a master at home. He needs someone to take care of him, and he has high blood pressure. Nominally, the second child didn't ask for the homestead, and the homestead of the old house belongs to the second child. He and his parents are in the same household registration book. Sun Mingzhu lay on the bed, sleepless all night, as a daughter who got married. Her mind was full of thoughts. She had only been married for a few years, and she would soon lose her natal family. Once her father and mother really divorced. If her father married Han Baoqin, would he let her go back to her natal family to see her father flirting with Han Baoqin? Besides, Han Baoqin's daughter would probably have to go back to their family when she went back to her natal family. If they bumped into each other, it would be embarrassing. Sun Mingzhu felt annoyed just thinking about it. As a doctor, Bai Yuwan was entangled, but she also knew that she couldn't waste her energy on everything. Overthinking would only cause liver qi stagnation, and being too angry would only cause breast nodules. So she went to bed early. Sun Zhenwei tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He had high blood pressure to begin with, and today he was beaten black and blue. He also had a severe headache, so he quickly took some antihypertensive drugs. Sun Zhenwei thought for a long time and decided to call Baoqin to discuss future matters. Hello. What's wrong? The truth has been revealed. The second brother beat me up. Are you seriously injured? Did you go to the hospital? What hospital? I bandaged it at the clinic. Not serious. Not serious, not serious. If this matter cannot be resolved, I will go to your house tomorrow. You will come tomorrow? If you dare to come, you will definitely be torn to pieces by my son. It's better not to. No. Wei, since I want to be with you, I must come. I don't want to be separated. After Sun Zhenwei hung up the phone, he felt a little confused. He wanted to be with Baoqin, which was his lifelong knot. If his mother hadn't stopped them at that time, they would have been a loving couple. Now he didn't want to separate from Baoqin, but he didn't want to divorce Bai Yuwan either. Because after a lifetime, both sides were too familiar with each other. He knew very well that she was a good woman, who worked diligently and steadily all her life, and was a good woman. She was also capable and educated. Unlike him, he had no education and low IQ. Both children were smart like their mother. He really didn't want to divorce, and he also knew that Bai Yuwan didn't want to divorce because she didn't say anything. So he was sure that if she didn't want to divorce, and he didn't want to either, then wouldn't it be good to live like this? Bai Yuwan was in need of a man, and he was used to her service. If they didn't divorce, both sides could get what they wanted, so why did they have to divorce? Let Baoqin come over tomorrow morning to apologize to Yuwan and settle the dispute. Early in the morning, Bai Yuwan was about to go to the clinic after washing up, but was stopped by Sun Zhenwei, who said he wanted to talk. Bai Yuwan asked what to talk about. Sun Zhenwei was stunned for a moment and said, "You will know in a moment." Sun Pingzhong drove Sun Mingzhu. Li Anran went to buy breakfast. Sun Pingzhi had not gotten up yet. Soon, the three of them came back from buying breakfast, and Sun Pingzhi also got up. With a messy pirate-like hair, sleepy eyes, rubbing his eyes and going to wash up. Bai Yuwan looked at her children at home. She felt a lot in her heart. In recent years, as the children grew up, the family rarely became so lively. When Sun Pingzhi finished washing up, everyone was already sitting in front of the sofa and eating breakfast around the coffee table. Steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, vegetable sandwiches, etc. Everything you can think of. They were so happy, as if they had forgotten the dispute of yesterday. Bai Yuwan thought, maybe this was the last time the whole family had such a complete meal. Mingzhu, take a photo. Bai Yuwan said. Let's take a family photo. Sun Mingzhu was stunned, and so were the others. Take a photo at this time. Sun Mingzhu reacted quickly. She felt that some kind of separation was about to come. She suddenly felt her nose sore, silently picked up her phone, everyone put down their food, stood up, Sun Pingzhi put Bai Yuwan in the middle, everyone stood in the living room, smiling. Sun Zhenwei saw that they were taking photos, and hurried over. Bai Yuwan did not refuse. Sun Mingzhu also set the countdown with a floor selfie stick. 3, 2, 1. Cheese. Everyone smiled and took a very simple family photo seriously. They changed several poses and took a few more photos. No one broke the harmony. I'll print out the photos later and give them to everyone, and keep them all. Sun Mingzhu said. Bai Yuwan added, give me a few more. Okay. Sun Zhenwei didn't think too much about it, thinking it was just a normal photo shoot at a dinner party. He was focused on the door, waiting for someone to knock on it. Sun Pingzhong had a bitter face and couldn't eat breakfast anymore. He understood what his mother was going to do. Sun Pingzhe and Li Anran also lowered their eyes without saying a word. The corners of Sun Pingzhe's mouth collapsed into a straight line. Bai Yuwan was eating a steamed bun with vegetables leisurely. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Sun Zhenwei's face lit up and he ran to open the door. Everyone was puzzled. When the door opened, a woman wearing blue jeans, a peony casual jacket, and shallow black leather shoes walked in. Sun Zhenwei took Han Baoqin to the front yard, lifted the transparent leather curtain, and walked into the middle door. Everyone looked up and instantly set their sights on Han Baoqin's face. Sun Pingzhe threw the fried dough sticks in his hand, flew over the coffee table, and was about to hit Han Baoqin in the face. Li Anran thought, "It's bad, I didn't hold him back." Han Baoqin had imagined countless possibilities. She also heard Sun Zhenwei talk about the violent temper of the second son of the Sun family, and she knew that today was over. She made a prompt decision. Before Sun Pingzhe rushed over, Han Baoqin knelt on the ground with a plop. This kneeling scared everyone, including Sun Pingzhe, who was about to take action. After Han Baoqin knelt down, she knelt 3 times and knelt in front of Bai Yuwan, hugged Bai Yuwan's thigh, and began to cry bitterly. She was crying. "Sister, it's all my fault. I destroyed your family. It's all my fault." Chapter 12 Drama. I know it's useless for me to say anything now. Please forgive our Wei. I will never meet our Wei again, please don't be angry with our Wei. I don't want your family to be torn apart because of me. All the Sun family members were dumbfounded at this moment, not knowing what to say, staring at this scene in a daze. Because the impact of this scene was too great. No one could react. Han Baoqin saw that everyone was stunned, and she made up her mind on the spot. Seeing a pair of large scissors under the coffee table of the Sun family, she picked up the large black scissors and was about to stab her neck. "If you don't forgive our Wei, I am willing to die today to prove my will." She was about to stab the large scissors into her neck. Everyone still didn't move. Bai Yuwan was stunned by the scene in front of her. There was only one person in the whole audience, Sun Zhenwei. He ran over quickly. "Baoqin, don't!" He yelled and snatched the scissors from Han Baoqin's hand. He held Han Baoqin in his arms and said loudly, "Why are you apologizing to her? We are not wrong. You are not wrong either." Han Baoqin hugged Sun Zhenwei's arm and cried loudly. "Oh, why? What are you talking about? I was wrong. I shouldn't have contacted you in the first place." Han Baoqin's crying made Sun Zhenwei feel pity for her. He was heartbroken. "Don't say it. If my mother hadn't stopped us, how could we have contacted each other after decades? You are the person I love most in my life. Oh, why, woo woo woo. Baoqin, woo 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 woo." The two people were like Romeo and Juliet in suffering. This scene made several children of the Sun family dumbfounded, including Bai Yuwan. Bai Yuwan was stunned. What an acting school. Sun Pingzhong, who was always calm, was speechless by the scene and said, "What kind of situation is this now? Are you acting like a TV show?" Sun Pingzhe, the venomous guy, snorted coldly, "Old sister-in-law. You are already old, so stop acting. You don't have to pretend to be a big shot here. Don't I understand what you are thinking? It's just forcing the emperor to abdicate." Sun Mingzhu muttered in a low voice. Sun Pingzhe rolled his eyes at the shameless woman and cursed, "You have already torn my family apart and disintegrated, how far are you going to go?" Par. Sun Zhenwei raised his hand and slapped Sun Pingzhe. The slap was very strong. Sun Pingzhe's face turned red on the spot. Sun Zhenwei's eyes were red, and he roared, "You rebellious son, how can you talk like that? She is your Aunt Han." Sun Pingzhe often got into group fights in his early years, and this slap was nothing to him. He stared at Sun Zhenwei fiercely, like a wolf, and spat, saying, "Aunt Han? I don't have an aunt who destroys other people's families." Sun Mingzhu stood up, pointed at Sun Zhenwei's nose, and couldn't help saying, "Dad, you guys are old and do this, and you're still beating my second brother now, you're really." Sun Zhenwei was not ashamed, instead, he was proud of it. "What's wrong with me? What do you kids know about the love between Baoqin and me? We have known each other since we were 18 years old. She is the woman I love most in this world." Sun Pingzhong was so angry that he almost lost his temper. "Dad, what you said is so chilling. Sun Mingju's tears burst out from her eyes. She held back the tears and said, "Do you know how much my mother has given to this family? Are you still a human being like this? Love always comes first and comes later." Sun Zhenwei felt that he was not wrong. Love? Har har har. Sun Pingzhi laughed out loud out of anger. Sun Pingzhong. He usually has no temper, but now he is almost mad with anger. He said sarcastically, "You are old and you are talking about love here. What's the matter? We are not worthy of talking about love. You just love to the point of breaking the sky and the earth." Sun Pingzhi rolled up his sleeves and stared at Sun Zhenwei with a fierce look, like a wolf staring at its prey. "We have no right to interfere with what happens between you and Aunt Han, but you are like this now. You have hurt my mother's heart. I will fight with you today." Sun Zhenwei quickly took 2 steps back. He shouted to Bai Yuwan, who had been silent all the time. "Bai Yuwan, you don't want to talk, right? You let your son bully me, right? I tell you, I want a divorce today. Divorce. I want to be with Baoqin for the rest of my life. You can't stop me." Lian Ran stood up in the fuss, pulled Sun Pingzhi from the side, shook his head, and Sun Pingzhi pretended to push the woman aside. "Zhe, calm down." Lian Ran said 3 words. Sun Pingzhi glanced at his wife angrily, then curled his lips and couldn't help cursing. Bai Yuwan sighed. Sun Mingzhu was stunned when she heard that his father wanted to divorce, and tears suddenly flowed down. She looked panicked. "Dad. Are you serious?" Sun Zhenwei found that Bai Yuwan still didn't say anything. He suddenly became confident. This woman would not divorce. Since she would not divorce, he would make a scene. The louder she made a scene, the more afraid she would be. By then, he and Baoqin would not have to separate. Sun Zhenwei said in a loud voice, "I'm serious. I have long disliked Bai Yuwan. This woman is so boring. She only knows how to see patients, wash clothes, and cook all her life. She can't say any love words. She is so stupid. Boring. Divorce. I must divorce today." Sun Pingzhong never thought that the divorce must be said by his mother, but he didn't expect it to be his father. His eyes were sore and he felt his spirit was beating. He said, "Dad, you insist on getting a divorce. If this gets out, do you know what the villagers will think?" Sun Zhenwei helped Han Baoqin up. His eyes were red with anger. He pointed at Sun Pingzhi and glared at Sun Pingzhong. "You 2 bastards are going to beat me to death today. I don't care what others think." Sun Mingzhu didn't expect that because of a woman, this family would really be ruined. She turned to her mother for help. "Mom." Everyone couldn't help but look at Bai Yuwan. Because she was the heroine at the center of this incident. But from beginning to end, she didn't say a word. Just when everyone thought Bai Yuwan would collapse, Bai Yuwan burst into laughter. Har ha 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 ha. It was really funny. She couldn't control herself. Is there anything more interesting in the world than this? As a doctor, she had seen all kinds of weird things in the hospital, but she didn't expect that such a dramatic incident would happen in her peaceful home. That's what the eldest brother said. Is it a TV show? It's a soap opera that makes people's skin drop. A 8 o'clock drama. Please don't make people laugh. Or maybe Sun Zhenwei is really affectionate, but he didn't give her a single cent of this love, and kept it all for his beloved Han Baoqin. She has lived with this man for a lifetime, and she didn't know that she could hear the word love from him again. This matter is really enough to make people laugh. Sun Pingzhong panicked when he saw his mother laughing so hard that tears came out. "Dad, you are such a jerk. You've driven Mom crazy." Sun Mingzhu came over and grabbed Bai Yuwan's arm. "Mom, don't be angry. Dad was just joking." Lian Ran also came over and comforted her. "That's right. Dad won't get a divorce. Dad was just joking." Sun Zhenwei became even angrier when he saw Bai Yuwan smile. He felt that this woman was laughing at him. He felt malicious. "I'm not kidding. I just want a divorce. I can't live with this woman anymore. I want to spend the rest of my life with Baoqin. We made an agreement." Chapter 13 Gossip. Sun Pingzhong couldn't hold back anymore and held his forehead and said, "Dad, you're crazy. It's time to stop provoking Mom." Sun Mingzhu wiped her tears and said with great heartache, "Dad. You're going crazy alone. Are you really going to force Mom to divorce you to satisfy me?" Sun Pingzhi clenched his fists and tried hard to resist the urge to punch and smash that face. If Lian Ran hadn't been there to hold him back, he knew he would really lose control. This man has no heart. This man deserves to die. Sun Zhenwei seemed to be crazy. He looked at Bai Yuwan without saying a word. Although she was silent, the smile in her eyes made him even more angry. She was not angry, but still smiling. She was probably crazy. Even if she wasn't crazy, she was definitely laughing at him. Sun Zhenwei yelled in exasperation. I was so blind to marry you in my life. Now it's like this. Let's get a divorce. You took the Yangguan Road, and I took my single plank bridge. Bai Yuwan? She still had a smile on her face. If her children weren't there, she really wanted to curse. She did take the Yangguan Road. He did take the single plank bridge. If it goes on like this, being abandoned by everyone, is it really good? Is it worth it to do this for a woman like Han Baoqin? She felt it was not worth it, but obviously, Sun Zhenwei felt it was very worth it. Their love was a great and moving one. Anyone who prevented them from being together was a beast. She wanted to say a lot of things, but she swallowed them down when the words came to her lips. Because his son, daughter and daughter-in-law are all here, Sun Zhenwei can go crazy. If she goes crazy too, what will she look like in the eyes of her children and daughter-in-law? Dad is not normal, so mom will go crazy too. It will only make the daughter-in-law laugh at her in her heart, and the neighbors will laugh at her. Sun Pingzhi looked at his mother with a light smile on her face. Sometimes he thought his mother was amazing. She has been emotionally stable for so many years. No matter what happens, she can stay calm. Just like now, Dad is so crazy. If it were any other woman, she would have exploded long ago. As a result, his mother just faced the criticism with a cold brow, and turned around to smile in vain. He admired his mother very much. Sun Mingzhu was crying like a heavy rain, lying on the shoulder of her second sister-in-law Lian Ran, crying uncontrollably. Sun Pingzhi's face became colder and colder. Perhaps because the noise inside the house was too loud, passers-by outside looked sideways and took a few more glances at the Sun family whose door was tightly closed. Someone walked to the Sun family's house. Zhenwei, go and have a look. I heard that there seemed to be a commotion at the door of Sun Lao's house. Zhenwei is Sun Jinping's wife, 5 years older than Bai Yuwan. Sun Jinping is the eldest in the Sun family. Sun Zhenwei is the second. In a street in the village, the East family is getting divorced, the West family is getting separated, the South family is making a mess, and the North family is cleaning up. If there is a commotion in one family, how can other families not know about it? Not to mention such a big commotion. It's hard not to be known. Rural people like to sit at the door of their house, enjoy the breeze and sun, and chat. Look. The noise at Sun Lao's house was heard clearly. One person came to Sun Lao's house, and several women came over and talked together. I heard it, too. It seems that all the children are here these days. God knows what happened. Zhenwei was shocked. What could possibly happen? Sun Lao's family is the richest among the Sun family, and his children are the most capable. She and Bai Yuwan are sisters-in-law. She has always admired Bai Yuwan because she is a village doctor, and Zhenwei is just an ordinary rural woman with no other abilities. Her husband Sun Jinping used to run a clothing store in the county, but it was not doing well and was transferred. Later, their family opened a small store in the village to make a living. Although it is not as lavish as Lao's family, it is more stable than ordinary people. It is your Sun family after all, so you should go and see it. Maybe someone has a terminal illness, or someone is in trouble. If there is really any difficulty, tell everyone and help if you can. Zhenwei gritted her teeth and decided to go to Hong Shuzhen first. Hong Shuzhen is Sun Zhenwei's wife. Sun Zhenwei is the third child. Sun Zhenwei is the second child in the old Sun family. There is also a younger sister, Sun Xianglian, who married to the next town. After listening to this, Hong Shuzhen thought that if there was really something serious in Sun Lao's family, what could they, the two women, do? They couldn't persuade Sun Lao at all. It would be better to call the man back home. Zhenwei quickly called Sun Jinping and asked him to go home first. Sun Jinping, who was fishing on the nearby river beach, quickly picked up his fishing gear and walked back. It didn't matter if he was empty-handed today, so he went home to see what happened to Lao's family. Half an hour later, Sun Jinping drove his own minivan back. As soon as he came back, Zhenwei pulled him over and talked to him. It was nothing more than that something seemed to have happened in Lau's family. As a woman, it was not easy for her to come and interrupt, so it would be better to ask Sun Jinping to come and see for himself. Sun Zhenwei worked as a security guard in a nearby industrial city. A salary of 2,000 yuan was enough for his cigarettes. He heard that something happened at his second brother's house, so he rode his electric bike back quickly. Ask the eldest brother what happened. Sun Jinping shook his head. How could he know? The two walked towards Sun Zhenwei's house together, and the door was ajar. Sun Jinping pushed the door and came in. As soon as he came in, he saw the middle door was wide open, and several people were standing inside the door. The atmosphere seemed very cold. What's wrong? Why are you arguing? The neighbors know about it. Sun Jinping asked. Sun Pingzhong, who was almost collapsed by his father, turned around and saw that his uncle and third uncle were here. He was suddenly sad. It is said that men don't shed tears easily, but they just haven't reached the point of being sad. Uncle, our family is going to be completely broken up. What's going on? Why is Zhangzi crying? Sun Jinping probably didn't expect that as soon as he came over, he would see Sun Pingzhong crying, Sun Pingzhi hugging his arms with a gloomy face, and Sun Mingzhu was already beside him, crying on the shoulder of his second sister-in-law Lian Ran, with tears all over her face. What's going on, this? Sun Jinping looked at this place in confusion. Bai Yuwan was standing there, Sun Zhenwei and a woman. Who is this woman? Sun Jinping looked at the woman next to Sun Zhenwei in confusion, always feeling a little familiar, but couldn't remember. Sun Zhenwei was also confused by this scene, and followed his eldest brother's gaze for a few circles. When his gaze fell on Han Baoqin's face, he was stunned for a moment. This person, very familiar. But he is not a villager. But where have I seen him before? A picture flashed through his mind, and then, the third brother Sun Zhenwei reacted all of a sudden. This seems to belong to my second brother. He didn't say the rest of the words. He swallowed it down. Because this seemed to be my second brother's first love decades ago. At that time, it was quite lively at home. He was just envious of my second brother for having a girlfriend. But after several times of quarreling at home, the third brother Sun Zhenwei remembered the appearance of this woman. But Sun Zhenwei never thought that after 40 years, he would meet her here again. What is this called? I can't remember the name. It looks like a piano. Sun Jinping was shocked by Sun Zhenwei's surprise, which made him turn around for a moment. What is the second brother's? He fixed his eyes on Han Baoqin's face, and was stunned for 3 seconds before reacting. The events of that year were vivid in his mind. This must be Sun Zhenwei's first love. After Sun Jinping realized this, he was stunned. How could the second brother's first love appear here? It's not right. Didn't the second brother break up with his first love 40 years ago? How did this and Baoqin show up? Could it be? At first, he thought that the family had a conflict over money. Just now, he and the third brother were discussing on their way that if someone really had a terminal illness and needed money, their two families would give some money. Saving lives is the most important thing. Sun Jinping never thought that at his age, the cause of the family trouble might be an affair. This made Sun Jinping, who came to mediate, speechless. But he is the eldest brother. Since he is here, he can't be timid. He can only ask what's going on and see if he should intervene in other people's family affairs. Zhao Mai and Hong Shuzhen also rushed over after finishing their work. When they arrived, they saw this crowded situation. Sun Jinping asked with a peacemaker look. What's going on? Can anyone tell me? Sun Zhenwei stood with Han Baoqin without saying a word. Sun Pingzhong and Sun Pingzhi looked at each other, and Sun Pingzhi didn't say anything. Sun Mingzhu is a woman. She doesn't care so much. In her eyes, the family is about to fall apart. What's their face and the inside? She came all at once. Uncle, third uncle, you all saw it. My dad hooked up with his first love, bought a house for this woman, and bought a double grave. Now my dad is clamming for a divorce. Sun Mingzhu explained the current situation in a few words. Sun Jinping's eyes were as big as eggs. Huh? Second brother, don't be so impulsive, you are already old, can't you solve any problems properly? Sun Zhenwei was also speechless. He just thought secretly in his heart that at most his second brother contacted his first love and the family was in turmoil. He could never have imagined that his second brother was so infatuated that he bought a house for his first love and the two of them also bought a cemetery. Fuck. How can he complain? This matter. 2. Shocking. Zhao Mai and Hong Xiuzhen, who had just arrived, were also stunned when they heard the words. Most women in the village love gossip and gossip about the East and West families. But Zhao Mai and Hong Xiuzhen usually listen to gossip about other people's families, but they never thought that such a big melon could happen to the old Sun family. Especially the second brother's family has always been the object of envy of their two families. Who said Bai Yuwan is a rare scholar in the village, and she is also a doctor. A rare respectable person in the village. The result. With such a good wife, the second son still cheated. This is hard to judge. I also want to solve it, but they just want to force Bao Qin to death. Bai Yuwan is such a hateful woman, I can't live with her anymore. Sun Zhenwei looked like he had given up, and he stood with Han Baoqin. Han Baoqin lowered her eyebrows and eyes, lowered her head, and said nothing, as if she had suffered a lot of grievances. It was as if she was bullied by all the Sun family. Sun Jinping has always had severe high blood pressure and high blood lipids. Hearing Sun Zhenwei's words, he felt dizzy and swollen for a while, and hurriedly asked Zhao Mai to go home to get him medicine. He was helped by Sun Pingzhong to sit down and rest. Uncle Sun Zhenwei saw that things had become like this, so he had to go first. Our Wei, let's sit down and talk slowly, and don't say anything angry anymore. Zhao Mai and Hong Xiuzhen looked at each other, and the two of them pulled Bai Yuwan to the backyard, past the vegetable garden, and then went out through the back door and stood outside the back door. Zhao Mai asked Bai Yuwan what was going on. Chapter 14 Divorce. Bai Yuwan didn't want to say it, but now that things had come to this, it seemed there was nothing shameful. She told the whole story in a few words, which was almost the same as what Sun Mingzhu had just said, except that she had more details than Sun Mingzhu. Because it's simple. Just a way to fix things, but there isn't one. After listening to this, Zhao Mai felt a little bit excited. She didn't expect such a big scandal to come out of the second brother's family. But she couldn't say openly that you guys are making such a fuss. She still needs some persuasion. The second brother is determined to divorce you now, you must not agree. If you agree, you will be a fool. Hong Xiuzhen also said, this woman is here to make trouble just because she sees that you are doing well. That is to say, our lives are good now, our living conditions are better, and our children are successful, but this woman whose husband died has started to act like a troublemaker. Zhao Mai analyzed from an outsider's perspective. Hong Xiuzhen agreed with her eldest sister-in-law's opinion and said, second sister-in-law, you must not take advantage of others. Life is so stable now, and there are rumors that our village will be demolished soon. If you really get divorced, you will be stupid. Hong Xiuzhen and Zhao Mai have always admired and envied the second brother's daughter-in-law, Bai Yuwan. Hong Xiuzhen herself is also in a spectator's mindset now, but that does not prevent her from sympathizing with her second sister-in-law Bai Yuwan. Only women like them know how much the second sister-in-law has contributed to the family throughout her life. I didn't expect that in the end, the man would insist on running away with his first love. What kind of thing is this? Zhao Mai also thought of the demolition and immediately said, yes, this woman knows that our village is about to be demolished, and she is trying to instigate you to divorce. If you divorce, she will marry the second son, and when the demolition comes back, she will get the head fee and the demolished house, and then she will definitely divorce you. When you divorce, the second son doesn't want to give you 55 square meters, so you will definitely have to go to court, and you will definitely want a discount after the lawsuit. This woman definitely wants money. Hong Xiuzhen patted Bai Yuwan's shoulder and said, that's what I mean. What true love? Just listen to it. Who are you trying to disgust? Who are you trying to fool? It was just a relationship 40 years ago. You have no sense of propriety. Yuwan, we can't let people laugh at our Sun family. It's okay for the second brother to get mad this time, but you should stay calm. After a while, when he thinks things through, it will be fine. Don't mind what he says in anger now. Zhao Mai was just watching the fun, but she also really felt sorry for Bai Yuwan. Bai Yuwan had a very hard life. She was a college student of that era, studying medicine. She was originally living in a big city, but her family forced her to return home and marry Sun Zhenwei. Just get married. Being a doctor in a county hospital is so respectable. As a result, because he was too cowardly, he finally returned to their village and became a village doctor. Village doctors are also decent, but they are always inferior to the doctors in the county hospital. The two of them kept persuading. Bai Yuwan nodded. Zhao Mai and Hong Xiuzhen also knew Bai Yuwan's personality. They had been sisters-in-law for decades. How could they not know what kind of person Bai Yuwan was? He has a rather cowardly and weak personality. Outsiders all say that Bai Yuwan is a decent person. In fact, in the eyes of the two of them, Bai Yuwan is proud of herself deep down. After all, being able to study so well is not something that ordinary people can do. But her usual advantage is to please the people around her. She has no opinion, and often goes with the flow. No matter what the people around her say, as long as she thinks it is good for everyone and makes everyone happy, she will do it. For example, when I returned to my hometown after college, or when I left the county hospital, or when I became a village doctor. All her actions seemed to prioritize the happiness of others. Not herself. But they both felt that Bai Yuwan was lucky. She was a medical university graduate in the early 1980s, and her marriage to Zhenwei was the beginning of a good hand going badly. Fortunately, I still have a card in my hand, the doctor from the county hospital. I went back to the county hospital to develop, but my good fortune went downhill. Later, I became a village doctor and was still able to make money. I also had a good reputation in the village and bought houses for my children. I lived a very good life in the village. If this big news happened to someone else, given the gossipy nature of rural people, the two of them might have started to laugh at them immediately, but this happened to Bai Yuwan. They think. Bai Yuwan's life was quite pitiful. Live your whole life for others. I never had my own ideas. When did you live according to your own wishes? As a result, up to now, according to what Sun Mingzhu said just now, Bai Yuwan has not expressed any opinions or said anything, she just stood aside and watched. She seemed to be still waiting for Sun Zhenwei to make a decision first. It's already this late. Still letting others make decisions. They both felt sorry for her when they thought of her. To be honest, sister-in-law, in my eyes, you are the kind of person I admire, but your character is really... What should I say? If it were me, I would have stubbornly stayed in the big city after graduating from medical school. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of brain. Look at you. You were controlled by your parents back then, and then by your husband after you got married. Until now, you haven't said a word. You are expecting him to come back. As long as Sun Zhenwei solves the mess with Han Baoqin, you will not divorce. I don't want you to get divorced either, but I still want to ask you to make a decision on your own someday. Don't always let others push you around. It makes me anxious just watching you do that. Hong Xiuzhen thought about all the mess going on and felt worried about Bai Yuwan. She turned around and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Zhao Mai didn't expect that the third son's wife actually told the truth. She quickly winked at her, but found that she was secretly wiping away her tears, which made Zhao Mai very sad. My nose felt sore for a while. Zhao Mai said. My second daughter-in-law, Xiuzhen, is right. But I still hope you think it through. It's best not to get a divorce. If you get divorced, Mingzhu will really have no family to call her home. It will be difficult for this family to have a reunion dinner during the Chinese New Year. Life is long, think clearly. Bai Yuwan knew that what her sister-in-law and Xiuzhen said was right. She nodded again. Then she sighed. What they said is right in some ways. She really hoped that this matter would be handled by Sun Zhenwei. Because she really doesn't want a divorce. But she didn't expect that in the heart of the third daughter-in-law, she was always being pushed around. She knows that she tends to be indecisive. Bai Yuwan sighed deeply in her heart. Go back inside. Sun Jinping and Sun Zhenwei were unable to persuade the second son, Sun Zhenwei, at all. Sun Jinping was so angry that he felt a throbbing headache even after taking antihypertensive drugs. He simply ignored it. Sun Zhenwei saw that even his elder brother couldn't control him. After much persuasion, he left angrily. Zhao Mai and Hong Xiuzhen followed their husbands. The two talked as they walked. My second son's wife, I really feel that my life is miserable. Zhao Mai sighed. When Hong Xiuzhen thought about the bad things Sun Zhenwei had done, she wanted to. That's right. A college student back then ended up like this. He worked diligently for that family his whole life, but ended up getting stabbed in the back by an old man. It's disgusting to think that a man turned around and looked for his former lover. Zhenwei also had a look of disgust on her face. Old second is really something. I feel sorry for you Wan for doing such a thing. Thinking of Bai Yuwan's life over the years, Hong Shuzhen couldn't help but think, she looks lucky, but in fact she has a hard life. I don't think she has a better life than us. Zhenwei sighed with emotion. He looks like a doctor, a village doctor at that, respectable enough, but his man is fooling around outside and even buying a house for his mistress. Fortunately, Jinping is not that foolish. Hong Shuzhen sighed, it's the same in my family. Zhenwei is not stupid enough to that extent. Alas, if they really get divorced, Yuan's life will be a pity. Yes. She has devoted her whole life to her family. If she gets divorced, what will she do for the rest of her life? At this age, in my 60s, getting married is not realistic. Just live alone. I heard that Shezhe asked his mother to live with him. That's fine. I can live in the city with Shezhe. It will be quieter. The two chatted for a few minutes and then went home. They are an ordinary family, doing ordinary work. Unlike the second child's family, they bought a house in the city for their children. The two families worked hard and bought a house for their son in the county, where house prices are cheap. Zhenwei had some thoughts in mind. On the surface, she did feel sorry for Bai Yuwan, but in reality, she felt it would be funny if they really got divorced. By then, the entire Group 4 of Jinko village will see Sun Zhenwei's family make a fool of themselves. After all, it is not glorious to buy a house for your first love if the news gets out. Bai Yuwan is a famous village doctor. The whole Jinko village will probably laugh at her. She can't even keep her family. What is the point of a woman earning money? I can't even control my own man. Even so, he is still a scholar. Zhenwei looked at the sunset with a bright smile on her face. After Bai Yuwan returned to the living room. When Sun Zhenwei saw her coming in, he shouted loudly, "Divorce, divorce, I must get a divorce." Sun Pingzhong simply wanted to strangle his own father to death. Sun Pingzhi said nothing, his face surprisingly calm. Sun Mingzhu started to cry again, and Lian Ran handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. The box of tissues disappeared quickly. Good. Bai Yuwan said. What? Sun Zhenwei thought he had heard it wrong. I scratched my ears subconsciously. What did she say? She said yes. She must have said it wrong, or I must have heard it wrong. Bai Yuwan would agree to my divorce. She loves me so much. There must be something wrong. Did her elder sister-in-law and younger sister-in-law say anything nonsense to her? Sun Zhenwei was thinking wildly. Han Baoqin sat there, also stunned. Did she hear it right? Bai Yuwan said, okay. Is this really going to be a divorce? Her goal today was achieved. Han Baoqin didn't expect the surprise to come so soon. Sun Pingzhong? Did his mother speak just now? Or didn't she? Was he hallucinating? Sun Pingzhi. His mother just said it, right? I guess I heard it right. Mother agreed to the divorce. No way. The sun rose from the west today. Sun Mingzhu. My mom is crazy, she is really crazy. It's okay that my dad is crazy, but now my mom is crazy too. Did she agree to divorce? Lian Ran sat there with a look of surprise on his face. Bai Yuwan thought her voice was too soft and Sun Zhenwei didn't hear it, so she repeated it. You want a divorce, I agree. The three children of the Sun family all stood up on the spot. Chapter 15 Determination. They all looked at Bai Yuwan in surprise, as if they were looking at an alien. Sun Zhenwei was also stunned. He never thought in his life that Bai Yuwan would say this. Sun Zhenwei's face looked a little ugly. Do you know what you are saying? Does this woman know what she is talking about? She definitely doesn't know. Was she really mad at herself? How much she loves me, she must be about to collapse now, so she agreed to divorce. Bai Yuwan said calmly. Didn't you keep talking about divorce? I said I agreed. What? Are you deaf and can't hear me? Then do you want me to go to the hospital and make an appointment with the ENT department to check your ears? The corner of Sun Pingzhang's mouth twitched. He has always been a man who makes a big splash when he does something quiet. It seems to have exploded today. Sun Pingzhi showed a satisfied smile. Only Sun Mingzhu looked at the scene in horror, as if she was about to collapse. Her parents were really going to divorce. She originally thought that the threat of whether or not to divorce was in the hands of her father, who was an impatient man, while her mother was slow and decent, and would never say anything that would destroy the entire family. But today, Sun Mingzhu began to understand that the threat of whether their family lived well or not was actually in the hands of her mother. My mother usually looks calm and collected, but she would be very angry if she got angry. Just 3 words could make her father so angry that he jumped up and down. The veins on his forehead began to pop out. Sun Zhenwei stood up and roared, You, Bai Yuwan, you woman. Facing Sun Zhenwei's cannibalistic attitude, Bai Yuwan waved her hands. If we divorce, I have a condition. You have another condition. Sun Zhenwei couldn't believe it. Bai Yuwan said calmly, change the household registration to Shezhe, and when the house is demolished in the future, you can take your area and head fee, and we won't have to deal with any property division. Sun Pingzhong quickly asked, Mom, what about the house he bought with his mistress? Bai Yuwan said, the house will be discounted according to the market price, and half of the discount money will be returned to me. In this way, it can be considered as marital property. I am right. Sun Pingzhong swallowed his saliva and said nervously, Mom, you today. Why do you look different? Sun Pingzhu's smile deepened. He liked his mother very much today. Usually he always disliked his mother for being cowardly and indecisive. Today, his mother felt proud and finally lived her own life and had her own ideas. This was a good thing. Sun Mingzhu brainstormed and thought about it for a while. She has read a lot of online novels. Could it be that her mother has been reborn through a dead body? Sun Mingzhu suddenly blurted out, Mom, you didn't fall into the water just now, did you? Was she possessed? This kind of vigorous and resolute style is not like her mother at all. Mingzhu, Mom is neither stupid nor foolish. Bai Yuwan smiled at Sun Mingzhu. It was just in the early years, for my parents, and after I got married, for my family, and then after I had you, for my children. Bai Yuwan tilted her head and thought about her life. I seem to always live for others. Now, I am 60 years old. It is time to think about myself. After a pause, Bai Yuwan's eyes fell on Sun Zhenwei, if you don't agree, I won't sign. Since her mother had decided to divorce and was ready, Sun Mingzhu suddenly felt relieved. She turned her head and looked at Sun Zhenwei, yes, if my mother doesn't agree to divorce, you and this mistress will never be able to see each other in public. Han Baoqin, who had been silent all this time, suddenly burst into tears on her face. She turned around and hugged Sun Zhenwei's arm, saying pitifully, Wei, I don't want to destroy your family, I don't. When Sun Zhenwei saw Han Baoqin crying, he felt that it was all his fault. It was because he did not handle this relationship well that Han Baoqin was collectively bullied. He felt so distressed. Baoqin, what are you talking about? How could you destroy my family? It's all because of that woman Bai Yuwan. This woman deliberately doesn't want to live a peaceful life. Don't sympathize with her. Han Baoqin's tears flowed even more fiercely, and her voice choked with sobs. Wei, I just want to be with you, but I don't want your family to be ruined because of me. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Baoqin, you are not wrong. Sun Zhenwei felt distressed, looked at Bai Yuwan, and said sternly, Bai Yuwan, you want a divorce, right? I'll grant you that. He then said. But you asked me to change the head of the household. What do you mean? After the head of the household is changed, will you join forces with your son to drive me out of my home? Sun Pingzhong had figured out his mother's intention, but he didn't expect that his own father hadn't thought of anything. His father was really brainless, Sun Pingzhong sighed. Dad, you really judge others by your own standards. Dad, you are so shameless that you are hopeless. Sun Pingzhong folded his arms and watched the show. When the plot developed to this point, he knew that his mother was serious this time. Bai Yuwan said, Sun Zhenwei, after the divorce, I will not live here, you can still live at home. Then where do you live? Sun Zhenwei asked subconsciously. Bai Yuwan declared in a sonorous voice, I have a clinic to live in. I asked you to change the household owner, but I don't want my divorce to be used to help others. I don't want other women to take away my son's property. If their household owner is changed, when the house is demolished, the one who signs will be Sun Pingzhu, and the name on the check will also be Sun Pingzhu. This is my house. Sun Zhenwei burst out in an instant. His cloudy eyes were red. Bai Yuwan glanced at Han Baoqin, who was looking pitiful, and said with a smile, if you want no one to see you off when you are old, then go ahead and grab one. It's also okay to let Han Baoqin's daughter see you off. You, who are you threatening? Sun Zhenwei pointed at Bai Yuwan's nose and said. His fingers began to tremble, then he turned to look at Sun Pingzhi. Shezhi, say something, do you think your father will give this house to someone else in the future? Although he wants to be with Han Baoqin, it doesn't mean that he is really crazy. Sun Pingzhi said nothing. He looked at Sun Zhenwei as if he was watching a joke. Sun Pingzhang arrived leisurely. Dad, from a legal perspective, if you and Aunt Han get married in the future, this house will belong to her. If your family is really demolished one day, she has children. It is possible that she will take advantage of your love and make you give her the check, and then she will take the money and secretly give it to her daughter. All of this is possible. Sun Zhenwei. Sun Pingzhang continued. Dad, if you really want a divorce, the method Mom told me won't affect anyone's interests. It's a win-win for all three parties. First, you can divorce a woman you don't love and marry a woman you love. Secondly, your divorce will not harm Shezhi's interests. You will also have Shezhi to look after you in the future. Third, only if you agree to this condition will I sign the divorce agreement. Because I will not allow you to do anything that threatens the interests of our family. As soon as their words fell, Sun Mingzhu squatted on the ground and spoke silently to herself. If we really get divorced, I'll be the only one without my parents' home. Bai Yuwan smiled bitterly, walked over and patted her on the head. Mingzhu, Mom lives in the clinic. It will be the same when you come to the clinic to see Mom in the future. Mom. Sun Mingzhu stood up, hugged Bai Yuwan and started crying and saying, I really don't want you to divorce Dad. Seeing her 30-year-old daughter crying like a baby, Bai Yuwan patted her on the back. She thought that she was 60 years old and had to go through such a huge change in her life, she said lightly. I've been with you all my life, so you should let me make a decision for once. Sun Mingzhu cried and said, listen to my mother. Han Baoqin was next to Sun Zhenwei. On the surface, she looked crying and pitiful, but in fact, she was very happy in her heart. She didn't expect that her little trick would actually lead to her divorce from Sun Zhenwei. Bai Yuwan really has to leave. Chapter 16 Getting the Certificate. Han Baoqin was extremely happy, but there was a clause in the plan that required her to sell their house and get half the cash, which made Han Baoqin a little unhappy. But for the future, Han Baoqin decided to grit her teeth and sell it. Because their divorce is a big deal, at least Sun Jinping and Sun Zhen will have to know about it. So early the next morning, all the important members of the Sun family gathered at Sun Zhenwei's house. Han Baoqin was busy dealing with that apartment. Even Bai Yuwan's brother, sister and brother came from Shuiliu village. Her hometown was near the riverbank, called Shuiliu village. Everyone gathered together, and when it was announced that Bai Yuwan and Sun Zhenwei were getting divorced, Sun Jinping fainted due to high blood pressure. Sun Zhenwo was speechless. Zhao Mai and Hong Xiuzhen were also stunned for a long time, unable to react. They are actually getting a divorce. Hong Xiuzhen suddenly blamed herself. Could it be because of what she said yesterday? Hong Xiuzhen felt bad. No matter what, she didn't want the Sun family to be watched by others. When Bai Yuwan's brother Bai Jiqiang heard that his sister wanted to divorce because Sun Zhenwei cheated on her and wanted to marry his first love, Bai Jiqiang and Sun Zhenwei started fighting. Later, he was persuaded by Sun Pingzhang and Sun Zhenhua. Bai Yuwan shook her head and said, Shezhi has already beaten me, so forget it. Bai Jiqiang left angrily. Sister Bai Yuling hugged Bai Yuwan and cried, and tried to persuade her for a long time. Her lines were nothing more than the usual ones. An old lady who gets divorced at this age will be laughed at by others. Bai Zhiyong, the younger brother, is 5 years younger than Bai Yuwan. He knows that his sister must have her own considerations for getting divorced at this age. So he didn't speak. The entire Sun Lauer family was in turmoil for 4 hours because of this incident. Everyone who should leave has left. Only Sun Zhenwei and his family were left, sitting in the living room, each of them silent for a long time. At noon, Sun Pingzhi drove Sun Zhenwei to the town street household registration hall to change the household registration. Sun Zhenwei sat in the car, feeling a little dazed. Are you going to change the household owner? Only now did he begin to feel the reality of getting a divorce. When changing the head of household, the people from the household registration department asked me to fill out a form in person, voluntarily changing the head of household. Sun Zhenwei's hands were shaking when he wrote. Finally I filled out the form. The actual change of household owner only takes a few minutes to complete the process. Looking at the brand new household registration book, the name of the household head in the book has become Sun Pingzhe, and he. It was like a change of dynasty, and he went from being the head of the household to an ordinary family member. Well. On their way back in the car, Sun Zhenwei sighed heavily. Sun Pingzhe originally wanted to say something sarcastic, but in the end he held it in. He didn't say a word. Because it seems like there is nothing much to say to my father now. Sun Zhenwei and Bai Yuwan did not spread any rumors about their divorce, and Sun Jinping and Sun Zhenwei naturally would not say anything about it. After all, it was not a glorious thing. The ordinary life went on as usual. Half a month later, Han Baoqin sold the house. Because of the renovation, she sold it for 620,000 yuan. In front of everyone, Sun Zhenwei gave Bai Yuwan 310,000 yuan. When transferring the money, he even cursed, "After you take the money, don't even think about pestering me again after the divorce." Sun Pingzhe rolled his eyes when he heard this. How unclear was his father's self-awareness? Did he think that his mother was an unpopular person? Does he know how popular female doctors are? Sun Pingzhe said, "Dad, I believe that with my mom's appearance and character, someone might come to our house right after the divorce." Sun Pingzhe laughed and said, "Yes, let our mother go on a blind date. We may meet someone like her when we are old." True love. Blind date. Sun Zhenwei's eyelids twitched. You haven't even divorced yet, but you've already let your mother go on a blind date. Although he didn't like Bai Yuwan very much, Sun Zhenwei couldn't help but feel unhappy when he thought that Bai Yuwan might go on a blind date with someone else. Sun Zhenwei clenched his fists. Han Baoqin placed her hand on his. Sun Zhenwei was stunned for a moment, then he realized his emotions. He gave Han Baoqin a smile and snorted coldly. Her? Who would go find such a boring person? If I hadn't married her back then, do you really think she would have been able to get married? The people from the Sun family said nothing. Including Bai Yuwan. She sat there as if Sun Zhenwei was farting. Why does she care so much if someone farted a few times? What the children were thinking was that their father really had no idea of his own worth. Compared with other old ladies of the same age, their mother looked quite young. Not to mention her skin is white. Once divorced, they will be a hot commodity in the blind date market. The next morning, the two went to register for a divorce. When registering for divorce, Sun Zhenwei was still cursing, "I should have divorced you a long time ago." The staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau couldn't help but look at the elderly couple sideways. A month passed quickly. Bai Yuwan still sees patients in the clinic every day, but within the past month, she has gradually thrown away her belongings at home and simply packed up the rest of her luggage and moved it to the small room in the clinic. Sun Zhenwei watched as the things belonging to another person in the house gradually dwindled. He felt a little lost and watched Bai Yuwan packing her things several times. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but couldn't. Han Baoqin hasn't come yet. Ever since he filed for divorce, he hasn't been able to eat every day and has to go out to buy breakfast. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. Also, it's winter. No one packed his cotton and down jackets, which made him even more uncomfortable. He called Han Baoqin several times and asked her to move in as soon as possible. Han Baoqin said, "I will move in after you two get divorced, otherwise I will be criticized by the villagers." Sun Zhenwei had no choice but to endure. The day the two received their divorce certificate happened to be the winter solstice. It's snowing. The two of them got the purple booklet from the Civil Affairs Bureau. At that moment, Sun Zhenwei was in a daze, as if he suddenly didn't know what day it was. I walked out and looked at the heavy snow. The long steps of the Civil Affairs Bureau were all white. Just like his heart. Sun Zhenwei put the divorce certificate in his pocket and felt that the certificate was burning hot. Bai Yuwan walked beside him. She used to follow closely, but now she was about 1 meter away from him and walked on her own. Sun Zhenwei laughed dryly and put his hands behind his back. "I never thought we would get divorced one day." Bai Yuwan raised her eyes, glanced at him, and said nothing. She looked at the steps covered with fallen snow and thought that in the past, when it snowed heavily like this, she would hold his arm and go down the steps carefully. But now, I have to walk my own path from now on. Sun Zhenwei watched Bai Yuwan cautiously walking down the stairs and wanted to go over to help her, but he remembered that they were both divorced. If he went over there, the woman would definitely think that he still loved her. He doesn't love Bai Yuwan, his favorite is Han Baoqin. Bao Qin said that a man can only like one person. From now on, he can only help Bao Qin go down the stairs by herself. Bai Yuwan, he doesn't care. Sun Zhenwei looked at her back as she walked down the stairs and walked forward alone, and he shouted to her. If you don't want a divorce, you can live at home. Bai Yuwan didn't even turn her head back, she smiled faintly and said. Forget it, I won't disturb your happy life with your new wife. These words almost choked Sun Zhenwei to death. Sun Zhenwei didn't know what to say. Whispering. Actually. The rest of the words were left unsaid. He walked to the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau and wanted to say that his car was on the side of the road and they could go back together. Sun Pingzhong rolled down the car window and waved to Bai Yuwan. Sun Pingzhe walked out of the car and also waved to his mother. Mom, come here. It's snowing so hard, come and help me. Bai Yuwan finished speaking. Sun Pingzhe trotted over, and Bai Yuwan put her hand on her son's arm. Then Sun Pingzhe opened the car door and let his mother get in. Bai Yuwan got in and saw Sun Mingzhu sitting in the back seat smiling at her. She smiled too. Sun Pingzhe closed the car door for his mother before sitting in the passenger seat. That car, accompanied by the wind and snow, starts slowly. Only Sun Zhenwei was left standing there, watching the scene silently, thinking to himself, I am your father. Didn't you see it? Are you blind? Although he cursed in his heart, Sun Zhenwei looked very unhappy. It was as if he had been forgotten by everyone else in this family. Or maybe abandoned. Chapter 17 Discussion. 3 days after Bai Yuwan and Sun Zhenwei divorced, the incident broke out in the whole village. The reason was that someone said that he saw a small room in the clinic, which seemed to be where Dr. Bai Yuwan lived now. Because he saw a lot of luggage. Then someone said, no wonder I went to Sun Lauer's house to gossip these days and found that a lot of things were missing from his house. Then someone said that they saw Bai Yuwan selling a lot of junk some time ago, and then it seemed that she had moved a lot of luggage to the clinic one after another. Others said that they hadn't seen Bai Yuwan return home recently. Under the handover of various clues, everyone first came to a conclusion that this old couple was having a conflict. This conclusion has not yet been verified. I saw a new woman in Sun Zhenwei's home. The woman's dress is completely different from Bai Yuwan's. She wears gold and silver jewelry all day long and likes to wear a red down jacket. She greets everyone she sees with a smile and shakes her waist and hips in a pretentious manner. People on a street in Group 4 of Jinko village immediately started spreading gossip. What's going on? There's a new woman in Sun Lauer's family. I saw it. You don't know, I know this woman. Do you know him? I passed by her last time and said hello. Guess what, her name is Han Baoqin. Han Baoqin, who is this? I don't know her. Han Baoqin, right. I know. You also know. Han Baoqin is quite familiar. She seems to be Sun Zhenwei's first love 40 years ago. She caused quite a stir in the village back then. What? Sun Lauer's first love. What about Bai Yuwan? Sun Zhenwei is dating his first love. Damn, what's going on? Haven't you figured it out yet? This is definitely cheating. A month and a half ago, all the Sun family children came back. Have you forgotten? In the past few days, there were quarrels at home all day long. Have you forgotten? Oh, I remember now. Everyone asked Zhao Mai and Hong Shuzhen indirectly, but they both knew that this was a shameful thing for the Sun family and did not say much in front of outsiders. Yang Xiamen had always had a good relationship with Bai Yuwan. After all, their homes were next door, but Bai Yuwan often saw patients at the clinic, so they had few opportunities to meet. Bai Yuwan didn't know much about what was going on in the village. What she knew was that when she went home to wash clothes and cook, Yang Xiamen would come over to chat and gossip about other people's families. The gossip in the village that Bai Yuwan knew was all told to her by Yang Xiamen. After Yang Xiamen knew that Bai Yuwan was divorced, she did not hang around Sun Lauer's house, but came directly to the clinic. When Bai Yuwan had some free time, she couldn't help but ask. What's going on? There's a lot of crazy talk in the village. I also saw a woman move into your house. It's nothing, just a divorce. Bai Yuwan said casually. Yang Xiamen was shocked. Her neighbor got divorced, and she didn't even know about it. It seems she doesn't move around much. Bai Yuwan smiled and said, isn't divorce a fashionable thing in today's society? Yang Xiamen swallowed her saliva and asked cautiously, I heard from outside that the girl at Sun Lao's house now is his first love. It's true love for them, and it was just an accident for me. Bai Yuwan laughed and said it very calmly. Yang Xiamen was really speechless. Sun Lao was actually together with his first love. It was so disgusting. She said, what are you surprised about? This woman must have seen the rumor that our village was going to be demolished in the next few years, so she tried to get you two to divorce. And you, actually made room for her. How stupid. Stupid. Bai Yuwan muttered to herself. Many people have said she was stupid, but they didn't know that although she was divorced, her household registration was still in the village, and her son Sun Pingzhi was the head of the household. If their house was demolished, she would still have a share. Whether it was 55 square meters for a single person or 40,000 yuan for a single person. She could get it. The share that Han Baoqin could get had nothing to do with her. Isn't that stupid? Yang Xiamen couldn't help but roll her eyes. White Jade Light. Miao Dan wrote, I have been doing laundry and cooking for others all my life. From now on, I can relax completely. Yes, Yang Xiamen immediately thought that divorce was a good idea. That's right, women, this is how you live your whole life. You can be free from this in the future. She saw that she was still packing her luggage and stuffing it into the suitcase. I see you have been packing your luggage. What are you going to do? Not stay in the clinic. Bai Yuwan said, I'm divorced and have no ties anymore. I plan to travel around the country by myself and see everywhere. It's time to go out for a walk. You've worked hard for the family all your life and never had a break. It would be good to travel and relax. After Yang Xiamen finished speaking, another patient came, so she found an excuse to leave. On their way back, Yang Xiamen was very conflicted. She felt sorry for Bai Yuwan's divorce, but she also laughed secretly. She always envied Sun Lao's family. Sun Lao was a contractor, and Bai Yuwan was a doctor. The couple was like a perfect couple. During the family planning era, the family secretly gave birth to 3 children. At first, the second and third children were raised at their uncle's house until they went to school. I heard that Bai Yuwan's resignation from the hospital was also related to someone reporting that she had 3 children more than 10 years ago. Over birth. Bai Yuwan is divorced now, which makes Yang Xiamen very happy. I think this is such a big joke. Sun Lao was probably laughed at to death behind his back. Bai Yuwan, a respectable person in front of others, is about to be laughed at to death. What a useless doctor. What's the point of having 3 kids? She can't even control her own man. Really? Now I am so old that I have no home and am forced to live in a clinic. Really? What a mess. Yang Xiamen's thoughts were also the thoughts of many women in the village. On the surface, they all felt sorry for Bai Yuwan and felt pity for her. In fact, everyone mocked Bai Yuwan behind her back, saying that she was incompetent and was only concerned with making money. She must have neglected her family, which is why she was snatched away by other women. You say to a woman, what's the point of working hard to make money? It's better to stay at home and take care of the family first. Han Baoqin had only lived in the village for a few days, so no one would ask her about it in front of her, but she was anxious. She always felt uneasy because she had not obtained a marriage certificate with Sun Zhenwei. After just 1 week of living there, she asked Sun Zhenwei anxiously. Oh why, when are we going to get the marriage certificate? She asked in a deliberately coquettish tone. Sun Zhenwei was stunned. He didn't expect Han Baoqin to be so anxious. You have obtained the divorce certificate, and I have moved in. The house over there has been sold. From now on, we will live together as 2 people. Han Baoqin buried her head in Sun Zhenwei's neck at night. They are both old, but last night Sun Zhenwei took her again and again. Sun Zhenwei didn't say anything, just lay there quietly. I got up soon and had breakfast. Sun Zhenwei was stunned when he saw the dirty clothes in the basin. Why haven't you washed these dirty clothes yet? I'm used to washing them together and washing them together every 2 days. Han Baoqin didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Why haven't you washed the dishes in the sink yet? Sun Zhenwei found that after breakfast, Han Baoqin had no intention of washing the dishes. After he walked into the kitchen and saw the dirty dishes in the sink, he felt like the sky was falling. Han Baoqin still didn't think there was anything wrong. I washed the dishes after the afternoon meal. It's so cold, I would freeze to death if I washed the dishes after every meal. If you feel sorry for me, go wash the dishes. Zhenwei didn't know what to say. He thought she was right. The weather was very cold, and it was indeed cold to wash dishes after every meal. Wait, how did Bai Yuwan do it before? She never left dirty laundry, or left the morning dishes to be washed in the afternoon. He has gotten used to this over the years. Now Han Baoqin's lifestyle always makes Zhenwei feel a little dirty and he can't stand it. But as a man, he didn't do it, and he was too embarrassed to say more. Zhenwei sat in the backyard, looking at the muddy ground in the yard. The snow had melted and turned into water, leaving. Their vegetable garden was in chaos. Han Baoqin stood behind him and whispered, Wei, you'd better get the marriage certificate as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be inappropriate for me to live in your village like this. Zhenwei felt a little annoyed and said, I just got divorced, and I immediately got a marriage certificate with you. How will the villagers look at me? Do I have any shame? That's true. I'm not in a hurry. Let's get the certificate later. Han Baoqin thought to herself. It seems that she can't rush it, as it will easily backfire. On the other hand, Bai Yuwan carried the suitcase, walked out of the clinic, wrote "rest for a few days" on the small sign on the door, and temporarily locked the glass door. Sun Pingzhe was already waiting at the door. Put Bai Yuwan's suitcase in the trunk of the car. Sun Pingzhe asked. Don't you really want us to go with you? Didn't you sign me up for a tour group? I'm not a child. I know how to follow the group. After Bai Yuwan got in the car, it drove towards the airport. After getting on the highway, the scenery on both sides kept receding like a kaleidoscope. Bai Yuwan sat in the passenger seat, looking at the madly receding shadows. She thought, maybe this really was a new beginning. After arriving at the airport, Sun Pingzhe accompanied Bai Yuwan all their way to the security check, explained a bunch of things to her, and only left after watching Bai Yuwan pass the security check with peace of mind. The clinic is closed. The doctor is not here. Everyone in the village was curious about where Bai Yuwan went after the divorce. Everyone shook their heads. Yang Xiamen said happily, she went out to travel. Zhenwei learned from others that Bai Yuwan went out to travel, and he immediately felt jealous. She was having a great time. She went traveling alone right after her divorce. I called my son and daughter and found out that no one was with them. Bai Yuwan went alone. Zhenwei suddenly became worried. This woman has no one with her, she is an old lady, what if she gets lost outside? She hasn't traveled alone in all these years. Even so, she's old, and she still dares to travel alone. After Sun Mingzhu hung up the phone with her father, she was filled with questions. Before the divorce, you were so confident, but after the divorce, you're still worried about what to do if someone gets lost while traveling alone. Is her dad okay? Belated affection is cheaper than grass. Chapter 18 Travel. Bai Yuwan has only taken a plane once in all these years. It was 7 or 8 years ago, when she followed Sun Pingzhe and took Zhenwei to Shanghai for medical treatment. At that time, Zhenwei had some problems with his lungs, so he went to a big hospital in Shanghai for surgery. Just that one time. This time, she came to the airport, which was even bigger than before. She didn't know anything, but after all, she had been to college, so Bai Yuwan was not stupid. She was not ashamed to ask questions, and she would immediately ask the ground staff next to her if she didn't understand something. She got on the plane with everyone else. Seeing the huge airport nearby, she boarded the plane. After the plane took off, she saw the beautiful horizon from the window. After she got on the plane, she found out that Sun Pingzhe had booked her a business class seat. Each person had a seat, and the seat was a leather sofa. After getting off the plane, she followed the address given by the tour guide and quickly found the tour guide at the airport. An hour later, all the people gathered at the airport and were led to their hotel by the tour guide. The place they traveled to was Sanya. The car is a business BIC, a 7-seater. Bai Yuwan felt that the group her son had signed up for was quite high-end. There were 12 people in the group. 2 middle-aged couples, 2 elderly couples, a newlywed couple, an old, handsome guy, and a single old lady. A very unique combination. The man who was alone was unusually handsome. At Bai Yuwan's age, even if she is not interested in celebrities, she can still tell whether a person is good-looking or not. The man looked to be in his 50s, but Bai Yuwan's intuition based on her years of observing people told her that he should be in his 60s. Their facial lines are sharp, the double eyelids are small inner double eyelids, The eyebrows are thick and the eyes are big, the bags under the eyes are very full, and there is a sunshine in her smile. Really, handsome old man. He is also dressed very decently. Because everyone else sits in pairs. She can only sit together with that single old man. The car drove to their hotel, and the two sat together, just smiling at each other without saying much. But the man frowned before the car drove a few steps, which made Bai Yuwan a little worried. Maybe he didn't want to sit with her. As he thought this, the man frowned even more tightly. Bai Yuwan quickly pulled her bag inside, fearing that she would upset the stranger. Not long after, the man frowned and stretched his hand towards the tour guide. Bai Yuwan caught the other person's expression from the corner of her eyes, and suddenly realized, could it be? She quickly asked in a low voice. Are you car sick? I have motion sickness medicine. As she spoke, she opened her backpack, found some motion sickness pills, handed one to him, then took a bottle of water from the car and handed it to him. The man didn't answer. His face looked even more miserable. Bai Yuwan thought about it, and immediately took out a clean plastic bag from her bag. I have a plastic bag. The man took the plastic bag and vomited with a wow sound. He kept vomiting for a long time before he stopped. But he soon started vomiting again. His face looked extremely ugly. Bai Yuwan noticed that his face had turned green. After he finished vomiting, she handed him a bottle of water to rinse his mouth. After rinsing his mouth, Zhao Jili tied up the vomit and threw it into the trash can next to him. Then he quickly expressed his gratitude to the woman next to him. Bai Yuwan handed him another motion sickness pill. He took one and felt dizzy. After falling asleep, I woke up only when I was almost at the hotel entrance. After opening my eyes, Bai Yuwan asked worriedly, what's wrong with you? If he vomits again, she would have to quickly hand him a trash can, otherwise if he vomits all over the floor and makes the car dirty, it would be a small matter. She would easily feel sick when she saw it. I'm fine. Zhao Jili said, then he remembered the question he wanted to ask at the beginning, are you alone too? I am alone. Bai Yuwan said. Zhao Jili said, I rarely travel alone. This time, I want to try traveling alone. Bai Yuwan smiled and said, I've been busy for many years, and finally I have some free time. I came out to relax. When they first met, neither of them said much. Zhao Jili was full of gratitude towards the woman who was traveling alone next to him. If she hadn't reacted quickly, his brilliant life would have been ruined. He would have vomited all over the car. After arriving at the hotel, they each took their luggage. Out of gratitude, Zhao Jili wanted to help the woman with her luggage, but was rejected. The two of them then entered the hotel one after the other, dragging their suitcases. After checking in, they received their room cards. The next day, the tour guide took us to tourist attractions. After entering the tourist attraction, the tour guide allowed us to move freely. Bai Yuwan looked at the huge Buddha statue, carrying her bag, and prepared to take action. She was grabbed by someone. Turning back, I saw the single man. The tour guide will take you to the door and let you move freely. How about we go together? Sure. Bai Yuwan did not refuse. Because she was in need of a photographer. So the two of them went together. Since they were going together, they had to introduce themselves. Bai Yuwan said her surname was Bai, and the man quickly said his surname was Zhao. This also counts as a way of getting to know each other. The two of them walked towards the huge statue of Guanyin of the South China Sea. Bai Yuwan said, Can you take 2 photos for me? I want to send them to my daughter. Then take 2 pictures for me too. The two of them have a tacit understanding. Like everyone else, we stood at the check-in spot and took photos. Bai Yuwan found that her photos were very good and said gratefully, You are so good at taking photos. Thank you. Don't you usually take photos? Zhao Jili looked at the few photos of him in his life, which showed his short stature, with a large blank space below the photos, and thought, was he doing it on purpose? Bai Yuwan walked over, took his phone and looked at it. She couldn't help laughing and said, I'm sorry, I'm usually busy with work and don't take many photos, not even selfies. So, I'm not very good at taking photos. Zhao Jili smiled when he saw her scratching her head. I feel like I'm not young anymore, but I'm still busy with work. He asked, At your age, haven't you retired yet? Bai Yuwan said, There is no such thing as retirement for doctors. Which hospital? Zhao Jili asked. A small clinic has been opened in the village. Bai Yuwan said. Zhao Jili nodded. Freelance, that's good. Although the weather in the south is good, it is occasionally cloudy and the sea breeze is quite strong, which made Zhao Jili sneeze loudly. Achoo! As soon as I finished sneezing, someone next to me handed me a mask. Mask, do you want one? Zhao Jili took the mask and looked at her with mixed feelings. Apart from assistants, few people are so meticulous in private. Is she a doctor? Isn't it said that doctors are not so careful in their daily lives? They are careful in their work. Why is she usually so careful? Zhao Jili was full of doubts. The third day of the trip is free time. Bai Yuwan wanted to walk around the resort, but he asked her, should we go to that seafood market? Bai Yuwan originally disliked the trouble and didn't want to go, but then she changed her mind and decided that since she was already here, it would be good to go to the seafood market to broaden her horizons. She readily agreed, let's go and take a look at the seafood and stuff. Said they were going together. Zhao Jili went out but didn't know how to call an online taxi. Bai Yuwan looked at him in surprise. Well, it's normal for the elderly to not be very good at using mobile phones, but she is different. Her children are not around, so she usually asks her daughter to teach her these things. She called a taxi, and Zhao Jili thought she was amazing. Usually, it was the assistant who did these things, but this time he came out alone, just to have some personal space. After getting off the car, the two walked side by side towards the local number 1 seafood market. Zhao Jili knew it was a bit abrupt, but he still asked, why didn't your husband come with you? Divorced. Bai Yuwan said. Zhao Jili. Bai Yuwan looked at him strangely, you're traveling alone without your partner. Zhao Jili said, my wife passed away a long time ago. Sorry. I didn't expect this. I thought his wife was at home helping his son take care of the kids. Who would have thought? But think about it, if his wife was still around, who would travel alone at this age? Bai Yuwan sighed in her heart. Zhao Jili laughed, it's okay. It happened more than 10 years ago. The two of them went to the seafood market together. Zhao Jili treated Bai Yuwan to a lobster as thick as her arm. Bai Yuwan resolutely said that they should go Dutch. How could she let a stranger pay for the meal? Under her insistence, Zhao Jili could only say yes. Zhao Jili also took a fancy to a king crab and insisted on treating Bai Yuwan to it. Bai Yuwan didn't know much about food, but seeing that he was very knowledgeable, she said, you choose, I'll pay for it. Zhao Jili. The two of them spent more than 5,000 yuan on seafood that day. Although the meal still cost 2,500 new Taiwan dollars after splitting the bill, Bai Yuwan said, this is the most delicious seafood I have ever eaten in my life. Zhao Jili just smiled. It was the first time he saw a childish expression on a woman of his age. When she was eating, she looked very enjoyable and delicious. It made him feel that the king crab tasted delicious. Obviously, it's something I'm tired of eating. After shopping at the seafood market, they went to the nearby night market, which sold all kinds of clothes for beach trips, and they were not expensive. Bai Yuwan seldom went shopping, but now she was at the night market in her hometown. Maybe because she was divorced and had no worries in her heart, she wandered around the night market. Bai Yuwan picked out 2 floral dresses, each costing 50 yuan. She tried it on herself and asked Mr. Zhao, what do you think of this? Is it suitable for me? Nice. Zhao Jili said. To be honest, everything can't look good, Bai Yuwan said seriously with a straight face. Zhao Jili said, it's really beautiful. Only then did he realize that when she came to travel, she seemed to be wearing quite ordinary summer clothes, striped trousers, and blue short-sleeved shirts. These clothes looked like they belonged to his daughter. But when she tried on the floral dress, Zhao Jili took a look at this woman's appearance for the first time. Her skin is very fair, with just a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Her face is white and tender, without any klosma. Her hair is naturally black and white, not dyed completely black. But it looks very fashionable, like the kind of grey hair that young people like. Her hair is in good quality, not dry like that of people of this age. She has a pair of eyes that look very cute when she smiles, very gentle, with a gentle temperament, like a piece of warm jade. Her eyes are very clear. When you smile, you show your white teeth. She is tall, thin, and slender, and when she walks, she has a kind of elegant and graceful charm. He could vaguely see her appearance when she was young. He thought it should be similar to now, except for a few more wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Zhao Jili thought that she was dressed too simply. If she dressed up, she would be radiant. In the next few days, when they went to tourist attractions, the two of them formed a team so that they could look after each other. Finally, it was the last day. Zhao Jili couldn't help but ask her, "What's in your bag?" She was like Doraemon, and it seemed that she had prepared everything. This always reminds him of his assistant. Sometimes even assistants are not as comprehensive as her. Bai Yuwan opened the bag and looked at it, then said, "Masks, cold medicine, digestive medicine, scarves for taking photos, power banks, tissues, wet wipes. Are you a treasure box?" Zhao Jili laughed. Bai Yuan scratched her cheek embarrassedly. "When you go out alone, you always have to make all the preparations. Are you really going to leave without making any plans?" I just wanted to go out for a walk alone, I didn't think much about it." Zhao Jili came out this time simply because he felt that he was too busy and had no time for himself. He also wanted to take a trip without anyone else, just like an ordinary person. Bai Yuan said, "We still need to think more about it." Zhao Jili nodded. When leaving the hotel, Bai Yuan waved goodbye. Zhao Jili thought for a moment and asked for her phone number. Bai Yuan was stunned, but still gave him the phone. Because even if you give the phone to a fellow traveler, it will be impossible to contact him later. She runs a clinic and welcomes patients to see her. Zhao Jili asked about her WeChat again, and Bai Yuan said that she rarely used WeChat, so she didn't give it to him. Then she boarded the plane and ended her journey. After getting off the plane, Sun Pingzhong drove to pick her up. Along the way, he asked her mother how her trip was. Bai Yuan showed him the photos. Sun Pingzhong didn't expect to take so many beautiful photos. "Who took the photo for you?" Sun Pingzhong was still alert. "People from the same tour group," Bai Yuan said. Sun Pingzhong asked no more questions. He felt that his mother was in a good mood during this trip. As long as she could relax, he would be happy for her. "I'm afraid that she will be unhappy again when she sees certain scenes when she gets home." As soon as Zhao Jili got off the plane and walked out of the airport, Xu Wen hurried forward. Xu Wen is 42 years old and has been Mr. Zhao's assistant for 5 years. This time, Zhao Jili left everyone behind and wanted to travel alone, which scared them a lot. Because this person's wealth is extremely noble. If anything happens, he won't be able to bear it. But he insisted and he couldn't say anything. "I can only come to the airport to pick you up after I come back." After Xu Wen loaded his leader's luggage into the car, he noticed that Mr. Zhao seemed to be in a good mood. "That's strange." Mr. Zhao, who had never gone out alone and was always followed by someone, thought that he would not be able to take care of himself after going out, and would definitely not be happy after returning from this trip. As a result, he in a good mood. Xu Wen's mind was full of questions. "Mr. Zhao, how do you feel about this trip?" Xu Wen thought for a moment and asked cautiously. "Good," Zhao Jili said casually. Sitting in the back row, looking at the scenery outside the window, Zhao Jili inexplicably thought of the woman who had a beautiful smile. "I don't know if she went home." Xu Wen. "Hold the grass," he actually answered. The tone is also very gentle. Not as irritable as before. Can traveling alone really change one's mood? Or did you meet some good people or good things during this trip? Chapter 19 Encounter. After Bai Yuan returned to the village, she was in a very good mood. She continued to see patients in the clinic every day as before. Many people in the village were gossipy. When they came to see a doctor, they would secretly observe Bai Yuan's face, hoping to see a trace of sadness or loss and pity from this woman. But to the disappointment of many people, Bai Yuan still faced every patient with gentleness and smile as before. She was so indifferent that many women in the village said behind her back that she must have been pretending. She must be regretting it now. She was robbed by someone else. How pitiful. It's useless for a woman to make money. In the end, her husband is taken away by someone else. There are endless discussions behind the scenes. Bai Yuan didn't care. She had a great time in Sanya. Her son and daughter-in-law lived a carefree life, and her daughter and son-in-law were also doing well. As a woman, she no longer had to wash clothes or cook for anyone even in her old age. She felt that life was very comfortable. But she felt comfortable, but many people felt uncomfortable for her. Zhao Mai had been hearing all kinds of gossip recently. She came to the clinic and asked Bai Yuan, "How do you feel?" Bai Yuwan smiled and said it was okay. Zhenwei always felt that she was forcing a smile, so she came. Although Han Baoqin has moved into the village, no one in the village cares about her. You don't have to be sad anymore. Bai Yuwan? She is not sad. Why do others feel sad for her and think she is particularly sad? She really had nothing to be sad about. Zhenwei said, the matter has become what it is now. If you had taken a step back and been more patient, she would have been at most a mistress. You insisted on getting a divorce and let her in, Bai Yuwan? Didn't Sun Zhenwei want a divorce? What's going on now? Han Baoqin and Sun Zhenwei have nothing to do with her. Bai Yuwan didn't think there was anything wrong with her current life? She originally wanted to explain to her sister-in-law, but she felt that it was useless to explain. After she explained, she might even be comforted by someone saying, you are definitely pretending to be happy now. You are divorced now, so stop forcing yourself to smile. Stop Liao, stop Liao. Still no explanation. Bai Yuwan could only sit there and smile faintly, listening to Zhenwei finish her words, and then send Zhenwei out. The next day, Yang Xiamen also came. Yang Xiamen was Bai Yuwan's neighbor. Since Bai Yuwan had been away for so long, she would naturally not visit Sun Lao's house. Yang Xiamen spoke to Bai Yuwan in a gossipy tone as if she was trying to gather information. Han Baoqin has been in the village recently, and occasionally dances square dance with everyone in the small square. Bai Yuwan just said, oh, and didn't care. Yang Xiamen was afraid that Bai Yuwan didn't know about Sun Lao's recent situation, so she quickly told her. I heard that Sun Lao hasn't gotten married to her yet. Bai Yuwan really didn't know how to respond. Whether Sun Zhenwei and Han Baoqin get their marriage certificate or not has nothing to do with her. She only knew that she would no longer have to serve an old man in the future. Yang Xiamen looked at Bai Yuwan and just smiled without saying anything. She thought, how pitiful. Her man doesn't want her anymore. Now she can only stay in this small clinic to spend the rest of her life. Alas! Sun Zhenwei is really not a human being. Yang Xiamen said one more sentence, then said she was going home to cook, and left. Only Bai Yuwan was left sitting there, wondering. Everyone seemed to sympathize with her inexplicably. Was she very pitiful? It seems not. 3 days later in the evening, 2 people were receiving intravenous strips, and she was sitting alone behind the table playing with her mobile phone and reading some health jokes. Sun Zhenwei came to the clinic. Bai Yuwan was startled. She was a little confused as to what he was doing here. I have a fever, I came to see a doctor. Sun Zhenwei sat in the chair and spoke vaguely, just like other patients. He didn't say her name. Bai Yuwan took a thermometer and asked him to take his temperature first. Her official tone surprised Sun Zhenwei. She was so ruthless. I am your ex-husband after all. After Sun Zhenwei took his temperature, he looked at the thermometer and it was 38 degrees. He wanted to hang in 4. But she gave him some antipyretic medicine and told him to go home and recuperate. After taking the medicine, Sun Zhenwei turned around and was about to leave. I haven't paid yet. Bai Yuwan said. Sun Zhenwei turned around and looked at her in astonishment. You want money from me? It's only natural to pay for medicine. Bai Yuwan said 8 words. Sun Zhenwei almost suffocated. He was so angry that he scanned the code for her to pay. When I left, I stood outside the door and felt the north wind blowing. Sun Zhenwei clearly had a fever, but he felt like he wasn't very warm. This woman was so heartless. Even though they were divorced, she still wanted money for him to see a doctor. It seems like I'm getting divorced. Sun Zhenwei was angry and wanted to leave, but when he turned around, he saw a small van coming over. It seemed that they were delivering medicine every once in a while. The young man walked in carrying several boxes of medicine. She transferred money to the young man, and after the transfer, the young man who delivered the medicine left. She was a woman. She opened the box and began to slowly sort the various medicines by herself. In the past, he would occasionally come to help her with these chores, and sometimes when the medicine box was heavy, he wouldn't let her move it. After all, he is a man. At this moment, Sun Zhenwei regretted the divorce. Recently he lived with Han Baoqin, and many of Han Baoqin's behaviors were different from his. She liked to pile up dirty clothes before washing them. She liked to wash the dishes together after eating and using them. Sun Zhenwei likes to see the kitchen clean at every meal and likes to tidy up the house regularly. Han Baoqin never folds her quilt. Yuan is always clean and tidy. Han Baoqin dressed herself up to look like a decent person all day long, but her house was like a pigsty, and she even had to have him urging her to sweep the floor. Because he was too upset, he had a fever today, but he didn't tell Han Baoqin and came to the clinic secretly alone. He was afraid that Han Baoqin would find out and come to the clinic with him. When the two of them met, they would be like enemies meeting each other and would be jealous of each other. He would feel bad if they quarreled over him. Zhenwei didn't expect that it had only been such a short time, but he already began to miss the days with Bai Yuwan. Do they still have a chance to start over? Zhenwei turned around and walked back. Looking at her busy figure, he coughed lightly. She looked back. Zhenwei said, "If you don't have a man in the future and you want to come back home, I'm not unwelcome." Bai Yuwan? This guy must be mentally ill. Forget it, I won't bother with him. He has a fever, he must be confused. Bai Yuwan turned around and continued to pack the medicines. After Zhenwei finished speaking, he felt quite embarrassed and quickly got up and went back. He thought, if only she could hear it. Another busy week has passed and it is already mid-January in the Gregorian calendar. We celebrate the new year at the end of January this year. She went to get a haircut, and then Sun Pingzhi drove back from the city and picked her up to go to the city. Said, "Brother and Mingzhu are both in the city, Mom, you should spend the new year in the city this year." In previous years, Bai Yuwan was busy in the clinic. As a village doctor, this job is different from others. Their business is a bit like the service industry, which operates year-round. When everyone else is on holiday, they are at their busiest. She had to consider the villagers first, but this year, several clinics opened in front of the industrial city. After thinking about it, she simply agreed to the suggestion of going to the city to celebrate the new year. A sign was hung at the clinic saying it was closed for the new year. She packed her simple luggage and went to the city with her son. A few days before the new year, her son had many social events in the engineering department, so Sun Mingzhu took her around to see the bell and drum towers, and then to see some big shopping malls. Sun Mingzhu also bought some clothes for Bai Yuwan. Then Sun Mingzhu called her second sister-in-law, her eldest brother's family, and took her mother Bai Yuwan to a high-end restaurant for dinner. This restaurant specializes in kaiseki set meals. Bai Yuwan heard from her son that this was a kaiseki restaurant built to Michelin 3-star standards, and every dish was as exquisite as a work of art. The average per capita consumption is not low. At least 2,000 yuan. Sun Pingzhi said that this restaurant was booked a long time in advance, especially before the Chinese New Year. The restaurant is indeed very high-end, full of Japanese zen, the environment is also very elegant and quiet, the food is like a work of art, very exquisite. The food is also very fresh and the taste is very delicate. But Bai Yuwan felt that she couldn't get used to it. It's not as good as a bowl of hot and sour noodle soup. But in my son's words, eat occasionally to change your taste. Learn to savor and appreciate good food. During the meal, Bai Yuwan went to the bathroom. When she came out of the bathroom, she passed by the door of a private room. The door opened and a group of people came out, all men. Bai Yuwan quickly moved aside to make room for others and let them go first. At the back of the crowd, a voice came. What a coincidence. Bai Yuwan looked up, their voice sounded familiar. She looked in the direction of the voice and met a pair of smiling eyes. That's Mr. Zhao. Bai Yuwan quickly smiled and waved. What a coincidence. Zhao Zhili has been extremely busy since he came back from his trip. It's almost the end of the year and there are various things to do in the company. He didn't expect to meet Bai Yuwan here, it was really fate. Many of his friends noticed that Zhao Zhili had stopped and turned around to see Bai Yuwan, who was dressed very ordinary. Asked curiously. This is. Zhao Zhili pulled Bai Yuwan to his side and introduced her. This is a friend of mine. A friend? It doesn't he look like? This woman looks like an ordinary person. These friends did not say much. They glanced at Zhao Zhili and Bai Yuwan twice, and when they noticed Zhao Zhili's warning gaze, they quickly expressed their opinions. We're leaving first. Several people left first. Zhao Zhili had something else to say today, so he said. Add me on WeChat. Bai Yuwan didn't want to add it, but she thought that she could meet him at the dining place. It's a small world. Let us add it. She opened the WeChat QR code. After he finished sweeping, he turned around and said, I'm busy today, and left first. Bai Yuwan nodded blankly. This scene happened to be seen by Sun Mingzhu. Sun Mingzhu found that her mother had not returned for a long time and was afraid that she had gotten lost, so she hurried out to look for her. Who would have thought that when she came out, she saw her mother and a very handsome uncle adding each other on WeChat. This scene made Sun Mingzhu's eyes widen in surprise. After Zhao Zhili left, Sun Mingzhu stepped forward and asked, "Mom, who was that uncle just now? We were in the same group of travelers last time we traveled." Bai Yuwan said, "A travel buddy. He doesn't look like an ordinary person. Just looking at the way he is dressed and his demeanor, he is not an ordinary person." Sun Mingzhu helped her mother walk to the private room, saying, "Mom, you're divorced, make more friends. It's your turn to associate with anyone. Free. What kind of contact? I didn't see you. We just added each other on WeChat. We are not familiar with each other at all. I just didn't expect to meet you at a restaurant." Bai Yuwan was afraid that her daughter would misunderstand her, so she quickly explained. After the meal is over. With only 3 days left until the Chinese New Year, Sun Mingzhu coaxed Bai Yuwan to go to the French restaurant at the Sofitel Hotel, saying that the French foie gras there was very famous. Bai Yuwan? Foie gras. I have never eaten it in my life. Try it. She had just entered the private room and sat down. Her butt hadn't even warmed up the chair yet. Sun Mingzhu blurted out, "Mom, let me introduce you to someone." Bai Yuwan drank water and shook her head. "What kind of person are you talking about? That's nonsense. I, your mother, have worked so hard to raise you guys. I'm in a good mood now. Why are you introducing me to someone?" Sun Mingzhu smiled and patted her mother's shoulder. Okay, I don't want you to be alone all your life. Although it's a good thing not to have to serve a man, it's always good for an old man to have a companion. Otherwise, I will be worried if you are alone at home. What if you were home alone and fainted due to a headache or fever one day, and you didn't call me and my elder and second brothers in time? What would you do if something happened? Old partner, doesn't it mean to keep you company when you are old? Don't worry, the person I introduce to you this time will definitely not be someone like my dad. My mother-in-law knows someone who is retired from the Water Conservancy Bureau and has a pension. His spouse died 5 years ago. He is a hard-working person and wants to find a spouse. Do you want to meet him? Why does it sound like she's going to go on a blind date today? How come this is a landlubber?" Sun Mingzhu said, "I have discussed this matter with my elder and second brothers, and they fully agree. They said that you are still so young, and if you live to be 90, you still have 30 years to live. There is no need to give up the second half of your life for my dad." Then Sun Mingzhu went out and asked her mother to wait a moment, as her blind date would be here soon. "Bai Yuwan? We agreed to have a meal with my daughter, how come it turned into asking your mother to go on a blind date?" Bai Yuwan is old. She suddenly understood how Sun Mingzhu felt when she urged him to get married. She regrets it. If she hadn't been urged to get married back then, she wouldn't be urged to get married now. Times have changed. I have become a mother who urges my children to get married. How can she cope with this? She hasn't made up her mind yet, but she has already brought her blind date with her. Bai Yuwan was overwhelmed. After Sun Mingzhu went out, she called Uncle Zhang and asked him if he had arrived. Uncle Zhang said that there was a traffic jam and he was parking his car and would be there soon. Sun Mingzhu felt relieved at once. This way, she won't be afraid of her mother suddenly running away. She knew her mother's personality very well. Her mother was gentle and always put others first in everything she did. Now, probably because she was old and didn't want to cause trouble for her children, she would rather live alone. Sun Mingzhu discussed this with her elder and second brothers, and they all agreed that their mother should have a second spring in life. It's impossible for the father to be alone with his first love while the mother lives in the shadow for the rest of her life. After Sun Mingzhu finished her call, she went to the lobby to wait and saw her second brother coming towards her. "Why are you here too? How can I not come to my mother's blind date?" Sun Pingzhi said unhappily. Sun Mingzhu quickly went back into the private room and said, "Mom, just wait here for a moment, the uncle will be here soon." Then he closed the door and ran to the hall to chat with his eldest brother. "Our mom's blind date, do you think it will work? Given my mother's personality, I think it's okay. She's such a nice person and she doesn't do anything naughty. My father is with his first love. I can't let my mother be alone for the rest of her life. Yes, it's time for her to find her own happiness. The two people talked for a few words not far away. Zhao Jili and Xu Wen stood there. He felt that this woman looked familiar, as if she was. After the meal that day, when he left, he looked back and saw Bai Yuwan with her. The man next to her also looked somewhat like Bai Yuwan. Could it be her son or daughter? So, the mother she was talking about was Bai Yuwan. Did they arrange a blind date for his mother? Bai Yuwan is here today, preparing for a blind date. Zhao Jili frowned and thought. Boss Zhao, aren't we leaving? Xu Wen found that the boss was standing here in a daze, and he was a little confused. Chapter 20 Blind Date. Bai Yuwan felt tortured for the first time. She had never felt tortured in all her years as a doctor, but today she was forced to do something. Blind date. This was a very terrifying thing for Bai Yuwan. Decades ago, when her parents arranged a blind date for her, she felt it was tormenting, troublesome and embarrassing. So after a few more blind dates, she didn't think Zhenwei was annoying, so she just chose him. She thought she had experienced enough years and was calm and composed enough. I didn't expect that I'm 61 years old. She still has to face the issue of blind dates. Bai Yuwan felt her scalp tingling. Just when Bai Yuwan was feeling upset and irritated, the door was pushed open. She thought it was her blind date and stood up immediately. The person who came in was an acquaintance. Mr. Zhao. How could it be him? Is he the blind date her daughter found for her? Bai Yuan's mind was full of question marks. How could it be? Bai Yuwan stuttered, not knowing what to say. She never expected that the blind date Sun Mingzhu found for her was him. Bai Yuwan was suddenly embarrassed. Zhao Jili said nothing, just walked in with a smile and sat opposite her. Bai Yuwan scratched her head, not knowing what to say. We are destined to be together. Zhao Jili said as he looked at Bai Yuwan, who was embarrassed opposite him. Bai Yuwan said embarrassedly, the blind date turned out to be you, I really. Your daughter is very outstanding. Zhao Jili said. Bai Yuwan is the kind of person who easily doesn't know what to say when being praised. I can only smile. Zhao Jili said, you order the food. I don't know how to do it. You can try it. Bai Yuwan pushed the tablet on the table towards him. She had great trust in this man. He seemed to not understand many trivial matters in life, but after going to the seafood market with him, Bai Yuwan knew that he was a very knowledgeable person. Could it be that he works for the Water Conservancy Bureau, so he has eaten a lot of seafood? Bai Yuwan was lost in thought. When the waiter came in, Zhao Jili had already ordered the dishes on the tablet. Xu Wen stood outside the private room, feeling a little dazed. How come Mr. Zhao entered this private room without any problems? They came here to discuss things, and it was time to go back. Now, what is going on? Xu Wen scratched his head. After waiting for a while, a bald man wearing a clean old man's jacket came over. Xu Wen thought of Mr. Zhao's instructions just now, and hurried forward to say a few words. Uncle Zhang was stunned and took the business card handed over by the man. Then he said he would leave first. Uncle Zhang left from another aisle while looking at the business card in his hand. It read, Wanshin Group. These 4 words alone are enough to make Uncle Zhang's scalp tingle. Who is today's blind date? He is actually related to Wanshin Group. I really can't underestimate it. After the meal, Zhao Jili asked Bai Yuwan. How was the meal? It's quite delicious. I just can't get used to it. Bai Yuwan told the truth with a smile. Zhao Jili laughed, it's quite nutritious. Bai Yuwan nodded. The two of them sat together, just like before, without saying anything else. It was just a normal meal. Bai Yuwan didn't ask about his occupation or anything else. She didn't even ask whether the other party was satisfied with her. When saying goodbye to him after dinner, Zhao Jili only said one sentence, see you later. Bai Yuwan didn't take it to heart. After she left the private room, she ran into Sun Mingzhu, who asked her mother, how do you feel? Bai Yuwan said, I didn't expect that the blind date would be him. Does your mother know you? Sun Mingzhu was shocked. This earth is too small. Sun Mingzhu didn't ask any more questions about the rest. She thought, since they knew each other, they probably just had a meal together as friends. Sigh. I'll introduce it to my mother again next time. The next thing was the new year. During the new year, Bai Yuwan was dragged by Sun Pingzhang's family to visit Chengdu. Because Bai Yuwan was not at home, the three siblings Sun Pingzhang, Sun Pingzhe, and Sun Mingzhu did not come back either. Sun Zhenwei saw that none of his sons and daughters had called to greet him, so he thought about it and took the initiative to call the eldest son. He didn't dare to call the second son, Sun Pingzhe, because the second son had a bad temper. He wanted to avoid being scolded. The boss has a good temper. He called to ask, "When will you be back for the new year? Aunt Han and I will take you out for dinner." Han Baoqin is not very good at cooking. She is okay for home cooking, but not for a big table like that for the new year. Sun Zhenwei felt that as a father, he had given her face, so he called to ask about it this year. As a result, Sun Pingzhang replied, "We will take mom to Chengdu, and we will not be back for the new year this year. Dad, you and Aunt Han should enjoy your world of two." Sun Zhenwei. Not coming back. If the child doesn't come back to celebrate the new year, what's the point of celebrating the new year? He even prepared a red envelope for his grandson. Besides, if you only take your mom with you when you go on a New Year trip, does that mean your dad is no longer a human being? He called Sun Mingzhu again, and Sun Mingzhu said, "This year, the family will go to my husband's hometown to celebrate the new year and will not come back." Sun Zhenwei had no choice but to call Sun Pingzhe again, and Sun Pingzhe replied, "I will not go back to celebrate the new year in the future. You and Aunt Han should enjoy your love in your old age. I will not disturb you anymore." What is disturbing? This is what I said. Sun Zhenwei had no choice but to hang up the phone. During the new year, Han Baoqin's two daughters came to visit their mother and brought gifts to Sun Zhenwei. Sun Zhenwei appeared polite and happy on the surface, but in fact, he felt a little lonely. Without Bai Yuwan, there is no need to visit her parents during the new year. As for him, all his elder relatives have passed away, so there is no need for them to visit him anymore. The child hasn't come back yet. This new year, I just play cards, and more cards. Villagers said the clinic had been closed. Sun Zhenwei sighed. Even more boring than usual. Is this what the new year will be like from now on? Sun Zhenwei felt that this new year was particularly boring. It was already the 6th day of the new year when Bai Yuwan came back. She had been away for too long this time, so she asked the eldest brother to take her back to the village. The clinic has been closed for so long, it would be better to open earlier. After she came back, she swept the clinic from top to bottom, cleared the dust, and even cleaned the glass door. After she finished cleaning, someone came to see a doctor. The person who came was from the village. Seeing that Bai Yuwan was very happy, he asked, "How was it like spending the new year with your son?" Bai Yuwan talked about her experience of going to Chengdu. The villagers were quite envious, saying, "It's so enviable to be taken on a trip by my son and his family." Then within 2 days, Bai Yuwan received a courier from Sun Mingzhu and Sun Pingzhe. Sun Pingzhe had already gone to work in Zhejiang. He sent local specialties there, including raisin milk lumps. There are all kinds of dried fruits, all bigger than usual. Sun Mingzhu also sent some local specialties. When Bai Yuwan received the child's express delivery, she was seen by the villagers. Everyone praised Bai Yuwan for being so blessed and giving birth to several good children. Some villagers accidentally mentioned in front of Sun Zhenwei that the children sent local specialties to Bai Yuwan. Sun Zhenwei angrily cursed, "What a bunch of bastards, unfilial descendants, you have no conscience, no conscience." Not only was he not angry enough from scolding, Sun Zhenwei also smashed a pot at home. He originally wanted to smash the TV, but he had to buy a new one after smashing it, so he had to give up. Han Baoqin felt helpless when she saw Sun Zhenwei's defense broken like this. "But I know I can't say anything. The more I say, the more mistakes I make." Someone told Bai Yuwan about Sun Zhenwei's swearing at home, and Bai Yuwan just laughed it off. The man wanted to see Bai Yuwan's reaction, but she didn't react at all, which was a pity. Why is there no response? My ex-husband is so annoying. You didn't react. After the Chinese New Year, a dull week later, Bai Yuwan received a WeChat message. "I am sick, where is your clinic? Send me a location." The other party's nickname is Li. When Bai Yuwan saw the profile picture, she remembered that this seemed to be Mr. Zhao, her friend from her travels. Later, I met my blind date by accident. But, he seemed to live in the city, where there were hospitals everywhere, so why would he ask about her clinic? Bai Yuwan was helpless. She made a phone call to explain the situation. "What's wrong with you? Where are you? I'll find a hospital near you. Zhao Jili didn't expect her to call him, and he didn't expect this woman to say something so straightforward. She really has no interest at all. Zhao Jili said, I want to go to your place for medical treatment. Giving money to the hospital is the same as giving it to you. Bai Yuwan thought about it and agreed. If people are willing to come to her for treatment, she can even push the money out. Bai Yuwan sent him a location. That afternoon, a black Mercedes-Benz G drove into the village very low-key. I say low-key because many people only think that this car is really luxurious, but do not realize that it is the famous Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Bai Yuwan's clinic is just across from the village committee. There is a large square in front of the village committee. Villagers who usually go to do business park their cars here. But it is basically empty. A black Mercedes-Benz G drove in very elegantly and parked near the open space. Xu Wen was puzzled. After finishing his work today, why did Mr. Zhao suddenly give him a location and asked him to drive the car here? This is just a small village. Although there is an industrial city nearby, this village has little development value. Could it be that Mr. Zhao has taken a fancy to this piece of land? Even if you like this piece of land, you should not come to the village committee, but go to the government to negotiate the purchase of the land. Xu Wen was full of questions and followed Zhao Jili out of the car. Then Zhao Jili motioned him to open the trunk. Xu Wen opened the trunk and found a big box inside. Judging from the packaging, it should be a Hermes Kelly bag. Zhao Jili took out the box and motioned Xu Wen to wait here. He went in alone with the box. Hey, aren't you going to the village committee? Xu Wen was stunned to see Mr. Zhao enter the clinic opposite the village committee. He looked confused. Is there anyone important in the clinic? Xu Wen was anxious and wanted to know what Mr. Zhao was doing, but he was not allowed to follow him, so he could only stand bored by the flower bed next to the entrance and study the ants on the grass. Yang Shu is an accountant of the Jinko village committee. He is just an ordinary person in the village, usually doing things for the villagers. It was almost 6 o'clock and he was about to get off work. He walked out of the village committee and saw the Mercedes-Benz G in the parking lot at the door. Others don't know. He is a man who often studies cars, so how could he not know how much this car costs? This is Big G. A luxury car worth more than 2 million. The cars in the village generally cost tens of thousands of yuan, and at most there would be a car worth 60 or 70,000 yuan. Whose car is this? Yang Shu was full of questions, and then he saw a middle-aged man standing by the flower bed. He was about 40 years old, and was dressed very tastefully. It was obvious at first glance that he was not an ordinary person. Who is this person? Never seen it. Yang Shu discovered that this person had been looking towards the clinic opposite. Yang Shu. Oh, it's someone who comes to the clinic to see a doctor. That person might be from outside the village. Zhao Jili held the gift box and saw a few words written on the door of the clinic, Jinko Village Clinic. What a simple name. He is really a village doctor. Zhao Jili walked in with a gift box. As soon as he came in, he saw Bai Yuwan sitting in front of the consulting table, prescribing medicine for a child. The child had a sore throat, so she examined him and prescribed some commonly used anti-inflammatory drugs. Zhao Jili put the gift box aside and waited for a while until the previous patient left. Bai Yuwan looked up and happened to meet Zhao Jili's eyes. Why is it you? Zhao Jili came forward, sat opposite her, and said seriously. I have a cold, I came to see a doctor. What are the symptoms? Bai Yuwan asked in a businesslike manner. Nasal congestion, clear runny nose, and a slight headache. Zhao Jili thought for a while and said his current symptoms. Bai Yuwan said, cold? Just take some cold medicine. Zhao Jili readily said, I don't have any at home. Can you open a box for me? Bai Yuwan wanted to say that this kind of medicine is sold everywhere. But then she thought of what he said, it doesn't matter who you give the money to, why should you send it to the hospital? She had no choice but to prescribe him some medicine for the cold. After prescribing the medicine, she said it would cost 35 yuan. He transferred $35, then took the gift box and placed it on the table. This is for you. When Bai Yuwan saw the gift, she refused it on the spot. Several patients who were receiving intravenous strips inside heard that someone outside was giving Bai Yuwan a gift. They all raised their heads curiously, ready to listen to some gossip. Zhao Jili said, if you hadn't given me the plastic bag and medicine in time, I would have made a fool of myself. No, no, it's just a piece of cake. Bai Yuwan said she was welcome. The patient who was receiving infra drip in the room inside heard this and said, "That's it?" Thought it was something else. Unexpectedly, it was Dr. Bai who gave medicine to someone outside in time, and the person came to express his gratitude. Zhao Jili smiled and said, "Just thank you for your gift." "You're welcome." "Really?" Bai Yuwan waved her hand. Zhao Jili said, "I'm giving it to you. If you don't want it, just throw it in the trash can." "Throw in the trash?" Is he angry? Bai Yuan immediately said, okay, I'll take it. She had no choice but to carry the gift box into the inner room. When Zhao Jili saw that she accepted the gift, his face suddenly lit up with smiles. Another person came to see the doctor and found an extremely handsome man sitting in front of Bai Yuan's table. The person said, "Dr. Bai, do you have guests here?" "He's not a guest, he's a patient. He's been prescribed medicine," Bai Yuan said. Seeing that she seemed very busy, Zhao Jili sat on the blue stainless steel chair next to her and waited for a long time. She went back to changing the 4 bottle for the person inside. Zhao Jili said, "I'll come back another day." Bai Yuan poked her head out from the inner room. "Okay then." Zhao Jili walked out of the clinic with his medicine in a very good mood. Xu Wen thought he would have to wait for a long time, but unexpectedly, after only 5 minutes, Mr. Zhao came out. But Mr. Zhao also had a small bag in his hand, which seemed to contain. Xu Wen asked curiously, This is medicine. It can cure diseases." Zhao Jili said. Xu Wen was stunned. "Mr. Zhao, it's just a cold. Why are you coming here? Is this clinic famous?" Zhao Jili looked at him and said nothing. "Xu Wen? Is there anything wrong with what I asked? It should be fine. But the gift that Mr. Zhao just took is gone. He even gave a Hermes bag to someone in this rural clinic. What's going on?" Chapter 21 Mercedes. After a while, after the Mercedes-Benz G drove away, Yang Shu withdrew his gaze. It seemed that it was just a rich man who came here to see a doctor. I don't know if this rich man is crazy. Doesn't he go to the big hospital outside and comes to a small place like the village clinic to see a doctor? There's really something wrong. Yang Shu locked the door of the village committee and went home. After returning home, he told his wife about this with a smile. Their wife didn't respond. She shared Yang Shu's feeling that rich people must be sick. Today, this black Mercedes-Benz G-Class came to the village, but it did not attract anyone's attention, including Bai Yuan's. Until the next day, the black Mercedes-Benz G drove in quietly again. Low-key and luxurious. It was parked quietly on the hardened ground in front of the village committee. This time, Yang Shu came back early. He had just arrived at the village committee early in the morning. When he was about to unlock the door, he saw the black Mercedes-Benz G. Yang Shu was shocked. Why is it here again? But this time, Yang Shu saw it clearly. A handsome guy in his 60s got out of the car. He was quite handsome. You can see how charming and dashing he was when he was young. The man who walked down from the driver's seat next to him was still the man in his 40s from yesterday. What is the relationship between these two people? It seems like this man is the driver. When did someone of this level come to Jinko village? Could this person be going to the clinic across the street again? Sure enough, the handsome old man lifted his feet, smiled, and walked briskly towards the clinic opposite. Yang Shu. I went to the same clinic for 2 consecutive days. What kind of disease is incurable that requires me to go to a small clinic in the countryside? Yang Shu was full of doubts. Yang Shu was not the only one who was confused. Xu Wen had the same doubt. If Mr. Zhao asked him to drive him here yesterday and treat it as a visit to the doctor, then what about today? It's not like he finished taking cold medicine overnight and came to see the doctor again. Xu Wen felt that this money was really easy to make. He just drove for an hour and parked his car here. No one said anything when he sat in the car and played with his phone. But he was more curious about what Mr. Zhao was doing. The moment Zhao Jili stepped into the clinic, Bai Yuwan was also shocked. Why did he come again? Yesterday he came to see a doctor for a cold. What illness did he come to see today? Didn't the cold get cured? Did he get even worse? Bai Yuwan didn't know how to ask. Zhao Jili sat down, rubbed his forehead and said, I don't feel well. What's wrong? Bai Yuwan was a little nervous, wondering if it was a serious illness. Zhao Jili said seriously, I feel that I am not in a good mental state. I have overused my brain and have not slept well. I have been very nervous recently and need a nutritional injection. What are you busy with? Why are you so busy? Oh, so that's why. Bai Yuwan felt much more relieved. Work. Zhao Jili said. Bai Yuwan asked in surprise, at this age, you haven't retired yet. It's almost there. Zhao Jili said with a smile. He said he was about to retire, and she was too embarrassed to ask. She has never liked to pry into other people's privacy, especially since she is a doctor. She has to strike a good balance, otherwise she will easily be criticized by patients. Fortunately, there was an empty bed. She made the bed for him, then Zhao Jili took off his coat and lay down. When Bai Yuwan helped him hang his coat on the hook on the wall, she realized what brand of coat it was. It had a very good texture and felt very comfortable to the touch. It felt like pure wool. Zhao Jili lay down and received an injection. The patients in the two beds next to him were both laborious in the village. Where in the village had you ever seen a man wearing a woolen coat, small leather boots, and pants without any wrinkles? Just by looking at Zhao Jili's demeanor, the two patients felt that he was definitely not an ordinary person. The two of them didn't dare to breathe. Until Zhao Jili lay down completely and closed his eyes to rest. The two were just chatting about the construction site. She didn't dare to say anything and just kept cautiously looking at the man next to her who looked extraordinary. Who is this? Are you friends with Dr. Bai? Remember you came here yesterday, and you are here again today. Who is this person? He looks very wealthy from his attire, yet he comes to this small clinic for treatment. Does he like to show off? The two wanted to complain, but they didn't say anything. Zhao Jili was lying there, not looking at his phone, but chatting with two people in the beds next to him. Speaking of the problems in the industrial city next door. As soon as this topic came up, the two people who didn't want to speak immediately started talking non-stop. Everyone is very indignant. The industrial city is so close to the village and should have been demolished long ago. However, the road has been built and the highway is almost extending over there, but it is still not developed because the government has no money. Bai Yuwan was sitting outside for consultation, and she smiled as she listened to the lively conversation inside. I thought Mr. Zhao would be reserved, but I didn't expect him to get along well with several patients so quickly. She heard the lively conversation inside, so she fetched some water from the water dispenser and brought it over to a few people. Xu Wen played with his phone in the car for an hour, then suddenly woke up and checked the time. It had been an hour and he still hadn't come out. What about the promised 5 minutes? Xu Wen got out of the car, stretched, paced for a while, and walked towards the clinic. When I walked into the clinic, I didn't see anyone. Xu Wen was suspicious, and when he heard the voices, he walked towards the infusion room. I was shocked as soon as I looked inside. Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao was chatting enthusiastically with a few countrymen. The scene looked weird no matter how you looked at it. Normally, other people have to make an appointment to see Mr. Zhao. As a result, these people casually talked to Mr. Zhao. This, if those corporate CEOs knew about this, they would be jealous to death. You? Xu Wen was surprised to find that Mr. Zhao was actually receiving an for drip. He suddenly became nervous. Is the illness serious? Do you need me to call a doctor? I'm in the clinic, what's the doctor's name? Zhao Jili said unhappily, go for a walk in the village. If you are hungry, go to the industrial city over there to buy some food. Remember to bring some food for me and the doctor at noon. Okay, Mr. Zhao. The one who almost came out was Mr. Zhao again. Xu Wen changed his address at the critical moment. After Xu Wen left, the two men asked Zhao Jili in surprise, who is this? Your nephew. From the same company. Zhao Jili said casually. The two men let out a long oh. It seems that the man in the coat should work in a company. He is a colleague in the company. Zhao Jili was lying there receiving an for drip, and he didn't talk to Bai Yuwan on purpose. Through the transparent glass wall of the for drip room, he saw Bai Yuwan sitting outside the examination table. She would occasionally put on a stethoscope, occasionally use a small flashlight to look at the patient's mouth, and occasionally run to the medicine counter, busying around to get medicine. She is very serious. He watched it very seriously. It took 2 hours to complete the infusion. Xu Wen also came back with food. brought 2 regular rice fast food meals. Bai Yuwan expressed her gratitude to Zhao Jili for bringing a meal and transferred the meal money to Zhao Jili. Zhao Jili sat there eating and picked up his phone to transfer the expenses to Bai Yuwan. "This is my medical fee." Bai Yuwan picked up the phone and wanted to receive the transfer, but when she saw the number, she was shocked. "Turn 10,000. She resisted the urge to scream in shock and quickly clicked on the refund button. The fee this time is $87. Zhao Jili thought this woman was really stubborn. She is also a very principled person. But seeing her calm attitude towards him today, he glanced towards the consulting desk and saw the gift box was still there, unopened at all. This woman was more principled than he had imagined. It also made him feel more interesting. After dinner, Zhao Jili said goodbye to Bai Yuwan. Xu Wen drove the car and Zhao Jili left. When the Mercedes-Benz G left, Yarn Shu, who had been sitting in the village committee, could no longer sit still. He came to the clinic for 2 consecutive days and stayed for a longer time today. He walked over and pretended to visit, and asked the patient who was still receiving in for drip who was that person just now. A villager said, "A patient on for drip." "Yarn Shu, are you really here to get in for drip? There are no places to get an injection, so why do you have to come to such a small clinic to get in for?" Yarn Shu was still full of questions. A Mercedes-Benz G in the village is really eye-catching. The village committee was in the center of Jinko village, and many villagers passing by could see the car and noticed that Zhao Jili went to the clinic. After all, people in the village are gossipy by nature. This afternoon, when the black Mercedes-Benz G drove away, several women nearby gathered together to chat. "Did you see that? A man driving a Mercedes came to the clinic for treatment. I saw it yesterday afternoon. I just thought it was a very impressive car. My son said it was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This Mercedes-Benz G-Class came yesterday and it came again this morning. Does someone driving a Mercedes need to see a doctor in a clinic? What a joke. Hey, do you think someone is pursuing Dr. Bai? How is that possible? What a joke." Everyone also expressed their opinions on this matter. Some people also think that this might be a friend of Dr. Bai who came to see a doctor. After all, Bai Yuwan is a doctor, and it is normal for her to have such a friend. Yarn Shu talked about this when he returned home at noon. Yarn Shu is only in his 40s. After he finished speaking, his wife was stunned for a moment while holding the bowl of rice and said, "Is he really a suitor of Dr. Bai? You, stop talking nonsense, okay?" Yarn Shu felt that this kind of talk was somewhat damaging to Bai Yuwan's reputation. That woman was a good person. She was a famous good woman in the village. She was also a good doctor and a good mother. Except that Zhenwei looked down on her. How is it impossible? Although everyone laughs at Bai Yuwan for being divorced, in fact, Dr. Bai, who among ordinary rural people is worthy of him. Yarn Shu's wife complained, Zhenwei was really lucky to marry a female doctor. He also tricked the female doctor into giving birth to 3 children, which led to excessive births. Later, he was reported and lost his job. Dr. Bai has been working diligently since she became a village doctor. I'm not saying that Dr. Bai is just too nice. There's nothing to say about her way of dealing with people. Yarn Shu listened to his wife's analysis and felt that it made some sense. But a man driving a Mercedes-Benz must be a city guy. How could he chase a woman all the way to their village? That's not very realistic. On the other hand, someone drove a Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the clinic and told Zhenwei that he had come to the clinic for medical treatment for 2 consecutive days. It is said that he might pursue Bai Yuwan. Zhenwei shook his head repeatedly when he heard this. Do you believe this? A man driving a Mercedes-Benz is chasing Bai Yuwan? I'm afraid the person who said this has gone crazy spreading rumors. She is Bai Yuwan, a country girl. The guy who drives a Mercedes-Benz likes her. Why don't you say that the guy who drives a rocket likes her? After scolding, Han Baoqin thought secretly. Could it be that Bai Yuwan had done something tricky and hired a liar to come to her for medical treatment every day? Just to let outsiders know that someone is pursuing her. Then seeing Zhenwei's regretful expression. Yes, that's definitely the case. Han Baoqin told Zhenwei about her suspicions. Zhenwei suddenly understood. Right. This must be the case. This woman wants to use this method to make me come back. Snort. I want to be fooled. Chapter 22 Pursuit. When rumors were rife about the relationship between the man driving the Mercedes and Bai Yuan knew nothing about it, and didn't even know what kind of car Zhao Zhili drove. On the morning of the third day, Zhao Zhili came again by car. As Xu Wen drove towards Jinko village, his head was buzzing. Do I have to go to that village again? Do I have to get in for drip again? Or do I have to go? Xu Wen always felt that Mr. Zhao's purpose was very clear, that is, to go to that clinic for something, but he didn't know what it was specifically for. It couldn't be that he was going to pursue that female doctor, right? That female doctor was not young anymore, at least 60 years old. Although Mr. Zhao was also 65 years old, but Mr. Zhao wanted any woman, why did he fall for this female doctor? Xu Wen's mind was full of question marks. When the car drove to the open space in front of the village committee and parked, Zhao Zhili said something before getting out of the car. Go and ask about her. Xu Wen didn't react for a moment. Zhao Zhili said, Dr. Bai from the clinic. Receive. Although he said he received it, Xu Wen actually felt really bad. Asking about Dr. Bai. Is this female doctor's last name Bai? But the boss didn't say what he was asking about. Was it about workability or something else? Xu Wen was a little confused. But he didn't dare to ask his boss. As a subordinate, the most important thing is to understand the leader's intentions. After Zhao Zhili got off the car, Xu Wen, who was also sitting in the car playing games today, decided to take a walk around the village. Xu Wen followed Mr. Zhao, wearing a neat suit and tie, which was his work attire. Because he had to follow Mr. Zhao to various hotels and high-class places, this was a must-have work attire. But this suit seems out of place in the village. Unexpected. Xu Wen also found that his clothes did not match the environment at all. He walked along the country road, thought for a while, and saw a few old ladies chatting there. He pretended to be bored and walked over to ask. Big sister, can I have some water? Of course, of course. A few women were sitting at the door chatting. When they saw the man in a neat suit, which looked like a successful man, they quickly and enthusiastically greeted him. I also found a disposable paper cup at home and poured him a glass of water. Several women lived close to the village committee, so they naturally saw the Mercedes parked there every day. Since this person came on his own, it's no wonder that they asked directly. Where are you from? Why have you been to the village for 3 consecutive days? Xu Wen took a sip of water and said casually, my colleague came here specially to see a doctor, knowing that Dr. Bai is a good doctor. Oh. It turns out he really came to see a doctor. The women suddenly understood much more. Xu Wen stood here and asked a few women casually. I see that this industrial city is very close to us, why hasn't your village been demolished yet? Although the task given by the leader was to find out about the doctor in the clinic, it would be too abrupt if he asked about the doctor directly. It would be better to ask from the side. When talking about demolition, the villagers are full of complaints. He started talking all of a sudden. Oh, it's a long story. The farmland was requisitioned 10 years ago, and the industrial city has been built for 6 or 7 years, but now the demolition has fallen through. That's right, the village is close to the industrial city, but there's also a slaughterhouse nearby. When summer comes, it stinks when you pass by there. This is also within the demolition distance, but the government has no money, so it has not been demolished. The demolition plan has been in place for a long time, but who can blame us for not having money? The economy has also been bad in recent years. Alas, it's all because they don't have money. Otherwise, their house would have been demolished long ago. Xu Wen was shocked. There was such a thing, but this kind of thing usually happens during demolitions in various places. Xu Wen asked in a casual manner. How is the clinic's head lady? This question is not at all abrupt. Several women thought that the man came here to see a doctor, so they asked about the character of the female doctor in the clinic, and several people started again. Chatterbox. Mrs. Bai is pretty good, but she just met that idiot Sunday. I think my life has been ruined by Sun Laoer. Mrs. Bai was so good, how could she be ruined by someone? You don't know. Dr. Bai worked diligently all her life, but unfortunately, in her later years, her husband cheated on her and married his first love, abandoning Dr. Bai. Maybe it's fate that has led to this. Dr. Bai didn't put up a fight and got divorced. Now he's all alone. She has spent her whole life serving her children and the village. She is such a good woman. Xu Wen was shocked again. There was quite a lot of news in this village. That female doctor was abandoned. Her husband cheated on her with his first love. This was too disgusting. Xu Wen couldn't help but feel pity for the female doctor. But Zhao Jili did not use the drip as an excuse when he came to the clinic today. He just sat on the chair next to him, looking at Bai Yuwan, and then walked around the clinic. The clinic was not big, but it was small but complete. Bai Yuwan was stunned when she saw Zhao Jili coming over. Seeing that he didn't want to see the doctor, Bai Yuwan knew something happened. After she finished taking care of a few patients, it happened that no one needed in for drip today. She walked up to him and asked, "What do you want to do?" He has been coming to the clinic for 3 consecutive days, so there must be something wrong. "I want to return the gift," Zhao Jili said bluntly. Bai Yuwan was surprised. "Didn't you send a gift?" Zhao Jili said, "I want to treat you to a meal, is that okay?" Bai Yuwan wanted to refuse, but when she looked into Zhao Jili's eyes, his eyes told her that if she refused, he would probably get angry. After all, she now regarded Zhao Jili as a friend, and she really didn't want him to get angry, so she had to say, "All right. It's impossible to go to dinner right away," she said. "Then wait till 12 o'clock, I'll close the door for a while and we'll go eat." Zhao Jili waited with pleasure. Bai Yuan sat in front of the consulting table, wearing reading glasses and flipping through a Chinese medicine book. Zhao Jili sat in the chair next to him, handling some trivial matters, and sent a message to Xu Wen by the way. "At 12 o'clock, in this area, find a restaurant and book a private room for 2. This county town was abolished and established as a district a few years ago, but the locals still habitually call it a county." After receiving this message, Xu Wen hurriedly began to make a plan and check which restaurant was good. Finally, he found one with good reviews and a nice environment and booked a private room. After the door was closed at noon, Bai Yuan followed Zhao Jili out without even changing her clothes. In her eyes, there is really no need to change clothes when going out to eat with familiar friends. It seems too formal, and seems like there is ulterior motive. As a result, as soon as she went out and followed him to his car, Bai Yuan took a look at it. The paint, the low-key black, the feeling it gave people. She's not stupid. This car seems very expensive. I glanced at the car logo and it seemed like people. My son said that this looks like the Mercedes-Benz logo. This, your car. Bai Yuan did not hide her shock at all. Zhao Jili smiled and asked, "Any questions?" "No problem." Bai Yuan thought of what her daughter had said, that he seemed to be a retired worker from a water conservancy bureau. Maybe her son could buy it for her. After getting in the car, Bai Yuan found that he sat in the back seat with her. She also found that there was someone sitting in the front driver's seat. "You also hired a driver?" "Well, I guess so." Zhao Jili smiled. How can someone be so cute even when they are old? These questions are very interesting. Bai Yuan got in a Mercedes and went to the county for dinner. This scene happened to be seen by the women who were chatting at the door near the village committee. They all exclaimed, "I saw Bai Yuan just now. The Mercedes-Benz. It seems so. Didn't you say you were here to see a doctor? Why did you drive a Mercedes to pick up Bai Yuan? Could it be that he is really the one pursuing Bai Yuan? God knows." Everyone discussed this matter for half an hour. Bai Yuan and Zhao Jili went to the county and came to Bai Moli restaurant. Bai Moli restaurant was in Gaoyuan County. Oh, no, it is now a famous high-end restaurant in Gaoyuan district. The interior decoration is very atmospheric, with various dim lights and hanging decorations, all of which are very distinctive. Whether it is a gathering of various units, a couple-s meal, or a family gathering, people with a bit of style all like to come to the White Jasmine restaurant. Bai Yuan used to come here often with her daughter and son. Son Zhenwei never came to every gathering. He said he didn't like eating these and would rather eat a bowl of mutton soup with steamed buns or pulled noodles. After entering the private room, Zhao Jili ordered 7 or 8 dishes. Bai Yuan exclaimed, "We definitely can't finish them." Zhao Jili just smiled. After ordering food, he said he was going to the bathroom. Bai Yuan was waiting in the private room. After Zhao Jili went out, Xu Wen, who was waiting in the hall, came over and quickly told Mr. Zhao what he had heard about Dr. Bai. Zhao Jili frowned. It turned out to be like this. When he came back, he sat down again. During this meal, the two of them didn't talk much, just like they did in the past. In order to avoid embarrassment, Bai Yuwan took the initiative to talk about some interesting things in the clinic. Zhao Zhili listened carefully. The meal was quiet and comfortable. After finishing my meal, I walked out of the private room and bumped into a family coming towards me. Dr. Bai, what a coincidence. It's Zhang Xinli's family. Zhang Xinli is from the 4th group of Jinko village, Qinjie Street, and is quite familiar with Bai Yuwan. Zhang Xinli and his family came here for a family dinner. I just finished eating and was planning to go back. What a coincidence. Bai Yuwan also greeted with a smile. After Zhang Xinli greeted Bai Yuwan, his eyes fell on the man next to her. They were country folk, and when they saw this man for the first time, they felt that he was in a high position and should be the type to give orders. The experience and years in the eyes cannot deceive anyone. And the coat he was wearing looked to be of excellent quality. Zhang Xinli asked doubtfully, "Who is this?" "A friend invites you to dinner," Bai Yuwan said with a smile, then turned to Zhao Zhili and signaled to go first. Then she smiled and said goodbye to Zhang Xinli. The two groups walked out of Bai Moni restaurant one after another. Zhang Xinli and his family saw with their own eyes that Bai Yuwan got into the black Mercedes-Benz G. Zhang Xinli and his family were shocked and opened their mouths wide. Didn't everyone in the village say that the village doctor Bai Yuwan was divorced a few years ago? Abandoned by son Zhenwei, no one wanted her anymore. Some people even said behind her back that it was Bai Yuwan's fault for not managing the man at home well. It was useless for a woman to earn a lot of money, and she was eventually dumped by the man. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, Bai Yuwan was invited to dinner by a man driving a Mercedes-Benz? When Bai Yuwan took the bus back to their village, the women sitting and chatting at the door saw the black Mercedes-Benz G parked in front of the village committee from afar. They stretched their necks and looked over curiously. "Look, Dr. Bai got out of the Mercedes-Benz. Oh my God, they are all in a Mercedes. Who will go and ask what happened later?" After a while, Zhang Xinli's wife came over and heard a few people talking about Bai Yuwan coming back in a Mercedes-Benz, so she joined the conversation. "I just came back from the county and saw Dr. Bai and this man. They were so handsome." Is he still handsome?" "They were far away and couldn't see anything." Zhang Xinli's wife smiled and said, "Handsome, very handsome. A very generous man. I think he should be Dr. Bai's suitor, based on my intuition. But Dr. Bai said it was a friend who invited him to dinner. I said Dr. Bai was in great demand. Look, even after getting divorced, someone is pursuing him. It's good to have someone pursuing you. Mr. Sun has brought Han Baoqin to live at his home for 2 months. Is Dr. Bai finally going to have a second spring in his life?" Some time ago, those who were secretly saying that Bai Yuwan couldn't control men, now because Bai Yuwan got into a Mercedes-Benz, started to discuss whether Bai Yuwan would marry this Mercedes-Benz man for the second time. They also began to speak indignantly about how Sun Zhenwei was not a human being. Gossip in the countryside always spreads very quickly. Bai Yuwan came back in a Mercedes in the afternoon, and by the evening, the news had spread to the street where Sun Zhenwei lived. Sun Zhenwei was not a stay-at-home dad. As soon as he went out and talked a few words at the door of the neighbors, people would talk about this matter on their own initiative. I heard that Dr. Bai was pursued by a man driving a Mercedes-Benz. Today, they all went to Bai Modi restaurant in the county for dinner. Who would fall for such a boring woman? Sun Zhenwei said this, but he was very angry in his heart. Chapter 23 Jealousy. Because the incident with the Mercedes-Benz man had been circulating for 2 days, he thought he was a scammer yesterday. Baoqin also thought it was Bai Yuwan's plot. Now it seems that Bai Yuwan was really being chased by a man driving a Mercedes-Benz. How could that be? How could a man driving a Mercedes fall in love with an old lady? It's not like there's something wrong with my brain. That night, Sun Zhenwei went out to drink and got completely drunk. After Bai Yuwan came back from lunch in the afternoon, she asked Zhao Zhili to go back. She didn't want to be gossiped about by the villagers. She was busy until after 9 o'clock in the evening. All the patients in the clinic had left. She swept the floor, wiped the table, and planned to close the clinic. However, before she was about to close the door, she saw a man staggering towards the clinic. Take a closer look. It turned out to be Sun Zhenwei. Sun Zhenwei was drunk, his eyes were red and he was breathing foul air. He staggered to the clinic, then leaned against the door and saw Bai Yuwan preparing to close the door. Sun Zhenwei cursed loudly. "You are so shameless. You just divorced me and you're already having dinner with the Benz guy. Why, someone offered you money and you just ran after him. Why did I marry a bitch like you before? He scolded her so angrily that Bai Yuwan was stunned. I'm angry too. Bai Yuwan looked at the drunk Zhenwei with cold eyes. Who I eat with is none of your business. I ate your rice for a meal. No matter how cheap I am, I can't compare to you buying a house for your mistress without getting divorced. After scolding, Bai Yuwan pushed the drunk Zhenwei out of the door, pulled down the rolling door, closed the glass door, and went straight into the room to sleep. She appeared to not care about the divorce, but she was still feeling aggrieved about it in her heart. But I didn't expect that after such a long time of divorce, Zhenwei would turn the tables and call her a bitch just because she had a meal with someone else. This made Bai Yuwan very heartbroken. The man really has double standards. He didn't divorce, used their joint property to buy a house for his first love, and didn't allow her to have any opinions. Now that they are divorced, it's wrong for her to have a meal with someone. Bai Yuwan sat in the house, unable to sleep as she listened to Zhenwei banging on the door frantically. She simply washed her hands and feet and lay down on the bed, but she felt no sleepiness. Is it true that Bai Yuwan is destined not to have a good life in this life? Zhenwei went crazy at the village committee in the middle of the night, banging on the door of the clinic, making quite a noise. Many people nearby couldn't help but open the door to see what was going on. It turned out that Zhenwei was drunk. Some people who were familiar with Zhenwei called Zhenping directly and asked the eldest brother to pick up his brother. Zhenping also felt that he was really unlucky. Zhenwei now had a wife, Han Baoqin, so why did the call come to him? He had no choice but to call the third brother Zhenwei, and the two of them worked together to carry the drunk Zhenwei back to his own home. Han Baoqin was watching TV at home. She looked at Zhenwei, who was sent back with a confused look on her face. What's going on? You should keep an eye on your people in the future and don't let them go to the clinic to smash the door and cause trouble, said Zhenping. Han Baoqin. Going to the clinic to make trouble? He got drunk and went to find his ex-wife. What is going on? After Zhenping and Zhenwei left, Zhenwei vomited all over the floor, and Han Baoqin cleaned up the mess with a frown. Thinking of Zhenwei going to Bai Yuwan to cause trouble, he felt uncomfortable. Didn't Zhenwei say that he didn't like Bai Yuwan? Could it be that he was used to her after decades of getting along with her, so he subconsciously went to find her after drinking too much? It must be like this. Wei loved her the most. He was always considerate to her, so he must have drunk too much. The next morning, after Zhenwei woke up, Han Baoqin deliberately did not mention that he had drunk too much and acted crazy last night, and Zhenwei did not ask any further questions. He was recalling some vague memories in his mind. He seemed to have gone to the clinic, smashed the door, and scolded her. Zhenwei felt a little regretful at this moment. Why did he go and scold her? Why? Han Baoqin looked at Zhenwei's expression and knew that he remembered it. She felt that she needed to talk to him. Yeah. Zhenwei took a sip of water and held his forehead. Han Baoqin asked, do you care about Bai Yuwan? No. Zhenwei denied it flatly, I am. The words came to his lips but he couldn't explain them clearly. Because he didn't know what was wrong with him. I was very angry when I heard yesterday that she was being pursued by someone. Han Baoqin sighed and said, I told you, how could a man who drives a Mercedes-Benz and is so rich fall in love with a country old lady like Bai Yuwan, but you refuse to listen to me. I know it's impossible. Zhenwei also felt it was impossible, and he felt much more relieved. Han Baoqin analyzed to him, she must have hired someone to do that, and rented a car, just to put on a show for you. She must be unable to forget her old love for you, and she is thinking of taking you away from me. That's right, that woman must still love me, and now she is trying every means to find an opportunity to trick me over. How could I be so easily fooled? I really went to her place to make trouble. Zhenwei quickly coaxed Han Baoqin, right. Baoqin, don't worry, the person I love the most is you. Zhenwei came to the clinic and made a scene last night, but Bai Yuwan didn't take it seriously. But early in the morning, a neighbor came to ask her how she was, and she said she was fine. The neighbor began to persuade her to think more positively and not to be angry, and so on. Bai Yuwan? Why didn't I think it through? How come I became more open-minded? I am not angry anymore. She wanted to explain everything, but when the words came to her lips, she felt it was troublesome to explain, so she decided not to explain. Because she said she wasn't angry and didn't think too much, these people would probably still think she was pitiful and continue to comfort her. Because of the crazy talk in the village, Zhenwei couldn't help but call Sun Mingzhu and asked Sun Mingzhu to persuade Bai Yuwan. Mingzhu, you should talk to your mother and ask her to agree if there is really someone pursuing her. Har. Sun Mingzhu almost dropped her jaw when she heard this. Is there someone pursuing her? Not really. Sun Mingzhu called Bai Yuwan directly. Mom, is someone pursuing you? No. Bai Yuwan was in a very good mood after answering her daughter's call. But I heard from the villagers. She was embarrassed to say what the old lady said. Bai Yuwan said, you think too much. He's just a friend. We just went out for a meal together. Sun Mingzhu rolled her eyes. That's how it is in the village. Going out for a meal is immediately considered marriage. I don't like this. If someone in the city sees me going out for a meal with my colleagues, they will say I'm cheating. Bai Yuwan laughed. Why think about that? I, your mother, won't think too much. I'm just too idle. Yes, if you go to the construction site and do some work, these gossipy women will stop talking nonsense. Sun Mingzhu complained harshly. Bai Yuwan couldn't help laughing when she heard this. After the call, Sun Mingzhu was confused about who was pursuing her mother and what level he was at. She should have asked these questions just now, but she knew that her mother probably wouldn't say much even if she asked. After Bai Yuwan hung up the phone, she felt very unhappy. Sun Mingzhu knows everything? It certainly couldn't have been Sun Zhenwei who called, nor could it have been anyone else in the village. According to common sense, it was probably the eldest sister-in-law or the third daughter-in-law who called, asking Sun Mingzhu to save the country in a roundabout way and persuade her. Bai Yuwan's reaction to this matter. She thought Zhao Jili would not come, but unexpectedly he came again today. This made Bai Yuwan feel that it was unexpected but reasonable. She stood up and asked, why are you here again? Can't I come? Zhao Jili put down the breakfast in his hand and handed it to her. Bai Yuwan saw that he had specially brought breakfast early in the morning. Did he come from the city? Bai Yuwan thanked him repeatedly. Bai Yuwan sat there eating breakfast with mixed feelings. Zhao Jili said, I feel like you have something on your mind. Bai Yuwan finished her breakfast, wiped her mouth, and said embarrassedly, you don't come here again. Why? Zhao Jili asked with a frown. Bai Yuwan scratched her head and told the truth, you come here too often. We are just friends. The villagers will talk nonsense. You are divorced, so it is your freedom to associate with whomever you want, said Zhao Jili. Bai Yuwan sighed, that's what I said, but people's words are scary. Women just think too much. It seems that this village cannot be stayed. Zhao Jili interrupted her and said, let's not talk about that anymore. Come with me to the market today. I want to buy a little rabbit. Buy a little rabbit? Who is it for? Bai Yuwan was puzzled. Zhao Jili said, buy it for my granddaughter. I have never been to the market here. How about you do me a favor as a friend? Good. Bai Yuwan readily agreed to help. The door was closed and a sign saying, closed, was hung. She followed Zhao Jili out, but when she saw the Mercedes-Benz, she felt a little embarrassed. But she is a person who walks and sits upright. I'm not afraid of other people gossiping about me. The black Mercedes stopped near the market. Xu Wen was very smart and stayed in the car, while Zhao Jili followed Bai Yuwan out. Chongyu Market is the largest market in this area. Located in Chongyu Town, it is now called a street. Xu Wen was sitting in the car playing games, thinking absent-mindedly. He finally understood everything. Mr. Zhao is pursuing Dr. Bai. Although I don't know what Mr. Zhao likes about Dr. Bai, isn't it just that she looks younger than an ordinary old lady, has more temperament, is taller, has a better temper? Is she gentle when she smiles? Think of this. Xu Wen shuddered. Look at it this way. Dr. Bai is really good. But, what is Mr. Zhao's identity? How could he fall for such an ordinary woman? I really can't understand. Zhao Jili and Bai Yuwan went to the market together. Bai Yuwan hadn't been to the market for 4 or 5 years. Since online shopping has become more developed and life has become more convenient, she rarely comes to the market. I came here again and still felt very happy. She looked around and bought some fruit. Zhao Jili very gentlemanly took it and helped her carry it. I also met a few acquaintances from the village. Bai Yuwan waved and greeted calmly, ignoring the curious looks from others. Then the two of them strolled all their way to the flower and bird market. There were chickens, ducks, and rabbits everywhere, and some people were selling birds and flowers, and there were quite a lot of people around. Finally, they reached the place where rabbits were sold. Bai Yuwan looked at the rabbits in the cage and said, "Look, isn't this little rabbit cute? If you think it's good, let's buy this one." Although he said he was going to buy only one, Zhao Zhili still chose two, one male and one female. After I made my choice, the boss gave me a shoe box with straw in it. A very cute little rabbit nestled in the box. Xu Wen waited in the car for more than an hour before he saw Mr. Zhao and Dr. Bai coming together. Mr. Zhao was carrying some fruits and Dr. Bai was holding a small box with a very gentle expression. I didn't know and thought these two were a couple. The fact that Bai Yuwan went to the market with the Benz man once again caused quite a stir in the village. Because the Mercedes-Benz guy is very handsome and he drives a Mercedes-Benz. Today, when I went to the market, some villagers went to buy fruit and ran into Bai Yuwan. So after I came back, the news spread quietly. Naturally, it also reached Han Baoqian's ears. Han Baoqian had also been in Jinko village for more than 2 months. She went to the small square to dance square dance every day. After a while, she made a few friends. Those who had disliked Bai Yuwan before now got along well with Han Baoqian. When Han Baoqian learned that the man driving the Mercedes might be pursuing Bai Yuwan, she became extremely jealous and she didn't know why she was unhappy. But I'm just not happy. Perhaps she had gone through a lot of hardships to be with son Zhenwei, and now they haven't even got the marriage certificate, but Bai Yuwan, the ex-wife, has been pursued by a man who drives a Mercedes-Benz. Why isn't there anyone driving a Mercedes pursuing her? This made Han Baoqian feel very regretful. Is this woman so popular? I heard from Sun Zhenwei that Bai Yuwan doesn't know anything in life except treating patients and is quite boring. How could anyone like such a boring woman? This must be a trick that Bai Yuwan came up with just to attract Sun Zhenwei to come back. That night, Han Baoqian came to the clinic under the pretext of seeing a doctor. Bai Yuwan was slightly stunned when she saw Han Baoqian. She didn't expect to see this woman again. She looked at Han Baoqian's powdered face and thought of her own plain appearance, without even wearing lipstick. I can't help but wonder, is the divorce due to her not knowing how to dress up? Sun Zhenwei likes this type. Bai Yuwan sat there, still doing her job, and asked calmly, "What are the symptoms?" "I'm not sick." Han Baoqian sat opposite her, took a look at the plain and boring Bai Yuwan, and said in a strange tone, "You can't give up on yourself just because you divorced a wife." Bai Yuwan. Have I given up on myself? What is this person talking about again? Why do people always come to her and say something that seems to be true but is not true? Han Baoqian saw Bai Yuwan was slightly startled, and knew that she had guessed right. Han Baoqian snorted coldly, "Sister, don't try to win back a wise heart with this method. A why only likes me. We are about to get the marriage certificate." Bai Yuwan smiled slightly, "I thought you had already obtained the marriage certificate. Turns out you haven't." Han Baoqian's face flushed slightly, a little embarrassed. "Why are you in such a hurry?" It was almost the new year, and Awai was very busy. Now that the new year is over, we can find time to get the certificate. Bai Yuwan never liked to have conflicts with others, but that didn't mean she wouldn't. She smiled and asked, "Then what are you waiting for if you don't get the marriage certificate? Are you waiting until you die?" Han Baoqian was choked for a moment and even forgot to say anything back. "Since you're not here to see a doctor, please leave. I'm going to close the shop," Bai Yuwan said again. Han Baoqian walked out in a daze, and Bai Yuwan closed the door quickly. He turned around and went back to their house to sleep. Han Baoqian was left standing at the door, cursing in her heart. Damn it. She was actually mocking me just now. Just wait, I will go back and get the certificate with a Y, I will make you regret it. Zhao Jili went to the clinic for several days in a row, which surprised his eldest daughter. Her father has always been diligent and hardworking in the group, and he always does things himself. Why didn't he attend the recent meetings? She asked Xu Wen, and Xu Wen hesitated, but still reported Mr. Zhao's recent behavior to Manager Zhao. Zhao Maihua was shocked after hearing this. His father was actually interested in a woman. It was really unbelievable. Zhao Maihua is 41 years old this year. She is the eldest daughter of Zhao Jili and the second in command of Wanxin Group, responsible for Wanxin Group's hotel business. Just when Zhao Maihua was about to tell the second and third sons, Zhao Jili said something in the small family group. I want to find a companion. These words shocked the three children. His father had never thought about finding a woman since his mother died. He devoted himself to the group's business, but now, at the age of 65, he suddenly wanted a companion. Zhao Fuchen, are you interested? Zhao Xinan, as long as you are happy, but I suggest you not get the certificate to avoid trouble later. Zhao Maihua thought about it and replied. It's a good thing to have an idea, but like the third brother, I don't recommend getting a marriage certificate. There is nothing wrong with the suggestions made by the three of them. His father is so old, and it would be really impulsive for him to get married with someone. The other party must have children. If those children come for Wanshan Group S property, then things will become much more troublesome. After waiting for a long time, in the small group, Zhao Jili replied. I am informing you, not asking for your opinion. Chapter 24 Identity. The matter between Bai Yuwan and the Mercedes-Benz man was getting more and more serious in the village. Hong Shuzhen came to the clinic and told Bai Yuwan to speed up if she found a suitable one. Bai Yuwan just smiled and didn't respond. Yang Xiamen also came and asked, who is that Mercedes-Benz man? Bai Yuwan just said they were friends. Yang Xiamen asked again, what is the job of a Mercedes driver? What does the child do? Bai Yuwan shook her head to indicate that she didn't know. Bai Yuwan did not respond directly to anything, Hong Shuzhen did not find out anything, and Yang Xiamen came but returned empty-handed, having failed to get any clues from Bai Yuwan. Rumors continued in the village. But Bai Yuwan didn't care. Divorced women are always subject to all kinds of rumors. If they have to explain every one of them, they will be exhausted. No one cared about Sun Zhenwei and Han Baoqin, but everyone cared about her relationship with the Mercedes-Benz man. Was it because he drove a Mercedes-Benz? Zhao Mai called Sun Mingzhu again and asked her to ask Bai Yuwan. Sun Mingzhu felt something was not right. The aunt had called twice about this matter. She also said that there was a lot of gossip in the village now, and asked her to persuade her mother that if they found a suitable person, they should get the certificate openly to avoid being gossiped about. Sun Mingzhu thought about it and felt that something was wrong, so she decided to drive to the village to take a look. Early in the morning, Sun Mingzhu drove back to the village and parked her Hyundai car directly on the open space in front of the village committee. As a result, when she got out of the car, she found a black Mercedes-Benz G next to her with someone playing games in the car. Could this be the Mercedes-Benz the old lady was talking about, man? But this is too young. Sun Mingzhu was full of doubts. Maybe she made a mistake. How could her mother go out to eat with such a young man? You're kidding me. He looks to be 40 at most. Sun Mingzhu shook her head and walked into the clinic. As soon as she entered, she found her mother sitting at the desk, examining a little child's eyes. The child's eyes were red and tearful, so she prescribed eye drops for the child. Sitting on the blue stainless steel chair next to it was a man in a brown coat. The man was about 60 years old, but looked very handsome. Very good looking. You can still vaguely see his handsome demeanor when he was young. Just a few more wrinkles. He is very tall and has long legs. He is just an old male model. An old, handsome guy. Sun Mingzhu's first reaction. Could this be the legendary Mercedes-Benz man? Wait, why does this guy look like the man who greeted my mother in the corridor after the dinner that day? Her mother said that this person seemed to be a travel companion. Mom! Sun Mingzhu shouted. Bai Yuwan raised her head and said in surprise, Mingzhu, why are you here? Sun Mingzhu put the fruit in her hand aside and said, you go ahead and do your work. Sun Mingzhu walked over to the handsome guy in the windbreaker and sat down. Zhao Jili smiled and stretched out his hand. Sun Mingzhu also quickly extended her hand and shook it back. Then Sun Mingzhu stood up and motioned him. The two people walked outside one after the other. Bai Yuwan glanced at the two men's backs and saw that she was still busy and had no time to pay attention to them. After Sun Mingzhu left the clinic, she found that the man followed her. She walked to the small garden next to the entrance of the village committee, and Zhao Jili followed her. You are. Sun Mingzhu didn't know what to call this person. Zhao Jili thought for a moment and said very subtly, my surname is Zhao. Uncle Zhao, are you pursuing my mom? Sun Mingzhu asked very directly. Zhao Jili smiled and said, almost. Are you serious? Sun Mingzhu was surprised. Her mother had just divorced, and she had a lot of romantic relationships. Very serious. Zhao Jili said. Sun Mingzhu didn't know what to say, scratching her head, and said, then you know, my mother just got divorced. If you come every day, my mother will probably be under a lot of pressure, and the villagers will gossip about you. Zhao Jili said, I know. Sun Mingzhu said, then why do you come here like this every day? Zhao Jili looked up at the sky. It was cold, gloomy, and windy. He looked at the quiet village and murmured to himself, that makes sense. It would be nice if the village was gone. Sun Mingzhu. Is he crazy? Does he know what he is talking about? What do you mean it would be fine if the village wasn't there? No, she has to go and tell her mother that this person might not be normal. Just as Sun Mingzhu was about to say something, she saw a young man coming over, approaching the two of them cautiously, and said something to the man next to him. It's Mr. Shu's call. Zhao Jili took the spare phone, and Shu Wen added quietly, he said your phone couldn't be reached. Zhao Jili took out his cell phone and took a look. He didn't know when it was muted. Zhao Jili walked aside and answered Mr. Shu's call with the backup phone. Sun Mingzhu looked at the man on the phone. My mind is full of. Mr. Shu? Could it be that this person is actually quite talented? That's impossible. In today's society, no matter who he is, everyone starts calling him Mr. X. That's normal. But since he can drive a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, I guess this company is not very small, with at least 100 people. Seeing that the call could not be finished for the time being, Sun Mingzhu turned around and walked back to the clinic. Bai Yuwan had also finished her work, so she asked the two of them what they had talked about. Sun Mingzhu shook her head and just asked Bai Yuwan quietly. Mom, this Uncle Zhao. We are really just friends. Bai Yuwan said firmly. She was afraid that Sun Mingzhu would misunderstand. Good, friend. Sun Mingzhu knew what he was talking about. Her mother, who was a stubborn person, probably wouldn't admit anything. But it was obvious that Mr. Zhao had made his purpose very clear. He was pursuing her mother. Sun Mingzhu walked to the consulting room and found a big gift box there. She pointed and asked, Mom, what kind of package is this? Why don't you open it? This is a return gift from your Uncle Zhao as a token of gratitude, said Bai Yuwan. Sun Mingzhu asked, what's in it? Bai Yuwan was packing up a medicine box and said, I don't know. If you want, open it yourself. Forget it, it's a gift from someone else. Sun Mingzhu muttered, carrying the gift box into the room, I'll open it for you. Then he quickly opened the gift box. Inside was a dust bag and an extremely beautifully packaged Hermes handbags. Sun Mingzhu rubbed her eyes, thinking she had seen it wrong. This is a small Hermes house in blue crocodile leather. This. It can't be a high imitation. Sun Mingzhu shouted with trembling lips. Mom. Why are you shouting so miserably? Bai Yuwan walked in to see what was wrong with her. I noticed that Sun Mingzhu was holding a pretty blue bag. Then I looked at the open gift box next to her. Was this a gift from Zhao Jili? It turned out to be a bag. This Sun Mingzhu's lips were still trembling. She didn't know how to describe her feelings or express her words. Bai Yuwan came over and picked up the bag. What's wrong? Isn't this very nice? Sun Mingzhu swallowed hard and said heavily, it's okay. Her mind couldn't help but think of what Mr. Zhao had just said. If only the village didn't exist. She thought he was crazy. But that's not right. This bag, who can afford a bag like this? It must be fake. But if you ask Mr. Zhao directly, why did you give my mother a fake bag? It would be too abrupt. Many elderly people do not care about the value of the bag, they only care about whether it looks good. Giving a real bag is a bit sick. Mom, can I carry this bag for 2 days? I like it very much. Sun Mingzhu asked. Bai Yuwan said, I don't usually carry a backpack anyway, so you can carry it if you want. She was always in the clinic and had no need for such a thing. Sun Mingzhu wanted to confirm whether Mr. Zhao was just pretending to be rich or was really someone of some importance. She carefully packed the bag back into the gift box and decided to take it away and inspect it at the counter later. After Zhao Jili answered the phone, he said goodbye to Bai Yuwan and said that he had to leave first as he had something to deal with. Bai Yuwan naturally did not stop her. I also told Zhao Jili that you don't have to come every day. Zhao Jili smiled and said see you tomorrow. After Mr. Zhao left, Sun Mingzhu loaded the gift box into the car. She decided to find a place to inspect it when she returned home today. As a small member of the village committee, Yangshu is somewhat related to the village chief, but he doesn't like to go out drinking often, so he often stays in the village committee so that villagers can find him if they have any problems. In the past week, Yangshu has been looking at the Mercedes-Benz G parked in front of the village committee. He also heard the crazy talk in the village. Yangshu and his wife had discussed it at home. Soon, people in the village said that the man in the Mercedes was pursuing Dr. Bai, and some said they saw the two of them eating together in the county. Some even said they saw the two of them shopping together in Chongyu Market. This made Yangshu a little confused. Are you serious? Are you really pursuing Dr. Bai? The Mercedes drove away yesterday at noon and didn't he come this morning? Just as Yangshu was curious, he turned his head to look out the window and found a low-key black Land Rover driving in from the street. Land Rover. Two men got out of the car, wearing casual clothes but with shiny leather shoes on their feet. Are you here to do some business at the clinic? As a result, the two men walked towards the clinic opposite, one after the other. The patients who come to the clinic are getting richer and richer, driving Mercedes-Benz and Land Rover. If you don't know, you might think Dr. Bai is some miracle doctor. Bai Yuwan was still seeing patients as usual, but two people came today. The leading man was a man in his early 40s, with a handsome and noble appearance, and his clothes showed that he had good taste. Zhao Fuqing learned that his father was serious.